Eating fire, tasting blood. Breaking the great silence of the American Indian Holocaust for my granddaughters Zoe Michaela Janes and Emma Kate Janes to share with their children and grandchildren, and on and on and on. MariJo Moore, greed disguised as God. 17. A flood of tears and blood, and yet the Pope said Indians had souls. Eduardo Galeano. 1. The Savages in the Mirror, Phantoms and Fantasies in America. Paula Gunn Allen. 16. The Name is Half the Game, The Theft of America and Indigenous Claims of Sovereignty. Jack D. Forbes. 32. Indian Affairs, Hebrews 13:8. Vine de Lauriatre. 52. Suppression and Subsistence. 63. Christian Civilization. OHESA, Charles Alexander Eastman. 65. Colonial Fascinations, God Save the O, Say, Can You O, Canada. James Aron Hayatah Stevens. 68. Speaking Out, Religious Rights and Imprisoned American Indian Women. Laura E. Donaldson. 74. I learned to preach pretty well, and to cuss, too. Hope He Acceptance and Rejection of Christianity at Sherman Institute, 1906–1928. Matthew T. Sakistawa Gilbert. 78. Remembering, atop Polaka on First Mesa. MariJo Moore. 96. Contents, Exposure and Surveillance. 105. Indian Nations and the American Holocausts. Carter Reverd. 107. Choctaw Legacy, How to Lose Your Country Twice in 14 Treaties. Don L. Birchfield. 112. The Cherokee Nation, A Colonial Morality Play in 3 Acts. Steve Russell. 128. Weeds from the Underworld, The Conquest of Tsanakamoko and Monaskane. Hansford C. Vest. 146. Washita, A Slaughter, Not a Battle, a Cheyenne Survivor's Perspective. Translated, edited, and annotated by Eugene Black Bayer, Sr., and Kim Hurley Rapallo. 170. Nicaragua, What's Ward Churchill Got Against You? David Seals. 182, Where were/are the women in all of this? 199. One Dress to Walk 800 Miles. Pamela Kingfisher. 201. Fire. Linda Hogan. 216. One Woman Can Make a Grand Difference. Leland Northcross Wakely. 228. Winyan Wakan, Sacred Woman, Mary Blackbonnet. 232. From Wasuk to Show and Back, Amy K. McConnor Song. Alice M. Azure. 238. In Each Trace of Footstep, The Constant Song of Spirit. Memory, For My Mom, Janice Hernandez, Ines Hernandez. Avila. 249. Reviving the Space Between Then and When? 265. American Heritage. Eric Gensworth. 267. Looking to the Past to Find the Future. Eugenia Soldier Wolf. 278. Resilience and Responsibility, Surviving the New Genocide. Shauna Oteka McCovey. 287. Majesty's Lost. Alfred Youngman. 296. When the True Ending Began. Joseph A. Danderin. 305. So Our Children. WIU No. Clifford E. Trafzer. 315. 8. Remembering and Never Forgetting, The Firestorm in Between. 329. Performing Nation, Performing Identity, American Indian Storytelling, Poetry, and Song in Practice, Ftufson. Cultural Survival in the Wake of the New Indian Wars, Carolyn Dunn and Cindy Alvitra. 331. Jumping Through the Hoops of History, For Columbus, Custer, Sheridan, Wayne, and All Such Heroes of Yesteryear, Susan Schoen Harjo. 344. Long Time Gone. Cradleboard Song. Don Karima Pettigrew. 354. Japanese Gardens. Joel Waters. 356. All My Ancestors Have Blisters on Their Toes. Sarah Sutler Cohen. 358. Lady in Turtleneck. Shirley Brazo. 361. Invisibility Lessons No. 1 and No. 2. Drusilla Mims Wall. 363. Giveaway, Ingratitude for All of It. Theft, Smallpox, Relocation, and Denial. W.I. Do. Kim Shuk. 365. I Dreamt the World Was Round. Nukisha Bradley. 367. To TEUR Side. Rita Jo. 369. Apprenticed to Justice. Kimberly Blazer. 370. Finding Carrie, Reaffirming Identity Through Blood, Beads, and Bones. Catherine Lucci Cooper. 374. Introduction. And one morning everything was burning, and one morning the fires were shooting out of the earth, devouring beings, and ever since then fire, and ever since then blood. Pablo Neruda. We live on a restless planet that is in a constant state of creation and destruction. A planet covered in countries with diseased souls who have forgotten they know the most important ingredient of the medicine needed to heal: truth. For indigenous peoples, written history is concocted with lies that exacerbate our inability to be respected as an evolving race. Written history makes us more aware of the silenced truths concerning past and current deceit, theft, abuse, annoyance, decimation, murder, and racism toward our ancestors and ourselves. Eating fire, tasting blood. What does this imply? Eating the fire of the Indian Holocaust, tasting the blood of truth. Of course, this is a painful venture, but many of us want these truths revealed. We want the silence broken. I must admit this has been an extremely difficult book to edit, not only because of the contents but also because of the absolute timely necessity of the finished work. When John Oakes, publisher at Thunder's Mouth Press, presented the idea to me, I was skeptical but determined. Would people be willing to search for the hidden truths, reveal 12 introduction what they knew, revisit the pain again? Would they be willing to step out and follow in the footsteps of Vine Deloria, Jr., Linda Hogan, Eduardo Galeano, and Paula Gunn Allen, whose brilliant essays concerning the subject matter are included? When I approached divergent indigenous peoples, I was not surprised at the various answers. It won't be easy to write about how the government has pushed us together on reservations, forced us apart with bloodlines, and caused us to fight each other. How have we allowed these truths to stay hidden for so long? I know what happened to my people and I don't want to write about this because it is too painful. Yes, I am willing to write the truth for posterity's sake and for the sake of my family. It won't be easy to put on paper. How can we cover it all in one anthology? Thank goodness, an Indian editor who won't whitewash our writings. Yes, it is time. Long before the idea of this book was born, my grandfather knew it would be written. He knew I would be the one who would make it happen, I would be the one who would agree to the task both overwhelming and essential. He knew the timing would be right and what had to be told. He knew what obstacles I would face, would overcome, and whose words would be included. Maybe he didn't know the authors by name but he knew their spirits. Grandfather knew lots of things that were going to happen, he felt them. He knew I felt things, too. That is why, after over 40 years, his spirit still comes around when I need him. To encourage, to chastise, to guide, to direct. After all, he is Indian. And he knows things. When I was growing up in Tennessee, the townspeople didn't take him seriously because he was Indian and because he was the town drunk. He only spoke his Cherokee language when inebriated, and that is when he told things he felt, things he intuited. Perhaps inside his contentious stupor of intoxication is where he felt the safest from the introduction 13 ridicule, from the harassment, from the misunderstandings. No one wanted or wants to deal with a drunk Indian. But he knew that I knew what he felt. He knew I behaved, and he knew I would continue to believe that Indians have a right not only to be heard but also to be listened to, not only to be respected but to be acknowledged. And the only way to know Indians is to understand how Indians know themselves. We know ourselves through our history. My grandfather was sure that at some point people would desire to know this history. Not the whitewashed, academic-tainted, hypothetical, surmised, guesswork history, but history from our viewpoints, what we have been told and retold, what we have seen, what we have experienced. He knew that one day American Indians would have opportunities to tell the history of their ancestors, the history of the Holocaust and the continuing residue. That some would rise above the written lies and seize the opportunity to break a great silence. This book is one of those opportunities, a sounding revelation, so to speak. The writings in this anthology present perspectives of Indian history that should be incorporated into modern-day history lessons. Blame is not a rehand contingent here. We all know of people, Indian and non-Indian, who have no souls. Who have and still are destroying the halves of others by making greed-based decisions that will affect untold thousands for many generations to come. Pointedly, the past repeating itself. But these collected writings are not by praying politicians, theologizing criminals, archaeological theorists, or philosophizing poets, nor are they summations and ponderings from professing pundits. The resplendent significance of this anthology, which includes scholarly as well as personal writings, is from the source indigenous peoples themselves. Their documentation includes familial and personal memories, photographs, heartfelt pain, gratitude, and proof of survival. These writers are intent on dispel the ugly he's by presenting the ugra truths. This is the way of genetic ancestral healing. A process to help the wounded, wandering spirits find comfort in knowing there are those willing to tell the truth and to enlighten the spirits of those who will follow. 14. Introduction. Of course, these writings do not speak for all indigenous peoples of North, Central, and South America, for all nations. What a ludicrous thought! There are many nations, numerous indigenous peoples, and countless diverse views on scores of various events. No one in this book represents the whole of his or her nation, they simply speak. This is Ididayan speak in its grandest form, painful, poignant, angry, didactic, intense, beautiful, and resolute. As you explore this anthology, no doubt the realization will come that several of these essays and poems bleed over into the subject matter presented in other chapters. This is an example of one of the idiographic ironies of history. One story bleeds into another and another, until finally the totality of realism is unstained. On these pages native writers from diverse tribes reveal the immoral suppression of religious rights, the systematic slaughtering of innocent peoples, the attempted decimation of their cultures, broken treaties between the U.S. government and Indians, and misappropriation of funding, as well as the total annihilation of many Indian nations. These are writers whose lives are still very much entwined with the millions of people who were silenced due to murder, pandemics of diseases, greed, rape, pillage, threats, and so-called Christian manifest destiny. Why write a book of this caliber? Why bring to focus horrors that have long passed, hopefully been forgotten, determinately left out of his story books, or covered over with false ceremonies honoring the dead? Because our historical truth is a fire that assiduously burns, a fire that demands recognition, a fire whose flames still scorch. In order to subsist in today's melee of war, injustice, economic deprivation, and senseless slaughter, we need to be aware of what human beings have done to each other, and are still capable of doing. We need to know ourselves as well as we know our enemies. To eat the fire of truth is to taste the blood of our existence. Once the silence is broken, there is no quieting the soul. Perhaps one doesn't need a soul that grows if one continues to believe in the made-up history. For those who aspire to know the fiery truth, this book offers a plethora of blazing voices. Negation of the past does not make the world a better place. Negation of the past allows the perpetuation of racial introduction 15 genocide to continue, albeit in milder forms, but to continue nevertheless. Why should anyone care? Because if one believes in a higher pover, a god of any sort, a supreme being, or gods of all things, then one must know that somewhere deep inside we are all connected. What is done to one is done to all. Psychic conflicts are not individual matters. We owe it to our own well-being to understand what greed, manipulation, and restructuring can do to those who are in their paths. Historical silence can be a systemic killer. Listen to this silence and remember that what has happened to one has happened to all. The future is simply the past repeated unless it is understood. As you walk out of your front door tomorrow morning, look to your left and to your right. Reach down and touch the earth, the concrete, the sidewalk, the flowers, whatever surrounds you. Indubitably you will be touching the layered coverings of the remains of indigenous peoples, not arrowheads, not broken pieces of pottery, but the very DNA of the first peoples of this continent. If you take a stroll in Washington, D.C., you will be walking over the skeletons of the Conoy Indians, on whose main trading town, Nacogdoches, the capital city, was built. At the time of first contact with the Europeans, the village was the home of Chief Petawimk, from which Potomac is derived. Today Nacogdoches survives only in its Latinized corruption, Anacostia, which is one of the subdivisions of Washington. Cultural geography clearly shows Indian names: Roanoke, Tallahassee, Poughkeepsie, Kansas, Dakota, Utah, and Oklahoma. Interestingly enough, although American Indians were often referred to as savages, Texas comes from the Cadone word for friend or ally, and Dakota has the same meaning in the Dakota language. There are a vast number of rivers with Indian names, including Mississippi, Ohio, Tennessee, Tallapoosa, Tallahatchie, and Catawba. And, of course, most of the major lakes Ontario, Erie, Michigan, Tahoe, Shasta, and Winnebago are all Indian words. Perhaps keeping the original names helped to salve the conscience of those who decided the fates of entire nations, as did convincing their greedy souls that the original inhabitants were not human beings worthy of equal acceptance. Nevertheless, this land was Papa 16 introduction laden with an estimated 100 million original inhabitants before Columbus stumbled into what he deemed the Indies. After European contact, that number began to dwindle dramatically, and continues to do so. Who can speak for these dead lips? Who can offer rest to these wandering spirits? Who can attest to the still reverberating sounds in the wounds of this great silence? The indigenous people of today. We know racism is still alive, discrimination is still a force to be reckoned with, and, in most areas, Indians are still considered second-class citizens looking through a glass ceiling at the arenas of politics and academia, as well as in the general workforce. It is not surprising to me that it is the eve of my 19th year of sobriety as I write this. Today I am a grandmother of 2 lovely, charming granddaughters, and I have an unshakable perception of how my grandfather sensed the future in me. His indomitable behag about life was that it is cyclical. And so it is. Thousands of us are still here, shouting out our existence traditionally and momentarily. This we do for those who never had the opportunity to speak, and for those who will continue to search for the original truths. For some, the Indian wars are over. Their advice? Accept what you have been dealt. Those of you who have per capita payments enjoy the monies, and all REAs there are not enough of you to sway any congressional election. Perhaps the Indian wars are over, give or take 100 or so ongoing battles. MariJo Moore. In the mountains of western North Carolina. August 18, 2005. M. High. 1. I. Manifest. Destiny. Greed. Disguised. As. God. A flood of tears and blood. And yet the Pope said Indians had souls. Eduardo Galeano. In 1581 Philip II told the Audiencia of Guadalajara that a third of Latin America's Indians had already been wiped out and that those who survived were compelled to pay the tributes for the dead. The monarch added that Indians were bought and sold, that they slept in the open air, and that mothers killed their children to save them from the torture of the mines. The crown's hypocrisy had smaller limits than the empire. It received a fifth of the value of the metals extracted by its subjects in all of the Spanish New World, as well as other taxes, and the Portuguese crown was to have the same arrangement in 18th century Brazil. Latin American silver and gold, as Engels put it, penetrated like a corrosive acid through all the pores of Europe's moribund feudal society and, for the benefit of nascent mercantilist capitalism, the mining entrepreneurs turned Indians and black slaves into a teeming external proletariat of the European economy. Greco-Roman slavery was revived in a different world. To the plight of the Indians of the exterminated Latin American civilizations was added the ghastly fate of the blacks seized from African. An audiencia was a judicial district as well as a judicial, administrative, and advisory body. In Mexico, it was the Supreme Court of Administration and Judgment. Transaction 2. Villages to toil in Brazil and the Antilles. The colonial Latin American economy enjoyed the most highly concentrated labor force known up until that time, making possible the greatest concentration of wealth ever enjoyed by any civilization in world history. The price of the tide of avarice, terror, and ferocity bearing down on these regions was Indian genocide. The best recent investigations credit pre-Columbian Mexico with a population of between 30 million and 37.5 million, and the Andean region is estimated to have possessed a similar number. Central America had between 10 million and 13 million. The Indians of the Americas totaled no less than 70 million when the foreign conquerors appeared on the horizon. A century and a half later they had been reduced to 3.5 million. In 1685 only 4,000 Indian families remained of the more than 2 million that had once lived between Lima and Paita, according to the Marquis of Barinas. Archbishop Lefian y Cisneros denied that the Indians had been annihilated. The truth is that they are hiding out, he said, to avoid paying tribute, abusing the liberty which they enjoy and which they never had under the Incas. While metals flowed unceasingly from Latin American mines, equally unceasing were the orders from the Spanish court granting paper protection and dignity to the Indians whose killing labor sustained the kingdom. The fiction of legality protected the Indian, the reality of exploitation drained the blood from his body. From slavery to the encomienda of service, and from this to the encomienda of tribute and the grime of wages, variance in the Indian labor force's juridical condition made only superficial changes in the real situation. The Crown regarded the inhuman exploitation of Indian labor as so necessary that in 1601 Philip III, banning forced labor in the mines by decree, at the same time sent secret instructions ordering its continuation in case that measure should reduce production. Similarly, between 1616 and 1619, Governor Juan de Solorzano carried out a survey of work conditions in the Huancavelica mercury mines, directly exploited by the Crown, in distinction to the silver mines, which were in private hands. The poison penetrated to the very marrow, debilitating the members and 3. Causing a constant shaking, and the workers usually died within 4 years, he reported to the Council of the Indies and to the King. But in 1631 Philip IV ordered that the same system be continued, and his successor Charles II later reaffirmed the decree. In 3 centuries Potosi Cerro Rico consumed 8 million lives. The Indians, including women and children, were torn from their agricultural communities and driven to the Cerro. Of every 10 who went up into the freezing wilderness, 7 never returned. Luis Capach, an owner of mines and mills, wrote that the roads were so covered with people that the whole kingdom seemed on the move. In their communities the Indians saw many afflicted women returning without husbands and with many orphaned children, and they knew that 1,000 deaths and disasters awaited them in the mines. The Spaniards scoured the countryside for hundreds of miles for labor. Many died on the way, before reaching Potosi, but it was the terrible work conditions in the mine that killed the most people. Soon after the mine began operating in 1550, the Dominican monk Domingo de Santo Tomas told the Council of the Indies that Potosi was a mouth of hell that swallowed Indians by the thousands by the year, and that rapacious mine owners treat them like stray animals. Later, Fray Rodrigo de Loaza said, "These poor Indians are like sardines in the sea. Just as other fish pursue the sardines to seize and devour them, so everyone in these lands pursues the wretched Indians." Chiefs of Indian communities had to replace the constantly dying Mateos with new men between 18 and 50 years old. The huge stone-walled corral where Indians were assigned to mine and miu owners is now used by workers as a football ground. The Mateos jail, a shapeless mass of ruins, can still be seen at the entrance to Potosi. The compilation of the laws of the Indies abounds with decrees establishing the equal right of Indians and Spaniards to exploit the mines and expressly forbidding any infringement of Indian rights. Thus formal history, the dead letter of today that perpetuates the dead letter of the past, has nothing to complain about. But while Indian labor legislation was debated in endless documents and Spanish jurists displayed for ink fire, tasting blood their talents in an explosion of ink, the law in Latin America was respected but not carried out. In practice, the poor Indian is a coin with which one can get whatever one needs, as with gold and silver, and get it better, as Luis Capach put it. Many people claimed mestizo status before the courts to avoid being sent to the mines and sold and resold in the market. At the end of the 18th century, Concolor Corvo, who had Indian blood, denied his own people, "We do not dispute that the mines consume a considerable number of Indians, but this is not due to the work they do in the silver and mercury mines but to their dissolute way of life." The testimony of Capach, who had many Indians in his service, is more enlightening. Freezing outdoor temperatures alternated with the infernal heat inside the Cerro. The Indians went into the depths, and it is common to bring them out dead or with broken heads and legs, and in the mills they are injured every day. The Mateos hacked out the metal with picks and then carried it up on their shoulders by the light of a candle. Outside the mine they propelled the heavy wooden shafts in the mill or melted the silver on a fire after grinding and washing it. The middle labor system was a machine for crushing Indians. The process of using mercury to extract silver poisoned as many or more than did the toxic gases in the bowels of the earth. It made hair and teeth fall out and brought on uncontrollable trembling. The victims ended up dragging themselves through the street pleading for alms. At night, 6,000 fires burned on the slopes of the Cerro, and in these the silver was worked, taking advantage of the wind that the glorious Saint Augustine sent from the sky. Because of the smoke from the ovens there were no pastures or crops for a radius of 20 miles around Potosi, and the fumes attacked men's bodies no less relentlessly. Ideological justifications were never in short supply. The bleeding of the New World became an act of charity, an argument for the faith. With the guilt, a whole system of rationalizations for guilty consciences was devised. The Indians were used as beasts of burden because they could carry a greater weight than the delicate llama, and this proved that they were in fact beasts of burden. The Viceroy of Mexico felt that there was 5. No better remedy for their natural wickedness than work in the mines. Juan Ginés de Sepúlveda, a renowned Spanish theologian, argued that they deserved the treatment they got because their sins and idolatries were an offense to God. The Count de Buffon, a French naturalist, noted that Indians were cold and weak creatures in whom no activity of the soul could be observed. The Abbé de Pau invented a Latin America where degenerate Indians lived side by side with dogs that couldn't bark, cows that couldn't be eaten, and impotent camels. Voltaire's Latin America was inhabited by Indians who were lazy and stupid, pigs with navels on their backs, and bald and cowardly Huns. Bacon, de Maistre, Montesquieu, Hume, and Bodin declined to recognize the degraded men of the New World as fellow humans. Hegel spoke of Latin America's physical and spiritual impotence and said the Indians died when Europe merely breathed on them. In the 17th century, Father Gregorio Garcia detected Semitic blood in the Indians because, like the Jews, they are lazy, they do not believe in the miracles of Jesus Christ, and they are ungrateful to the Spaniards for all the good they have done them. At least this holy man did not deny that the Indians were descended from Adam and Eve. Many theologians and thinkers had never been convinced by Pope Paul Il's bull of 1537 declaring the Indians to be true men. When Bartolomé de las Casas upset the Spanish court with his heated denunciations of the conquistadors' cruelty in 1557, a member of the royal council replied that Indians were too low in the human scale to be capable of receiving the faith. Las Casas dedicated his zealous youth to defending the Indians against the excesses of the mine owners and encomenderos. He once remarked that the Indians preferred to go to hell to avoid meeting Christians. Indians were assigned or given an encomienda to conquistadors and colonizers so that they could teach them the gospel. But since the Indians owed personal services and economic tribute to the encomenderos, there was little time for setting them on the Christian path to salvation. Indians were divided up along with lands given as royal grants, or were obtained by direct plunder. In reward for his services, Cortés received 23,000 vassals. After 1536, Indians were given an encomienda. 6. Along with their descendants for the span of 2 lifetimes, those of the encomendero and of his immediate heir. After 1629 this was extended to 3 lifetimes, and after 1704, to 4. In the 18th century the surviving Indians still assured many generations to come of a cozy life. Since their defeated gods persisted in Spanish memory, there were saintly rationalizations aplenty for the victors' profits from their toil. The Indians were pagans and deserved nothing better. The past? 400 years after the papal bull, in September 1957, the highest court in Paraguay published a notice informing all the judges of the country that the Indians, hke other inhabitants of the Republic, are human beings. And the Center for Anthropological Studies of the Catholic University of Asunción later carried out a revealing survey, both in the capital and in the countryside. 8 out of 10 Paraguayans think that Indians are animals. In Caiguazú, Alto Paraná, and the Chaco, Indians are hunted down like wild beasts, sold at bargain prices, and exploited by a system of virtual slavery. Yet almost all Paraguayans have Indian blood, and Paraguayans tirelessly compose poems, songs, and speeches in homage to the Guarani soul. The militant memory of Tupac Amaru. When the Spaniards invaded Latin America, the theocratic Inca Empire was at its height, spreading over what we now call Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador, taking in part of Colombia and Chile and reaching northern Argentina and the Brazilian jungle. The Aztec Confederation had achieved a high level of efficiency in the Valley of Mexico, and in Yucatan and Central America the remarkable civilization of the Mayas, organized for work and war, persisted among the peoples who succeeded them. These societies have left many testimonies to their greatness despite the long period of devastation, religious monuments built with more skill than the Egyptian pyramids, technically efficient constructions for the battle against nature, and artworks showing indomitable talent. In the Lima Museum there are hundreds of skulls that have undergone 7. Trepanning and the insertion of gold and silver plates by Inca surgeons. The Mayas were great astronomers who measured time and space with astonishing precision and discovered the value of the figure 0 before any other people in history. The Aztecs' irrigation works and artificial islands dazzled Cortés even though they were not made of gold. The conquest shattered the foundations of these civilizations. The installation of a mining economy had direr consequences than the fire and sword of war. The mines required a great displacement of people that dislocated agricultural communities. They not only took countless lives through forced labor but also indirectly destroyed the collective farming system. The Indians were taken to the mines, forced to submit to the service of the encomenderos, and made to surrender for nothing the lands they had to leave or neglect. On the Pacific coast the Spaniards destroyed or let die out the enormous plantations of corn, yucca, kidney and white beans, peanuts, and sweet potato. The desert quickly devoured great tracts of land, which the Inca irrigation network had made abundant. 4.5 centuries after the conquest only rocks and briars remain where roads had once united an empire. Although the Incas' great public works were for the most part destroyed by time or the usurper's hand, one may still see across the Andean Cordillera traces of the endless terraces that permitted and still do cultivation of the mountain sides. A U.S. technician estimated in 1936 that if the Inca terraces had been built by modern methods at 1936 wage rates they would have cost some $30,000 per acre. In that empire which did not know the wheel, the horse, or iron, the terraces and aqueducts were made possible by prodigious organization and technical perfection achieved through wise distribution of labor, as well as by the religious force that ruled man's relation with the soil which was sacred and thus always alive. The Aztecs also responded in a remarkable way to nature's challenges. The surviving islands in the dried-up lake where Mexico City now rises on native ruins are known to tourists today as floating gardens. The Aztecs created these because of the shortage of land in the place chosen for establishing Tenochtitlan. They moved large quantities of mud from the banks and shored up the new mud islands between narrow 8 walls of reeds until tree roots gave them firmness. Between these exceptionally fertile islands flowed the canals and on them arose the great Aztec capital, with its broad avenues, its austerely beautiful palaces, and its stepped pyramids. Rising magically out of the lake, it was condemned to disappear under the assaults of foreign conquest. Mexico took 4 centuries to regain the population of those times. As Darcy Ribeiro puts it, the Indians were the fuel of the colonial productive system. It is almost certain, writes Sergio Bagu, that hundreds of Indian sculptors, architects, engineers, and astronomers were sent into the mines along with the mass of slaves for the killing task of getting out the ore. The technical ability of these people was of no interest to the colonial economy. They were treated as so many skilled workers. Yet all traces of those broken cultures were not lost. Hope of the rebirth of a lost dignity sparked many Indian risings. In 1781 Tupac Amaru laid siege to Cuzco. This mestizo chief, a direct descendant of the Inca emperors, headed the broadest of messianic revolutionary movements. The rebellion broke out in Tinta province, which had been almost depopulated by enforced service in the Cerro Rico mines. Mounted on his white horse, Tupac Amaru entered the plaza of Tungajica and announced to the sound of drums and putatas that he had condemned the royal corregidor Antonio Juan de Arriaga to the gallows and put an end to the Potosi Mita. A few days later Tupac issued a decree liberating the slaves. He abolished all taxes and forced labor in all forms. The Indians rallied by the thousands to the forces of the Father of all the poor and all the wretched and the helpless. He moved against Cuzco at the head of his guerrilleros, promising them that all who died while under his orders in this war would return to Yuf to enjoy the happiness and wealth the invaders had wrested from them. Victories and defeats followed. In the end, betrayed and captured by one of his own chiefs, Tupac was handed over in chains to the royalists. The examiner Iraq entered his cell to demand, in exchange for promises, the names of his rebel accomplices. Tupac Amaru replied scornfully, "There are no accomplices here other than you and I. You as a prisoner, I as liberator, deserve to die." 9. Tupac was tortured, along with his wife, his children, and his chief aides, in Cuzco's Plaza del Huacapita. His tongue was cut out, his arms and legs were tied to 4 horses with the intention of quartering him, but his body would not break. He was finally beheaded at the foot of the gallows. His head was sent to Tinta, one arm to Tungajica and the other to Carabaya, one leg to Santa Rosa and the other to Levi-Taka. The torso was burned and the ashes thrown in the Rio Guadane. It was proposed that all his descendants be obliterated up to the 4th generation. In 1802 a chief named Astorpilco, also a descendant of the Incas, was visited by Humboldt in Cajamarca, on the exact spot where his ancestor Atahualpa had first seen the conquistador Pizarro. The chief's son took the German scholar on a tour of the ruins of the town and the rubli of the old Inca palace and spoke as they walked of the fabulous treasures hidden beneath the dust and ashes. "Don't you sometimes feel like digging for the treasure to satisfy your needs?" Humboldt asked him. The youth reffed, "No, we never feel like doing that. My father says it would be sinful. If we were to find the golden branches and fruits, the white people would hate us and do us harm." The chief himself raised wheat in a small field, but that was not enough to save him from white covetousness. The usurpers, hungry for gold and silver and for slaves to work the mines, never hesitated to seize lands when their crops offered a tempting profit. The plunder continued down the years, and in 1969, when agrarian reform was announced in Peru, reports still appeared in the press of Indians from the Broken Mountain communities coming with flags unfurled to invade lands that had been robbed from them or their ancestors, and of the army driving them away with bullets. Nearly 2 centuries had to pass after Tupac Amaru's death before the nationalist General Juan Velasco Alvarado would take up and apply Tupac's resounding, never-forgotten words, "Campesino, your poverty shall no longer feed the master." Other heroes whose defeat was reversed by time were the Mexicans Miguel Hidalgo and José María Morelos. Hidalgo, who till the age of 50 was a peaceable rural priest, pealed the bells of the Church of Dolores one fine day to summon the Indians to fight for their freedom. 10. Will you stir yourselves to the task of recovering from the hated Spaniards the lands robbed from your ancestors 300 years ago? He raised the standard of the Indian Virgin of Guadalupe, and before 6 weeks were out 80,000 men were following him, armed with machetes, pikes, slings, and bows and arrows. The revolutionary priest put an end to tribute and divided up the lands of Guadalajara. He decreed freedom for the slaves and led his forces toward Mexico City. He was finally executed after a military defeat and is said to have left a testament of passionate repentance. The revolution soon found another leader, however, the priest José María Morelos. You must regard as enemies all the rich, nobles, and high-ranking officials. His movement, combining Indian insurgency and social revolution, came to control a large part of Mexico before he, too, was defeated and shot. As one U.S. senator wrote, the independence of Mexico 6 years later turned out to be a typically Hispanic family affair between European and American-born members, a political fight within the DOM inadding social class. The encomienda serf became a peon and the encomendero a hacienda owner. For the Indians, no resurrection at fly end of Holy Week. Masters of Indian Pongos domestic servants were still offering them for hire in La Paz newspapers at the beginning of the 20th century. Until the Revolution of 1952 restored the forgotten right of dignity to Bolivian Indians, the Pongo slept beside the dog, ate the leftovers of his dinner, and knelt when speaking to anyone with a white skin. Four-legged beasts of burden were scarce in the conquistadors' time, and they used Indian backs to transport their baggage. Even to this day Aymara and Quechua porters can be seen all over the Andean Altiplano carrying loads for a crust of bread. Pneumoconiosis was Latin America's first occupational disease, and the lungs of today's Bolivian miner refused to continue functioning at the age of 35, the implacable silica. 11. Dust impregnates his skin, cracks his face and hands, destroys his sense of smell and taste, hardens and kills his lungs. Tourists love to photograph Altiplano natives in their native costumes, unaware that Charles III imposed these at the end of the 18th century. The dresses that the Spaniards made Indian females wear were copied from the regional costumes of Extremaduran, Andalusian, and Basque peasant women, and the center-part hairstyle was imposed by Viceroy Toledo. The same was not true of the consumption of coca, which already existed in Inca times. But coca was then distributed in moderation. The Inca government had a monopoly on it and only permitted its use for ritual purposes or for those who worked in the mines. The Spaniards energetically stimulated its consumption. It was good business. In Potosi in the 16th century as much was spent on European clothes for the oppressors as on coca for the oppressed. In Cuzco 400 Spanish merchants lived off the coca traffic. Every year, 100,000 baskets with 1,000,000 kilos of coca leaf entered the Potosi silver mines. The church took a tax from the drug. The Inca historian Garcilaso de la Vega tells us in his Comitarias Reales que Tragedy del Origen de los Incas that the bishop, canons, and other Cuzco church dignitaries got most of their income from tithes on coca, and that the transport and sale of the product enriched many Spaniards. For the few coins they received for their work, the Indians bought coca leaf instead of food. Chewing it, they could at the price of shortening their lives better endure the deadly tasks imposed on them. In addition to coca, the Indians drank potent aguardiente, and their owners complained of the propagation of maleficent vices. In 20th century Potosi the Indians still chew coca to kill hunger and themselves, and still burn their guts with pure alcohol, sterile forms of revenge for the condemned. Bolivian miners still call their wages mita as in olden days. Exiled in their own land, condemned to an eternal exodus, Latin America's native peoples were pushed into the poorest areas, arid mountains, the middle of deserts, as the dominant civilization extended its frontiers. The Indians have suffered, and continue to suffer, the curse of their own huella, that is the drama of all elmed in America. When Placer 12. Gold was discovered in Nicaragua's Rio Bluefields, the Cara Indians were quickly expelled far from their riparian lands, and the same happened with the Indians in all the fertile valleys and rich subsoil lands south of the Rio Grande. The massacres of Indians that began with Columbus never stopped. In Uruguay and Argentine Patagonia they were exterminated during the 18th century by troops that hunted them down and penned them in forests or in the desert so that they might not disturb the organized advance of cattle. Latifundia *. The Yaqui Indians of the Mexican state of Sonora were drowned in blood so that their lands, fertile and rich in minerals, could be sold without any unpleasantness to various U.S. capitalists. Survivors were deported to plantations in Yucatan, and the Yucatan Peninsula became not only the cemetery of the Mayas who had been its owners but also of the Yaquis who came from afar. At the beginning of our century the 50 kings of Hanequin had more than 100,000 Indian slaves on their plantations. Despite the exceptional physical endurance of the strapping, handsome Yaquis, 2/3 of them died during the first year of slave labor. In our day, Hanequin can compete with synthetic fiber substitutes only because of the workers' abysmally low standard of living. Things have certainly changed, but not as much, at least for the natives of Yucatan, as some believe. The living conditions of these workers are much like slave labor, says one contemporary authority on the Andean slopes near * the last of the Charruas, who haved by raising bulls in the wild pampas of northern Uruguay, were betrayed in 1832 by President José Fructuoso Rivera. Removed from the bush that gave them protection, deprived of horses and arms by false promises of friendship, they were overwhelmed at a place called Boca del Tigre. The bugles sounded the attack, wrote Eduardo Acevedo Diaz in La Época, August 19, 1890. The horde churned about desperately, one after the other of its young braves falling like bulls pierced in the neck. Many chief were killed. The few Indians who could break through the circle of fire took vengeance soon afterward. Pursued by Rivera's brother, they laid an ambush and riddled him and his soldiers with spears. The chief Sepe had the tip of his spear adorned with some tendons from the corpse. In Argentina, Patagonia soldiers drew pay for each pair of testicles they brought in. David Villa's novel Los Dueños de la Tierra, 1959, opens with an Indian hunt, for killing was like raping someone. Something good. And it gave a man pleasure. You had to move fast, you could yell, you sweated, and afterward you felt hungry. The intervals got longer between shots. Undoubtedly some straddled body remained in one of these coverts, an Indian body on its back with a blackish stain between its thighs. 13. Bogotá, the Indian peon still must give a day's work without pay to get the hacendado's permission to farm his own plot on moonlit nights. As René Dumont says, this Indian's ancestors, answering to no man, used to once cultivate the rich soil of the ownerless plain. Now he works for nothing to gain the right to cultivate the poor slopes of the mountain. Not even Indians isolated in the depths of the forests are safe in our day. At the beginning of the 20th century 230 tribes survived in Brazil. Since then, over 90 have disappeared, erased from the planet by firearms and microbes. Violence and disease, the advance guard of civilization for the Indian, contact with the white man continues to be contact with death. Every legal dispensation since 1537 meant to protect Brazil's Indians has been turned against them. Under every Brazilian constitution they are the original and natural masters of the land they occupy, but the richer that virgin land proves to be, the greater the threat hanging over their halves. Nature's very generosity makes them targets of plunder and crime. Indian hunting has become ferocious in recent years. The world's greatest forest, a huge tropical zone open to legend and adventure, has inspired a new American dream. Men and business enterprises from the United States, a new procession of conquistadores have poured into Amazonia as if it were another Far West. This U.S. invasion has inflamed the avarice of Brazilian adventurers as never before. The Indians die out, leaving no trace, and the land is sold for a few dollars to the new interested parties. Gold and other plentiful minerals, timber and rubber, riches whose commercial value the Indians are not even aware of, recur in the reports of each of the few investigations that have been made. It is known that the Indians have been machine-gunned from helicopters and light airplanes and inoculated with smallpox virus, that dynamite had been tossed into their villages, and that they have been given gifts of sugar mixed with strychnine and salt mixed with arsenic. The director of the Indian Protection Services, named by the Castelo Branco dictatorship to clean up its administration, was himself accused, with proof, of committing 42 different kinds of crimes against the Indians. That scandal broke in 1968. Indian society in our time does not exist in a vacuum, outside the 14. General framework for the Latin American economy. There are, it is true, Brazilian tribes still sealed within the jungle, altiplano communities totally isolated from the world, redoubts of barbarism on the Venezuelan frontier, but in general the Indians are incorporated into the system of production and the consumer market, even if indirectly. They participate in an economic and social order that assigns them the role of victim, the most exploited of the exploited. They buy and sell a good part of the few things they consume and produce, at the mercy of powerful and voracious intermediaries who charge much and pay little. They are day laborers on plantations, the cheapest workforce, and soldiers in the mountains. They spend their days toiling for the world market or fighting for their conquerors. In countries like Guatemala, for example, they are at the center of national economic life. In a continuous annual cycle they leave their sacred lands, highlands where each small farm is the size of a corpse, to contribute 200,000 pairs of hands to the harvesting of coffee, cotton, and sugar in the lowlands. They are transported in trucks like cattle, and it is not always need but sometimes liquor that makes them decide to go. The contractors provide a marimba band and plenty of aguardiente, and when the Indian sobers up he is already in debt. He will pay it off laboring on hot and strange lands, which perhaps with a few centavos in his pocket, perhaps with tuberculosis or malaria he will leave after a few months. The army collaborates efficiently in the task of convincing the reluctant. Expropriation of the Indians' usurpation of their lands and their labor has gone hand in hand with racist attitudes which are in turn fed by the objective degradation of civilizations broken by the conquest. The effects of the conquest and the long ensuing period of humiliation left the cultural and social identity the Indians had achieved in fragments. Yet in Guatemala this pulverized identity is the only one that persists. **** The Maya Quiches believed in a single god, practiced fasting, penitence, abstinence, and confession, and believed in the flood at the end of the world. Christianity thus brought them few novelties. Religious disintegration began with colonization. The Catholic religion assimilated a few magical and totemic aspects of the Maya region in a vain attempt to submit to the Indian faith the conquistadors' ideology. The crushing of the original culture opened the way for syncretism. 15. Persists in tragedy. During Holy Week, processions of the heirs of the Mayas produce frightful exhibitions of collective masochism. They drag heavy crosses and participate in the flagellation of Jesus step by step along the interminable ascent to Golgotha. With howls of pain they turn his death and his burial into the cult of their own death and their own burial, the annihilation of the beautiful Hafei of long ago. Only there is no resurrection at the end of their Holy Week. The Savages in the Mirror. Phantoms and Fantasies in America. Paula Gunn Allen. The savages. As we rode from our ships and set foot on the shore in the still coves, we met our images. Our brazen images emerged from the mirrors of the world like yelling shadows, so we searched our souls. And in that hell and pit of every man, placed the location of their ruddy shapes. We must be cruel to ourselves. The first thing that they did after landing was to steal all the corn they could carry from a nearby Wampanoag village. The natives of that place had seen them coming and, having been previously treated to the visits of white men, had fled into the forest. The next day the Puritans came. 17. Back, yesterday's haul had been too lit, they felt, so they took what was left in the storage bins. They now had no friends to welcome them nor inns to entertain or refresh their weather-beaten bodies, no houses or much less towns to repair to seek for succor. All thmgs stand upon them with a weather-beaten face, and the whole country, full of woods and thickets, represented a wild and savage hue. William Bradford. There was a Wampanoag village that had been emptied by previous contact with the Europeans. The inhabitants had died of some disease the years before. These poor, weather-beaten bodies repaired thereto and made themselves at home. The village that succored them was one filled with houses covered by elm bark of generous size, walled around by a stockade fence, which thus nicely separated from home that which they most feared, woods and thickets that, to their minds, represented a wild and savage face. It is strange that accounts of early American experience overlook the presence of other human communities, a negligible presence, we are led to believe, all but gone right after the first Thanksgiving dinner. Despite American folklore that is all too often offered to children and adults alike as fact, there were thousands upon thousands of people living in settled, agricultural communities along the Odontic seaboard. And it was these societies, or, one may fairly say, this civilization from which the colonials drew the strength, courage, and concepts upon which to base both their revolutions against England and, much later, Spain, and to devise a form of nationhood that recognized the equal rights of all adult citizens, male and female, high-born or common, to have a voice in their own governance. And though it took them well over a century, from 1776 to 1947, eventually they recognized their founding ideals in law. The shot heard round the world, as the American Revolution of 1776 was termed by pundits and philosophers of the 18th fire, tasting blood 18th and 19th centuries, was fired from an Algonquin and Haudenosaunee gun. Whoever the first Americans were, they weren't the Puritans, whose idea of social organization was to lock all citizens within the palisades, whip and chain people to stockades or to wagons or horses from which they were dragged out of town, or to banish them, alone, to the wilderness for in any way disagreeing with the town fathers, who were the sole recognized authorities. Thus, it is strangest of all that our images were suitable mirrors of being, while we were, and still are, not allowed to be there at all. I have sat through more hours of American history and American literature than I care to contemplate, and seldom was the word Indian, even that misshapen idol, mentioned. With all due respect, ma'am, ever the courtly professional expert of white supremacy, Indians never had an effect on America at all. America's a self-made Marlboro man, ma'am. Did you know that the Cherokee tipped the balance of Spanish power that gave the South Atlantic coast to the English? That the Haudenosaunee, Iroquois, dominated the power struggle among France, England, and Spain for over 200 years? That the Chickasaw platoons who ran missions for Andrew Jackson during the War of 1812 were the reason for the victory of the United States over England? I didn't. I spent 22 years in school, and I didn't know that. Nor in all those years was I ever given this moving speech to Mem or eyes. Delivered by Utah Logan, the lone survivor of his community and family during the French and Indian War. This bit of eloquence was featured in the McGuffey Reader and used for several generations in American public schools as exemplary oratory. I appeal to any white man to say, if he ever entered Logan's cabin hungry, and he gave him not meat, if ever he came cold and naked, and he clothed him not. During the course of the last long and 19. Bloody war, Logan remained idle in his cabin, an advocate of peace. Such was my love for the whites, that my countrymen palmed as they passed, and I said, Logan is a friend of the white man. I had even thought to have lived with you but for the injuries of one man. Colonel Cresap the last spring, in cold blood and unprovoked, murdered all of the relations of Logan, not even sparing my women and children. There runs not a drop of my blood in the veins of any having creature. This called on me my revenge. I have sought it, I have killed many, I have fully glutted my vengeance. For my country, I rejoiced at the beams of peace. But do not harbor a thought that this is the joy of fear. Logan never felt fear. He will not turn on his heel to save his Hefe. Who is there to mourn for Logan? Not one. Utah Logan, Iroquois. The French and Indian War was fought in the mid-1700s, before the founding of the Republic. The Puritans, historically deemed the nation's forefathers, had come ashore not 2 centuries before. But they were not the first Europeans to colonize what is now the United States. New Mexico was colonized long before Plymouth. Why was the Puritan colony designated the earliest American settlement? Why do chronological history or literature books start with the Puritans? In terms of the present boundaries of the United States, the Southwest was entered first and more or less subdued. Then Florida. Then New England and New France. Then California, Navajoland/Apache. Then the Plains. But American history marches ever westward, from the northern Atlantic coast of the United States to California. Let us ever be mindful that this particular history speaks NHSH. But that it does so is accidental. NHSH was made the national language by one vote over German because a cart carrying 2 delegates to the Continental Congress meeting on the issue broke down. Those 2 delegates, who were prepared to cast their votes for the German language, missed the meeting. These instances of historians' oversights can be explained, of course. Europeans didn't invade, conquer, and set America, Yale and Harvard with barely 20 perceptible assists from Andover, William and Mary, Dartmouth, and Princeton did. There is more than a grain of truth in this explanation, but there is another, more intriguing, one: America has amnesia. The American myth, for some reason, depends on an empty continent for its glory and for its meaningfulness to Americans. The Adam who names the beasts and the birds, who tends God's garden, wasn't to be beat out of his place, dethroned as firstborn of God by Spaniards, Dutchmen, Frenchmen, or, heaven forbid, savages. President Jackson asked, "What good man would prefer a forest country ranged with savages to our extensive republic studded with cities with all the improvements art can devise or industry execute?" The question that has haunted me for several years now is, what did they see when they saw their images emerge from the mirror of the world? People don't develop amnesia for the love of forgetfulness, or do they? Certainly, there is a passion for memory loss in American thought. Thoreau speaks with indignation of the grip of history on the free growth of the civilized soul. One generation abandons the enterprises of another like stranded vessels, he said. And his construction is not unique to himself or to Americans. He was aware of the Aztec ceremonial renewal of all possessions every 52 years, but probably not of its meaning as renewal. He confused history with bondage, perhaps because the history of Europeans was the history of the bondage of authors as well as themselves. Then through the underbrush we cut our hopes. Forest after forest to within the inner hush where Mississippi flows. And were in ambush as the very source. Scalped to the cortex. Yet bought them off. It was an act of love to seek their salvation. 21. The mind is a curious instrument, that of a culture no less so than that of a person, and its existential messages are more profoundly illuminating than its protestations. This amazing trick of memory loss is such a case. It might tell us why America is ambivalent at best, schizoid, even schizophrenic, at worst. For how can one immediately experience the present without regard to the shaping presence of the past? Yet Americans have been, at least in the expressions of their artists and scholars, profoundly present-oriented and idea or fantasy-centered. Their past has fascinated them, in a made-up form, but the real past is denied as though it is too painful, too opposed to the fantasy, the dream, the bespoken. Pastor Smiley inquired. What good man would allow his sins or his neighbors to put on human dress and run in the wilds to leap out on innocent occasions? Is that what they saw their ideal of sin personified? It is fairly clear that the European transplants did not see Indians. It is possible that they did, as Josephine Miles, whose poem I've been quoting, suggests, see themselves. Certainly this connection is borne out by the curious scholarly amnesia regarding the tribes who, contrary to popular American opinion, covered this continent as the waves of a wind-ruffled sea cover its shell-paved floor, to quote South, Seat. Until recently, American figures have estimated the entire contact population of the tribes to be around 450,000. The numbers now estimated are around 10 million, and this figure is rising. Some maverick researchers have put it as high as 50 or 60 million, present in what is now the United States. I suppose if I saw myself as murdering, one way or another, several million people and hundreds of cultures, I'd long to forget my past, too. President Jackson asked. What good man would prefer a forest country ranged with savages? 22. To our extensive republic studded with cities. With all the improvements art can devise or industry execute. The only good Indian is dead, they said. Now that the Indian is presumed dead, he gets better and better all the time. The Indian can be interjected into the American dream, transformed, dehumanized, a sentimentalist sentinel of America's ideal of virtue. Nobody loves a drunk Indian because a drunk Indian is real, alive, and not at all ideal. The Indian is one with nature, they say, and who can be more one with nature than a corpse? Miss Benedict proposed. The partial era of enlightenment in which we live, brings Dionysus to the mesa and the cottonwood grove. And floats Apollo to the barrows of the civic group to ratify entreaties and to harp on hope. Americans may be the world champion forgetters. Yet their story has a strange logic of its own, and that logic is solidly based on the unconcise motives that propelled the actions and the rhetoric in the first place. And America has cultural amnesia, at least with regard to the tribes. He, American Adam, is born innocent, purer than Christ, having neither mother nor, legitimate, father. Yet all that is born on earth has parents. Why is it so important that America pretend to be different in this respect, to reject her commonality with all things? The mother, the land, is forgotten and denied, but the father, Europe, is not forgotten so much as attacked, as in a Freudian Oedipal drama, conquered over and over, a recurrent bad dream. The question, whether one generation of men has a right to bind another, seems never to have started on this our side of the water. Yet it is a question of such consequence as not only to merit decision, but place, also, among the fundamental principles of government. Thomas Jefferson, 1789. 23. The mother, Indian, earth, and nature, seen as one thing, according to Brandon in The Last Americans, were submerged into the mite pool of the unconscious, hopefully never to be recovered. Perhaps this is Oedipal also. Frank Waters tells us Pumpkin Seed Point that the Indian represents the lost unconscious that Americans must reclaim and redeem. It was an act of love to seek their salvation. The Eternal Mother is forever forbidden to man, the story goes. The gulf between the mother and son is enormous and widening. And this is the schizophrenic split. Americans are forever forbidden to love the source of their being, and thus, it follows, their being itself, since mother can't be loved, her falsified image a grotesque fantasy must be forever conquered and possessed. However violent the fantasization process, violence is a necessary component of the repression. But Indians won't be fantasized and erased, they endure in spite of everything. History persists as well, but the fantasy is out of control, threatened with exposure, and annihilation, by ever-present reality, another recurrent nightmare. The Americans separated themselves from their paternal heritage, or so they believed. They removed their maternal heritage from sight and embarked on the expediencies of treaty, fraud, murder, mass enslavement, duplicity, starvation, infection deuberate, as well as accidental whipping, torture, and removal. They needed land, it is said. They were greedy, it is said. But to my mind, neither need nor greed can explain the genocide. Neither can explain the raging destruction of the earth. Neither can explain the single-minded, horrifying assault on the tribes as tribal entities, long after Indian presence was reduced to nostalgic memory, long after Indians could possibly be a military or economic threat, so long after that even today the assault continues. What obscure drive causes this single-minded pursuit of destruction? 24. America, the lonely hero, sprung full-blown out of the mind of God. The moral condition. The righteous imperative. Without father or mother, alone, divided, singular, driven to destroy all that speaks of cooperation, sharing, communality. The Puritans' own communes couldn't last a single generation. I am told that 30 years is a long time for a utopia to last. In America, I silently add. Other utopias have lasted millennia. But they weren't based on the idea that a single individual was more than God. It seems that Americans, loving loneliness best of all freedoms, die from it. Perhaps the central truth of early colonial experience in New England was the enormity of their sense of isolation. Far from all that was familiar, the colonials learned, perforce, to view alienation as rugged individualism, making it their defining virtue. Isolation and self-referencing became self-reliance, providing the basic theme for American civilization for the ensuing 2 centuries. The loneliness of exploration was and remains a compelling idea for Americans. The lone hero still wanders, determined and self-assured, however lost, across the pages of America. Ronald Reagan in the 40s and Robert Redford in the 70s flicker in their autistic heroism across the projected screens of American life. The great American cowboy is cheered for his self-reliance, the most hated American is the one who accepts society's help through a welfare allotment. And it isn't a matter of virtue in the Protestant sense that creates this peculiarity. It is not that taking care of oneself is a virtue. It is that the hero is, above all things, lonely and happy in his estrangement from all bonds that bind and cling, depend, and shape. Andrew Jackson was idolized for his singular determination to let no considerations of social need or wish, of moral or legal noblesse oblige, interfere with his isolated, splendid determination. In America, law substitutes for custom. In America, society substitutes for love of family, comrade, village, or tribe. Walden is the self-proclaimed triumph of the isolated superior individual. Alone with nature, not in it, not of it. One can be with it as a scholar is with a book, but as an observer, not a creative participant. Indians are called primitive and savage not because they commit atrocities, everyone commits atrocities one way or another. Indians are 25. Designated primitive because they place the good of the group and the good of the earth before that of the self. Mexicans are denigrated not because they speak with an accent, not because they take siestas, not because they rooted American heroes at the Alamo, not because they have what Americans want a larger share of North America, but because they think sangre is more important than reason, that la familia is more important than fame. The community is the greatest threat to the American individual ethic, and it is the community that must be punished and destroyed. Not because Americans take much conscious notice of community, but because community is what a human being must have to be human in any sense, and community is what Americans deny themselves in the name of progress, in the name of growth, in the name of freedom, in the name of the hero. A person can't cherish glorious loneliness from within a community. So most women, as keepers of community, are also despised. Remember momism. Women are a constant reminder of the lonely male's need to belong to others so that he can belong to himself, and it was the natural and necessary belonging of the Native Americans that so infuriated the Americans, so much so that those men who are MariJo's greatest heroes rose to commit mass murder of the tribes. The difference between Native Americans and Americans, William Brandon says in The Last of the Americans, is that belonging is most important to the Indians, while belongings are most important to the whites. But what are belongings but a badge of isolation, a mountain of clutter that walls one off from those around? Thoreau revealed the most about himself, and his admirers, by saying that he felt the name Walden was originally walled in. He was most taken by the idea that Walden, or White, Pond had no apparent source for its water and no outlet. Entire unto itself. A very moist desert dependent on nothing. Caused by nothing. Surrounded by smooth, regular stones. A wall to keep its pristine clarity, its perfect isolation. Secure. It is not so strange that every man American hates and fears communism. The very word strikes at the root of the American way and at the heart of the American sickness. A communist is one who must 26. Depend on others. A communist is one who must cooperate. A communist is one who must share. And it is no wonder that the American scholar is behaved to have in an ivory tower, that utopians invariably take themselves off to splendid isolation from the contamination of others, that Americans are obsessed with privacy and the terror of infectious disease, that MariJo's proudest document is entitled the Declaration of Independence. I have always wondered why Americans never cooperate on anything, why even a corporation, a company of many persons, is defined as a legal individual. I begin to see why strange that Dionysus is relegated to the Mesa and the Cottonwood Grove and Apollo to the barrows of the civic group, neither of which is considered American by rugged individual Americans. Today, Dionysus is dying of thirst on the mesas and in the withering Cottonwood Grove, while Apollo is on his way to outer space. They cut off Dionysus's water supply and sent Apollo to the moon. Both are thus beyond the reach of encounter or confrontation. All that is left for America to deal with, to find itself with, are myths and mirrors and shadow reflections that twist in on themselves and on time and space so much that the truth about MariJo's past and America's identity can never be found, never be affirmed or renewed. And in this way, everything becomes relative, nothing related instead of the other way around, which is the only way we can remain sane. Reading today this manual of wisdom. In the still coves, we meet our images. And, in ambush at the very source, would buy them off. It is an act of love. To seek their salvation. It is not that Americans are lonely that matters here, but that Americans cherish loneliness disguised as solitude as though it were a wife. They 27. Take that wife to their breasts and cleave to her with the determined clutch of catatonia. They will not let her go. They protect her with all the ferocious murderousness of a jealousy-crazed lover and will kill anything that threatens to tear their loneliness away. It occurs to me that governments are instituted among men to keep them apart. And so is capita HSM and its fodder, money. So are nuclear families highly mobile, of course. And so is progress the touchstone of corporatism, of the nation, and of every American's life. It occurs to me that the melting pot never worked because it was not intended to work, and that schools and other institutions are designed to teach and reinforce the principle that group experiences are painful, anti-human, and demoralizing, just as the infants in George Orwell's 1984 were taught through pain to fear music and flowers. Loneliness, the beloved of the American hero, is a coiling, clinging snake. It is strangling the life out of the people, of the families around us, killed by the murderous creation of our own minds. Yet it is seductive, hypnotic in its murderous intent, because, however fiercely loved, solitude is not really possible in this world, after all. And when the last red man shall have perished and the memory of my tribe shall have become a myth among the white men, these shores will swarm with the invisible dead of my tribe, and when your children's children think themselves alone in the field, the store, the shop, upon the highway, or in the silence of the pathless woods, they will not be alone. In all the earth there is no place dedicated to solitude. At night when the streets of your cities and villages are silent and you think them deserted, they will throng with the returning hosts that once filled them and still love this beautiful land. The white man will never be alone. Why is it essential that the American be self-reliant, community-less without a place to belong, a past to remember, a beginning in the roots of time, a heritage that could give them a meaningful place in the living? 28. Circle that is life on this earth? Americans have an overwhelming and all-consuming need to be different. Do we cling to loneliness because nothing can be so peculiar as this monstrous affair with isolation? Professor Roy Harvey Pierce quoted. These savages are outlandish Tartars and Cain's children, though someone reported once, they do not withhold assent from the truth set forth in a credible manner. Is it possible? In 2006, as in 1976 when this essay was first published, Americans can no longer afford the masochistic love of loneliness. The problems that confront us cannot be solved by a lone hero riding into town, a law unto himself. No one can save us, but we must learn how to save ourselves, all of ourselves. We cannot do it unless we have models of community. America needs to become a tribe. In our history we have pursued a consistent policy of exterminating Indians, that guilt rests as heavily as would matricide. Just as with those Indians, America has relentlessly destroyed the earth and earth's creatures. Indians, nature, earth, all of these are America's mother who must be denied. The alone and lonely hero must be more than God, he must be entire unto himself, walled in. But the destruction wrought by individual initiative necessarily haunts us now, because everywhere we look we see death, past, present, and future. And death is what America has fled for over 500 years. There is something that can be done, there is a way around the destruction, but it requires giving up America's real love loneliness. This time, America can't do it herself. She needs models for community, for a rational place for femininity in the community, for ways to integrate diverse lifestyles and ethnic values into the national community, for regaining deteriorating neighborhoods, for ways to handle 29. Deviance so that the deviant can be allowed to continue as a participant in the community's fate and so that most deviance just won't occur. America needs child-rearing models and models for communities that integrate and support families in their economic, interpersonal, and child-rearing tasks. America needs a guide to the overhang of institutions so that they can foster persons and communities instead of dividing and destroying them. America needs to find ways to preserve identity that do not result in destruction of the community. An individual who has no home, no place, is not a human being but a prey of every vagrant whim and demagoguery. Humans cannot exist in isolation, if they try, they go insane. America needs to learn ways to preserve the individual's sense of identity, and the nation's, in a pluralistic, culturally diverse society. America needs to resolve the leadership problems, crisis, say some, to learn how to live in balance and harmony with the loving environment, to learn creative, participatory ways of meeting the challenges of survival and technology instead of destructive, apathetic reactions toward them. America needs a way to understand how society and community can function harmoniously and how a person can fit meaningfully into the massive body of this century's life. Above all, America needs a tradition that is relevant to the continent and the life upon it. America needs a sense of history, a sense of America's place in eternal time, a way to use history as renewal, not as denial. To do this, America must absolve herself of the historic guilt toward her predecessors and heal the split in her soul. One party to the purchase receipts the purchase price and hands us back his token of negotiation which redeems. We cannibals must help these Christians. America has a ready way to find those models so desperately needed, assuming America intends to solve the equation. To do this, though, American scholars and officials have to stop looking at the American Indians as primitives or curios. They will have to give up the 30 concept of Indians as mirrors of idealizations and projections of imagined sinfulness and see us instead as peoples who know how to resolve the problems all of America faces. The tribes today and throughout history provide brilliant and solid models that America could learn from and build on. Instead of treating the tribes as problems, America should relate to us as a potentially creative force in American life. Most Native Americans see themselves as necessarily a part of MariJo. Red and white have been through over 500 years of experience together, whether that experience was good or bad, it has been bonding. As for the partners in an American marriage, that bond has been born of pain, fantasy, love, and shared grief as much as of horror and death, punishment and guilt. Native America has lived through every attempt at conquest and annihilation and knows that the human spirit is, in the last analysis, unconquerable. That knowledge alone, given in blood, written all over this continent in agony, can free Americans from their fear of annihilation if Americans are willing to share the agony and redemption with Native Americans. For thousands and thousands of years the tribes faced the problems of community and survival, growth and freedom, and solved them. The only problem they could not solve was America's passion for isolation, that ambivalence, that destructiveness, that craziness, those policies, and that contempt. Above all, the contempt, for make no mistake, however benevolent America's patronage has been, it was always patronage, it is still patronage. Indians don't need that patronage, they need respect. They need to work together with Greater America to resolve that last dilemma, which cannot be resolved without cooperation. It is easy to say how America can solve the cruel problems that face us, but it is impossible to say that she will, for ever since white men came here, they were torn. On the one hand, they loved freedom, and the Native Americans helped them in that love, supported them, taught them what freedom means. But on the other hand, the immigrants hated freedom, feared it, feared to make the adjustments and sacrifices and immolations of self that freedom requires. They thought that the isolated self was the badge of strength and glory, they didn't see that a free 31 being is free as a member of a universe of member beings, and they feared that perception as they feared the devil and death. So in their terror and conflict they tried to enslave all that was free thinking, perhaps to compromise between that love and that fear, that attraction toward freedom and that repulsion from what it entails. But they could never enslave the Indians. They had to resort to destruction in the attempt, as they had to destroy their own emblem, eagle, as they destroyed buffalo, wolf, whale, and as they are presently determined to destroy coyote and mountain lion. And failing in that destruction of native peoples, because they finally couldn't bring themselves to do it, nothing was left but to deny the tribe's existence, meaning, and way of life. But suppose they finally succeed, suppose all the free creatures are finally exterminated, dead or changed beyond all recognition, suppose all this Turtle Island is reduced to a wasteland of dead waters and dead plants and dead mountains. Will America have finally succeeded in realizing her dearest dream? For then America will be alone, with only death and terror for comfort and companionship. We have finally reached that place, the seeds of destruction and the seeds of life have reached their season of harvest. Whether the one or the other is given to the people to eat depends in part on which seed grows hardiest in the soil that is America. It's reaping time, now we see how well we have sown. The name is half the game. The theft of America in Indigenous claims of sovereignty. Jack D. Forbes. Sovereignty as a concept is derived from the Latin super, or above, and fundamentally has denoted a political unit or governing authority asserting that its status is higher than that of any other entities within a given physical or social space. The concept has also been extended to entire peoples, especially whenever a democratic form of political life has been developed. Still further, the idea of sovereignty has been divided into a series of hierarchical layers in which some sort of aboveness is allowed to drift downward in a descending order of political levels, as within political unions such as Helvetia, the United States of America, and the European Union. Historically, countless groups of people, organized in a wide variety of ways, have sought to preserve self-government or autonomy, self-lawmaking, often in the face of challenges from other political entities. The most common form of traditional self-government has probably existed in the village, local community, band, or city. Many first Americans, for example, have kept their governing pyramid at the city or community level, relations above that level being essentially conducted as a form of diplomacy, confederations, alliances, friendships, etc. Ancient cities. 33. Such as Cahokia, Yellow Jacket, Snake Town, Chan Chan, and Orabi, among many others, come to mind. But autonomy not only requires being above other competing political formations, it also normally requires physical space, that is to say, a land or territory identified with the group and usually bearing the name of the group. Thus the ancient Tyrians possessed Tyre, the Romans possessed Rome, the Athenians had Athens, and the Persians had Persia. In fact, one can argue that the possession of the name of the place that one claims as one's own is virtually essential to the assertion of sovereignty, since, at heart, one's existence as a people as opposed is defined by possession of a given, named space. Can one imagine a German state without a Germany? Imperialism and colonialism have often attempted to interfere with the autonomy of weaker political units, sometimes by wholesale substitution of names. The British island was once known as Alba, or Albion, during the days when Celtic-speaking groups dominated it. The Angles and Saxons who invaded and conquered a good part of it eventually selected the name England, a name derived from the Angles, or Angles, even as the Frankish conquerors of Gaul imposed the name Frankreich, softened later to France. In recent centuries Europeans have invaded the other continents: America, Africa, Asia, and Australia. In southern Africa the Dutch invaders appropriated the name African for their own European land gauge and called themselves Africans while giving non-land-based names to the true Africans. Did this facilitate their appropriation of the indigenous nations' lands? Did it coincide with the eventual denial of sovereignty to most indigenous political units? Perhaps the most pertinent example for American Indians consists in the efforts of Zionist Jewish settlers in Palestine to appropriate the bulk of that land and to transform it into a Jewish-dominant state. In the course of doing so, many Israelis have adopted the strategy of never referring to the Palestinians by the latter name, the name of the land. Instead, they refer to them as Arabs, and the implication is that they are roamers and invaders who came to Palestine from elsewhere or who 34. Belong to an alien Arab land of some kind. The fact that Palestine has never been vacant and that the Palestinians are clearly descended from the people who were already there at the time of the Arab/Islamic conquest is intended to be vetoed out by the fact that the present Palestinians speak Arabic rather than the Aramaic, Syriac, and Greek of their pre-600 ancestors. European writers in Europe, as I shall illustrate, generally decided to refer to Native Americans as Americans, although also using other terms on occasion. As colonialism emerged, the terms used for the American inhabitants often assumed a decidedly pejorative form, especially as used by colonial settlers and adventurers. British and French writers involved in the direct invasion of America seem to have preferred savage as an appellation but also continued the Spanish use of Indian. Part of the process of European invasion was to impose European names and nicknames upon America. Thus the Powhatan Renopi people's name for their land, Atanakamik, our own land place, was replaced by Virginia, a name that allowed the English to domesticate a bit of American territory, as it were. This process was repeated almost everywhere, although in some cases a native name was captured and transformed into a domesticated European use. In any case, part of the European strategy appears to have been to refer to the American inhabitants by terms that denied ownership of a named land, or that implied that only savages were present. And savages are not only unlikely to possess any sovereignty that needs respecting but also are commonly seen as roamers. Samuel Adams Drake, in his The Making of the Great West, 1901, asserted that beyond their regular villages, which could be moved at a few hours' warning, the Indians of this Missouri Valley had no fixed habitations, but roamed the wide, treeless prairies in savage freedom, wandering Arabs. Emphasis added. The combination of roaming and savage is quite important. Such concepts connected the Americans with European ideas about the 35 supposedly mythical savages of Europe, who were wild people living in the forests with animals and who possessed no named territories or recognized sovereignty. In 1851, Commissioner of Indian Affairs Luke Lee said that on the general subject of the civilization of the Indians, many opinions have been put forth, but the race to which they relate, they are too wild to be of much utility. Lee advocated their concentration, their domestication, and their ultimate incorporation, thus totally denying any self-government or land-based rights. Numerous Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, officials from at least 1859 onward echoed the denial of political rights for first American nations. One commissioner asserted pointedly that white expansionism will not permit the lands which are required for cultivation to be surrendered to savage tribes. They should be regarded as wards. Clearly, then, the colonial settler leadership sought to deny the original Americans any connection with a named land or territory, but by using non-land-based terms such as Indians, savages, wild people, redskins, hunters, roamers, etc., they sought to undercut or deny any territorial sovereignty. It is significant that Native Americans were not only denied the name of Americans but were also denied such names as New Mexicans, Texans, Nebraskans, Kansans, Californians, and so on. Such terms were always reserved for white newcomers or, in New Mexico, for Spanish-speaking persons viewed as at least being semi-civilized. Even when territories were given native names, such as Dakota, only white persons became real Dakotans. The name America, which has been pushed back into geologic time by geologists, paleontologists, and archaeologists, is variously derived from a Native American word, such as Amaraki, Amarok, or Maraca, or from the first name of Amerigo Vespucci. Regardless of origin, it became the undisputed name of the continent in the early 1500s and has continued as the hemisphere's name to this day, albeit with an S sometimes added because of the existence of North America, Central America, South America, and Mesoamerica as regions of the hemisphere. Sometimes also, perhaps, the S is added to emphasize the existence of cultural and political divisions, such as Latin America. 36. Iberoamerica, Lusoamerica, Franco-America, Indo-America, Anglo-America, and so on. Until recently, the name America was firmly attached to the continent as a whole, and virtually all older encyclopedias and dictionaries refer unequivocally to the hemisphere as America. My British Encyclopedia of circa 1875 vintage has a picture of the entire continent labelled America, and the article on the same deals with the hemisphere as a whole. Not only that, but the term American is used for the native races without any hyphens or qualifications. For example, the author states, "Our object in this article is to take a comprehensive survey of the American continent. It has yielded some of the oldest known remains of man. And it has afforded evidences of a civilized era, which may even have preceded that of Western Europe. The American continent is 4 times as large as Europe. The American race is distinguished by the form of the skull. The color of the Americans is more uniform than that of the inhabitants of Asia and Africa. Of all the groups of American land gauges, the various dialects of the Algonquin stock furnish the most inviting field for the philologist. The name America indisputably belonged to the entire hemisphere, for the Spanish as well as the British. For example, in 1812 the geographical work of Antonio de Alcedo, 1787, was translated and published in English, in which it states, America, the Indies, or the New World, one oft 4 parts oft universe, and the largest. It goes on to note that America is also watered by the largest rivers in the universe, such are those of the Amazonas, Orinoco, Magdalena, Atrata, La Plata, and so on. Alcedo also noted the existence of the Republic of North America or the United States. The editor, G. A. Thompson, continued to refer to the entire continent or hemisphere as America in additions he made to the text. One of the early history books I was given as a child was a 4-volume set entitled The Great Republic by the Master Historians, a work of 1897 republished in 1902. Although a history of the United States, it 37 set the stage by looking first at all of America. The very first chapter was entitled On the Origin of the Americans, which was a selection from Hubert H. Bancroft's Native Races of the Pacific States, written a decade earlier and dealing exclusively with Americans of pre-Columbian ancestry. The editors noted that the written history of America begins with the year 1492, yet there pertains to the preceding period a considerable variety of interesting material of a semi-historical character. This literature is in no proper sense American history, yet it is all we know of the existence of man upon this continent during the ages preceding the close of the 15th century. It cannot be ignored in any work on the history of the American continent. Bancroft in his selection refers to the native races as the Americans and very clearly refers to the entire continent as America. The editors, in turn, summarize Bancroft's findings by noting that none of the theorists have succeeded in proving that the Americans were of Old World origin and concur with Bancroft's conclusion that no one at the present day can tell the origin of the Americans. Subsequently, Tai Great Republic goes on to deal with the Chinese voyage of Huishan to the Kingdom of Fusang or Mexico and with the Northmen's voyages to Newfoundland and Greenland. Then a chapter on the Aborigines of America by Charles Morris makes absolutely clear that America was the entire continent. Morris also notes that the American languages approach in type those of Northern Asia. The same may be said of the American features. Yet if the Americans and Mongolians were originally of the same race, as seems not improbable, their separation must have taken place at a remote period. The next chapters have to do with Columbus in Europe and then with the discovery of America by Columbus. Since Columbus never 38 reached the United States, it is quite clear that the continent is the America in question. During the latter part of the 19th century it was apparently quite common for some scholars to refer to the Native Americans as simply Americans. Daniel G. Brinton in 1891 wrote in his book The American Race that the American race was that which was found occupying the whole of the New World. Its members are popularly known as Indians, or American Indians, because Columbus thought that the Western Islands were part of India. To the ethnographer, however, they are the only Americans, and their race is the American race. Happy face. I have reviewed early usage of the term American and have found numerous examples where European authors referred to the indigenous people of the continent by that name, from the 16th century to the very end of the 19th century and even beyond. Happy face. I will not review that evidence here, except to cite the 18th century Prussian philosopher Immanuel Kant, who divided humankind into Europeans, Asians, Africans, and Americans, the latter being indigenous Americans only. He states, the race of the American das Volk der Amerikaner cannot be educated. It has no motivating force, for it lacks affect and passion. They are not in love, thus they are also not afraid. They hardly speak, do not caress each other, care about nothing and are lazy. The race of the Negroes, one could say, is completely the opposite of the Americans den Amerikanern. They are full of affect and passion, very lively, talkative and vain, happy face. Clearly Professor Kant did not know how to gather objective evidence. Still, he simply echoes the usage of most other academic writ-ers of the period in regarding the Americans as being the autochthonous 39 people of America. This usage was often echoed by popular writers, as in a schoolbook of 1831 from Connecticut, which has a page devoted to the original American. Asterisk. A recent edition of Webster's /UCOL Legiate Dictionary defines the noun American as, 1. An Indian of No. America or so. America, 2. A native or inhabitant of No. America or so. America, 3. A citizen of the United States. Thus even our modern dictionary makers, or at least some of them, continue the usage of past centuries in a similar vein. The Jesuit scholar John Francis Bannon, in his History of the Americas, 1952-1963, refers repeatedly to the Native Americans as Americans in his initial chapter, The Americas Before Columbus. It is difficult to say why the progenitors of the American race came to the lands of the Americas if the Americans came Asia, by what route? When did the Americans come? It is highly probable that the first Americans came in successive migratory waves. Bannon also attempts to refer to the British colonists and their successors as Anglo-Americans, aware as he is of the presence of many other nationalities in America, North and South. The indigenous Americans are called Native Americans on occasion, in contrast to Anglo-Americans. British subjects, as well as other Europeans who were born in MariJo, often were puzzled about how to refer to themselves in the Colorado-Nile period. Some began to use the term North American to distinguish themselves, while on occasion they were called Americans by British writers in a strictly geographic sense. A runaway slave advertisement of 1763 refers to His Majesty's jails in North America. In a similar manner, John Quincy Adams writes about the independence of North America, 1821, the North American continent, 1821, our proper dominion to be the continent of North America, 1819, and that the United States should annex Spanish territories and extend to the South Sea, Pacific, until Europe shall find it a settled geographical element. 40. That the United States and North America are identical, 1819, and refers to the USA as the North American Union and as North America. Adams and James Monroe were very clear that America referred to the entire hemisphere and that the American hemisphere, 1823, 1826, etc., included two continents, North America and South America. Although on rare occasion Adams referred to the United States as America, he also commonly used American to name all of the republics of the hemisphere and both continents, as in these American nations, the American continents, the new American republics, 1826, and the American nations, 1822. Adams refers also to the British active ideas on the northwest coast of America and says that America has a set of primary interests which have none or a remote relation to Europe, the latter in his message of 1826 to the House of Representatives and both being clear references to the hemisphere as America. In President James Monroe's annual message of December 2, 1823, in which he promulgated the Monroe Doctrine, he states that the American continents are henceforth not to be considered as subjects for future colonization by any European powers, and he also refers to America as this hemisphere. Thus it is very certain that in the days of Adams and Monroe the leading men of the United States were not trying to insist on any kind of exclusive possession of the terms America or American. Quite the contrary, it would seem. And this usage is still reflected in the Pan-American Union and the Organization of American States, both of which include most of the republics of the American Hemisphere. Happy face. During the same period, Alexis de Tocqueville spent 1831 in the United States and wrote up his findings by 1835. He seems to have found himself in a quandary as to how to use the term America, on occasion using it in reference to both the continent and the United States. He often uses Anglo-American as well as American to refer to U.S. citizens born in North America, and European for those born in Europe. American Union is used for the United States, while British America also appears. The term American is always used so as to 41. Directly exclude Negroes, as in Americans of the South, who do not admit that the Negroes can ever be commingled with themselves. Neither are Indians Americans, except in a reference to ancient times. De Tocqueville imbibed the spirit of Anglo-American imperialism and destiny, as when he states that the Americans of the United States, their offspring will cover almost the whole of North America, the continent that they inhabit is their dominion, and it cannot escape them. Unfortunately, Anglo-American racism and nationalism gradually led to still more extreme forms of appropriation of the continent's name. Struggling against this were some native writers, such as Luther Standing Bear, who wrote President Franklin Roosevelt in 1933 as follows. Today the children of our public schools are taught more of the history, heroes, legends, and sagas of the old world than of the land of their birth, while they are furnished with little material on the people and institutions that are truly American. Standing Bear wanted American Indian history to be taught in the schools. He hoped that were the world to realize a new evaluation of the Native American justice would naturally follow in the wake of Enlightenment. Happy face. Tragically, however, a new and pernicious viewpoint was being promoted by some white scholars, a viewpoint that essentially excluded non-Europeans from Americanness, in addition to appropriating the continent's name. Allow me to cite a few examples from texts, which angered me when I was a student. John D. Hicks, in his A Short History of American Democracy, 1949, pontificated that it is we to remember that American society is definitely European in origin. The Western world before Columbus produced no great civilization of its own, and such remnants of the Indian way of life as endured were always inconsequential in comparison with the heritage that came from across the seas. Happy face. In the same vein, Avery Craven and Walter Johnson in their T/E United States, Experiment in Democracy, 1952, state that the history of the American people may be divided roughly into three periods. The first is the 42. Colonial period, in which different European groups were adjusting themselves to one another and to the American environment. Virtually all other texts of the period were similar in that the concepts of American people, American society, and American culture were used in such a manner as to exclude all persons of first American, African, Asian, and other non-European ancestry. This often led to blatant stupidity, as when Richard Hofstadter, William Miller, and Daniel Aaron, in their The United States, The History of a Republic, 1957, not only commenced with the usual European background, but went on to state that, it is a full 350 years since the first permanent settlement was made, at Jamestown, Virginia, on the territory that was to become the United States. With this assertion, the authors dismissed Orabi, Walpi, Acoma, Taus, O of them pre-1300, St. Augustine, 1565, and Santa Fe, 1598. But this dismissal of non-British activity and persons is not a result of mere chance but a product of a mindset that excludes original Americans, Africans, Spaniards, and so on from being Americans and from being part of the ethnic group to which the authors owe their allegiance and devotion. In 1961 Richard N. Current, T. Harry Williams, and Frank Friedel begin their American History, a survey with this clear assertion. The story of the American people is fairly short if it be dated from the first enduring English settlement, at Jamestown in 1607. But, of course, the American story actually begins in Europe. Thomas A. Bailey, in his The American Pageant, 1956, makes it all crystal clear when he tells us that the American people owe a genuine debt to the Indian. He added immeasurably to our pioneering difficulties, but above all he helped to make us a tough and resourceful people. A substantial part of the American pageant could be written in terms of a relentless, 300-year campaign against the Indians, one of the decisive campaigns of world history. So here we have Professor Bailey letting us know that he belongs to the 43 American people but that the Indian does not, and that the latter was our enemy for 300 years, ***. In 1958 another historian, Daniel J. Borston, his The Americans. The colonial experience, begins by telling us that America began as a sobering experience. The colonies were a disproving ground for utopias. A new civilization was being born less out of plans and purposes than out of the unsettlement, which the New World brought to the ways of the old. He goes on to say that John Winthrop, while preaching to fellow passengers en route for America, struck the keynote of American history. Thus we see that Borston views America not as a landmass or a geographical region at all, but rather as an experience or process that belongs to, and begins exclusively with, white Europeans. American history seemingly begins with a sea-born Puritan preacher and not with 30,000 years of the continent's past. Borston also remarks that in America the idea of equality had a self-evident meaning all its own. Of course, American facts would also limit American ideals, where the facts of life in America seemed to deny equality, as in the case of the Negro or the Indian. Many good Americans felt strong doubts. Clearly, African Americans and Native Americans were not Americans, much less good Americans, to Borston, and they obviously possessed no American ideals. In 1955 and 1966 Professors Carl Bode, Leon Howard, and Louis B. Wright edited 3 volumes entitled American Literature. The first volume, The 17th and 18th Centuries, was touted as an invaluable guide to the major poets, writers, orators, and historians of our culture, but it unabashedly begins with European writers such as John Smith and includes not a single Native American orator or writer, nor any traditional native literature. Not a single item from the Spanish or French or Dutch colonies is included, thus revealing in a very clear manner that American literature of the period belongs to British colonials, even those whose stay in America was transitory. Thus American equals Anglo-American, with the one exception of Jean de Crevecoeur, whose stay was brief indeed but who is given a score of pages. 44. In 1964 Robert Clifton Whitmore possessed the audacity to author a book entitled Makers of the American Mind, wherein it is made abundantly certain that the American mind, whatever that is wholly white and totally male. Not a single female or non-European graces Whitmore's pages, a reflection of a racism and sexism so deeply ingrained as to suggest that large sectors of the white intelligentsia, North and South, were physically and psychologically incapable of looking at North America from a multiracial, bi-gender perspective. Whitmore, like many other white authors, is kind enough to include Europeans or European-born persons as American thinkers. He says, "I count as American any thinker whose major works were written in, and reflect the spirit of, this country, or whose influence is essentially American." That could not, of course, include William A. Pess, W.E.B. Du Bois, Eleanor Roosevelt, or Zora Neale Hurston. Let us pause here and again emphasize what has happened. The name America has been stolen from the continent or hemisphere and has been appropriated for use as the name of a particular country, the United States. But wait, that is not the actual story, because in fact America does not refer to the United States of America as the specific geographic entity or country that we see today, but rather to an ever-expanding experiment and zone that happens to be controlled by British North Americans who have rebelled against Britain. America, then, is treated as a metaphor for whiteness, for NHSH-speaking people, for Anglo-Americans, and even for their colonial ancestors. And this is the weirdest thing of all. The concept of American is pushed back by modern white writers to refer to the British colonists not only before they rebel against Britain but before they even land in North America. On shipboard they are already Americans. But bear in mind that those British colonists unfortunate enough to land in New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, Bermuda, Bahamas, Barbados, Jamaica, etc., are not Americans, because their descendants chose to stay attached to the king. Thus fiatur United States-ness, if you will, is what is really involved. 45. Here, not the fact of being resident in North America or its nearby islands. But even that is not correct, for brown and black persons, and their mixed progeny by and large, are not to be allowed to be Americans by most of our white writers. Only English-speaking Europeans and those other Europeans who have intermixed with them are to be so honored. It also seems highly unlikely that these same writers would speak of German, Dutch, Swedish, French, Swiss, and Spanish arrivals as Americans, whether on shipboard or as new arrivals. They would have to become anglicized first, and even that might not confer American status upon their arriving ancestors, it would seem. So we are dealing with a very narrow Anglo-British appropriation of America. The appropriation of America constitutes a key element in the form of white supremacy that emerges in the area of the United States, even as the later appropriation of Canada by Anglo-Canadians has become a key aspect of white supremacy there, and as the appropriation of Mexico, Peru, Chile, etc., by white or light-skinned elites has formed essential parts of white supremacy in Latin America. Stealing the name of a land, as noted, is certainly a vital part of conquest and the development of a strategy of domination and predation toward the native inhabitants. As a consequence of the equality of America with Anglo-American areas of control and, for the most part, with Caucasian English speakers, an ideal or real American has been constructed. This American, in the Anglo-American discourse, has always been Caucasian and English-speaking, but in the period before the mid-20th century he or she was also a Protestant and preferably blonde with blue eyes. After the growth of the Roman Catholic population, and with the help of many Bing Crosby movies, Catholics were able to become acceptable if of the right color. More recently, Jews, Eastern Orthodox, and even Southern Europeans with darker skins have become marginally or partially acceptable, especially in urbanized regions of the country. But it is still my judgment that Native Americans, African Americans, Mexican Americans, and Puerto Ricans, among others, are often not really seen as American, per se. Our Border Patrol knows that 46 eating fire, tasting blood brown Americans have a foreign and illegal look. Our police know that black and brown Americans have a criminal look, and so on. In many Anglo-Americans' minds, they themselves are the only authentic, unhyphenated Americans. All others, including first Americans, are not readily described simply as Americans, but must be mentally hyphenated. Latino, for example, is not verbally hyphenated, but it is functionally treated as a hyphenation, and the same is true for Indian, Asian, Black. I recently saw a hate flyer circulated in New York against the Oneida people, in which Indians were clearly denied status as Americans. But it is not only extremist groups that attempt to restrict the term to selected white persons. The University of Nebraska Press, in its book catalog for the end of 2000, has text that describes the shaping of American ethnography by Barry Allen Joyce, including a reference to the biases of scientists. The Americans on the expedition filtered their observations of the indigenous peoples through the lens, as shaped by the American experience. The native peoples were classified according to the prevailing American perceptions of Native Americans as wild and African American slaves as docile. By applying American images of savagery to world cultures, American scientists helped to construct the foundation for an American racial Weltanschauung that contributed to the implementation of Manifest Destiny and laid the ideological foundations for American expansion and imperialism. I cannot argue with the thrust of the above text, but it clearly excludes Native Americans from being Americans and gives the latter identity exclusively to white persons. In a somewhat similar vein, the anthropologist Richard O. Clemmer, in his 1995 book on the Hopi, states, even though Americans and American culture have framed Hopis' contacts with non-Indians in the 20th century, 47. Americans and their culture did not intrude upon a pristine situation. Americans constituted the fourth major force that had entered the Hopi realms. The Spaniards were the first, Navajos the second, and Mormons the third. While it could be argued that Mormons are merely a variety of Americans, in fact, the Mormons saw themselves as armed with a distinctly different set of values from those of the Americans. The above is interesting in its suggestion that the Latter-day Saints were not Americans, revealing, I think, a rather narrow conception of the way in which the term American is used. But I am primarily desirous of stressing that for Khmer, Hopi, and Navajo peoples are not American. This reminds me of an early article of mine, written 1956-60, published 1963, in which I suggested that the Hopi were surely as American as the Pilgrims. This brought an indignant retort and rejection from the editor of the Historian, as I recall, so things haven't changed all that much in some 40 years. In any event, I would suggest that to be seen as an American, in the current racist white supremacy mode, one must, 1. Speak English, preferably without an accent, 2. Never speak any other language in a public situation, 3. Be Caucasian or HGHT complexioned, 4. Have wavy, curly, or straightish hair, 5. Exhibit a prescribed range of mannerisms, body attitudes, ways of walking, and expressions of speech that are within the range used by Anglo-Americans in various regions, and 6. Possess a first name used by Anglo-Americans. Since America is being defined as a process belonging exclusively to Anglo-Americans, one cannot belong fully to that process unless one conforms to Anglo-American norms. This is very hard for original pre-Columbian Americans, whether of U.S., Mexican, or other origin, because they not only usually look distinctive but have languages and cultures that make them almost certain to be different. This helps to explain why some non-Anglos strive desperately to anglicize and to destroy all vestiges of their non-Anglo heritage and languages, as they hope thereby to render themselves acceptable to the dominators of the 48. Society. Of course, a great deal of self-hate, loss of family memory, alienation, and confusion often results, along with some cases of notable success where such persons become the protégés, or even spokespeople, for right-wing white movements. On the other hand, if we view the United States as a geographical country, with a fixed territorial shape rather than as a racialized process, we would discover rich regional cultures, each with its own wonderful and distinct history, yet all a part of the whole. Thus we would cherish French-speaking Louisiana, Spanish-speaking Florida, the Southwest, Native American language areas, and so forth. But no. Instead we see movements to destroy French, Spanish, Asian, and American languages. We see hatred directed toward cultures that are beautiful and that run deeply into the soil of our country, and we see efforts to destroy these cultures. We witness constant efforts to deny value to those who look different from the Anglo-normal, as on nightly television and in the movie theater. Should we not see the insanity of trying to destroy the only truly American languages and cultures we have, those of native nations and Mexicans and others of indigenous stock? Isn't this derangement derived, in part, from the convoluted way our dominant population looks at what constitutes America and American? Or is it that the Anglo-Americans, being such recent conquerors of the western United States, Hawaii, and Alaska, still feel threatened by the existence of that other America, that ancient America, that hemispheric America, which still eludes them because of their very recentness? Indeed, I saw the glow of eager excitement in the face of a white female television commentator while she discussed the possibility that Kennewick man might have been white, that white people might have been among the ancient Americans, ignoring the fact that his descendants would all be found among brown Native Americans, as well as the fact that his skin color will forever be unknown. The excitement over Kennewick was an illumination for all of us, revealing the almost pathetic eagerness of some Anglo-Americans for a one-up on the antiquity of their predecessors on this continent. 49. The struggle over the name America really has to do with possession, with who has the right to possess and to dominate the land and who has the right to possess and to dominate the store of the land, its history, its character, and its future. Part of this story has to do with the important question of whether the first Americans are to be viewed as being central to the American story, or as peripheral to it, and whether they are to be viewed as organic possessors of the land with embedded rights of sovereignty and autonomy. I think we have seen how the racialization of America has had a great impact on the persistence of racial and ethnic discrimination. It is a serious business when one is denied the status of being an American, when one is pushed to the periphery of history as an obstacle, or when one is always highlighted as a problem for those otherwise well-meaning Anglo-Americans who cannot understand why native tribes should be able to operate casinos and run governments independent of control by states, cities, and counties, and who are always demanding to be separate. Indian Affairs. Hebrews 13:8. Vine Deloria, J.R. W. Whenever an Indian reservation has on it good land, or timber, or minerals, the Commissioner of Indian Affairs stated in his annual report for 1876, the cupidity of the white man is excited, and a constant struggle is inaugurated to dispossess the Indian, in which the avarice and determination of the white men usually prevails. 13 decades later we discover that, while times have changed considerably, ideas about Indians have remained more constant than the Rock of Ages. The feeling still remains that somehow there is a magic key to unlock the Aboriginal psyche, and that whoever FMDs this mysterious key can, within a reasonable time, create from the Aboriginal inhabitants a type of person that has rarely been seen during the ages of man's existence. One can only wonder at the profound inability of the white man to comprehend two factors of human existence that remain in many ways the most important factors of his social existence. These two factors are law and culture. While we all flippantly convince ourselves that we understand law and culture and the manner in which they appear to describe the interworkings of groups of people, a glance at the past 253 centuries' events and present attitudes should be sufficient to indicate to us that, far from understanding either law or culture, the white man has continued to base his comprehension of society upon what he would like to believe men should be rather than what they are. The predominant, one might say, overriding concern of the influential whites of the 19th century was somehow to place the Savage tribes on the evolutionary railroad track to civilization. Without examining the popular folklore of social evolutionary theories, whites assumed that nations of people followed inexorable rules of development. Arriving at national consciousness in a hunting state, the embryo nation was supposed to pass eventually to an agricultural state and then gradually evolve into a modern urban society. This process was believed to be part of God's divine plan, and American history was perverted to explain the process. Whether the present collective amnesia that blocks recognition of America's violent past developed during the closing years of the 19th century is irrelevant compared with the obvious beliefs found in the writings of the past that things had happened in a certain way, perhaps revealing a divine plan for America. The pity of the thinkers of the 19th century was that they refused to analyze their ideology in logical terms or to expend great amounts of energy observing history to validate the corollaries of their central doctrine. As we glance at the suggestions of such men as Carl Schurz and their view of the divinity of agriculture, and compare the actual performance of the federal government and the American PEOPLE during the succeeding years, we shall find that the credibility gap is not a phenomenon of recent times. It has been the constant hidden factor at work crushing the possibilities of finding a peaceful and just solution to the problems of American Indians. It exists today in massive doses because it has prospered for over 5 centuries of the white man's existence on the continent and is just reaching natural fruition. From what we can discern of the articles of the 19th century, they argued that agriculture was the next step in civilizing the Indian. Thus, the theory went, the Indian reservations should be broken into farming plots and tribal assets should be divided among the tribal members. With the injection of the magical properties of private prop heirs, the individual Indians would raise their heads and their sights beyond the limited horizon that hemmed in their tribal existence. The debate, if any existed, was whether the magic of private property could work on the savage psyche. Could Indians be saved, or were they to be exterminated hke the buffalo? The debate was hardly above that of a savage mentality, even if carried on by people with neckties and high-buttoned shoes. A glance behind the rhetoric of the time would be astounding even today. In ideological terms, the debate was over the feasibility of making the Indian perform the evolutionary feat of leaping from hunting to agriculture in one generation. In practical terms, the whites of the western states, cattlemen for the most part, wanted Indian lands. The allotment of the reservations and settlement of surplus lands would allow the sharper whites to gain large ranches for their cattle operations through their manipulation of the Homestead Act, 1862. In forcing Indians to evolve from a hunting to an agricultural state, federal policy allowed the lower-class whites to continue in their slothful pastoral pursuits. The evolutionary theory did not withstand even a surface analysis of its validity. Allotment appeared to be me\**idable. And the leading exponent of the POHCY, Senator Henry\Dawes of Massachusetts, finally saw his version of the legislation passed in 1887. The act gave policy direction to the president, but it was interpreted by the executive branch as an immediate mandate to allot all tribes, not simply those who applied for allotment. Hurried agreements were forced on some of the tribes while exotic inducements were dangled before others. Soon most of the tribes of the West had become witting or unwitting victims of the POHCY. To indicate how devastating the allotment process was to the tribal land estates, one need only view some of the figures of allotments and surplus lands that were reported by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs in 1891 and 1892. The Loa tribe, for example, at the end of 1891, held 8,658 acres in allotted status, and the government had purchased 207,174 acres of surplus lands from them, a loss of 90.8. 55% of the tribe's land holdings. The Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes of Oklahoma had 529,682 acres left and had sold 3,500,562 acres of surplus lands, a loss of 81.5% of their lands. It should have been apparent, had anyone cared to understand, that allotment was a contemporary way to strip the tribes of their physical assets by ostensibly legal means. Had the federal government maintained even a consistent program of allotment, many of the tribes might actually have made the evolutionary leap forward that the reformers seemed to visualize. The Allotment Act had hardly been passed, however, when it was amended, and this amendment may have been the single most detrimental act the federal government ever perpetrated on Indians. In 1891 the General Allotment Act was changed so that Indian allotments could be leased out to non-Indians under the supervision of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. The leasing amendment was not wholly without justification. Many Indians were very old and, having been forced to take allotments in their old age, were incapable of farming their lands. Indian children were given smaller allotments of land according to the provisions of the Allotment Acts that affected the different reservations. Generally they received 40 acres, a tract insufficient for anything other than token acknowledgement that they were tribal members at the time the lands were divided. Giving allotments to children conflicted with the federal policy of bundling them off to government boarding schools early in life, and questions arose concerning the beneficial use of their lands during their school years. The change of the allotment law was thus intended to meet these problems, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs agents were given wide discretion to lease Indian lands through the development of a federal trust over the lands, which grew out of the 25-year period of restriction on alienation that attached itself to the new allotments. From this innocent beginning, the present theory of federal trusteeship over Indian lands developed. But the trouble with vesting absolute discretionary powers in the Indian agents was that few of them were honest. 56. Enough to consider the best interests of the Indians. Many were tied into the local pressure groups that sought long-term leasing on those Indian lands that they had been unable to gain through settlement laws. Very shortly, leasing was seen as a modern means of taking Indian lands. In the northern plains, where allotment had created thousands of small tracts, the large ranching and farming combines began moving onto Indian lands. In 1916, for example, on the 2-million-acre Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota, only 40 acres of land were leased to a non-Indian. A year later nearly 80% of the land was leased to white cattlemen. Other reservations experienced the same phenomenon but at lesser rates of conquest. The net result of the leasing policy was to reduce the Indians to absentee landlords whose only purpose in life was to frequent the agency town, drinking and idle, waiting for their lease checks. Allotment, then, was an effort to force Indians to become white farmers. Leasing was a convenient loophole to enable them to survive without understanding the cultural change that would have enabled them to prosper. The great social experiment of the 19th century became a systematic exploitation of people during the 20th century. For no sooner had the frontier been declared officially closed by Frederick Jackson Turner than people forgot about the thousands of Indians huddled on the desert reservations of the West. Nostalgia for the frontier overwhelmed public consciousness, and dime novels and the new motion pictures created a West that never was but which everyone thought existed. The proper operation of federal laws depended on the continued glare of public understanding and opinion on the actions of the bureaucracy. When Indians were finally submerged as living people and replaced by their fictional counterparts, the bureaucracy moved in and snuffed out all signs of resistance. Commissioner Francis Loop, writing in his book, The Indian and His Problem, 1910, declared, "The Indian problem has now reached a stage where its solution is almost a matter of administration. Mere sentiment has spent its day, the moral questions involved have pretty well settled themselves. What is most needed from this time forth is the 57. Guidance of affairs by an independent mind, active sympathies free from mawkishness, an elastic patience and a steady hand. If America had not settled the problems of the world, it had at least solved a troublesome and perennial situation with the American Indians." In the mind of Francis Loop, the solution might have been merely administrative, but the overweening ego of the white man failed to comprehend that such administration had not been a hallmark of present or previous behavior by the federal government. That administrative actions were decisive did not mean that they were moral, proper, or even efficient. Few people thought to inquire behind the actions of the government to determine if goals and results coincided. It was by some strange intervention of fate that the Indian communities, beaten down with myriad rules and regulations, were placed on the road to cultural recovery. In 1913, a minor case involving the sale of Huor to the Pueblo Indians of New Mexico reached the Supreme Court. The question at issue was whether or not the Pueblos were so far under federal protection as to bar them from drinking. Sandoval, the defendant after whom the case was named, maintained that they were. The Supreme Court maintained they weren't. Not only that, the court found that the Pueblos had always been subject to the paramount power of Congress, and the implications of this decision suddenly dawned on everyone. The titles to thousands of acres of land that had been taken from the Pueblos by one method or another over the past century were voidable. From 1913 until 1924, the Pueblo lands controversy raged in the Southwest. The Indians organized as the All Pueblo Council to meet the challenge head-on. It was the first time since 1688, when they had thrown the Spanish out of the New Mexico area, that a concerted effort was made by the Indians. The philanthropic groups that had so plagued Indians a generation before rose to the defense of the Pueblos. Under the able leadership of John Collier, a coalition of groups spearheaded by the General Federation of Women's Clubs pushed aside the ranchers and farmers who had gathered under the leadership of New Mexico Senator Bissum and carried the day. 58. The Pueblo Lands Act set up procedures whereby the white intruders on Indian lands would have to prove their tithes to the lands they claimed. The Pueblos were given a special attorney to handle their cases, and over a 10-year period several thousand squatters were expelled from the Pueblo lands. It was a rare instance of laws being used to defend Indian rights to land and communal existence rather than to despoil them. The fight to protect the Pueblo lands must certainly stand as the turning point in the history of Indian affairs. For the first time, Indians were considered to have rights that could be protected in court. The Cherokees had gone to the Supreme Court to defend their treaty rights in the 1870s with no relief. Again in the 1870s, the Indian citizen John Elk had sued to gain the voting franchise without success. Indians had somehow survived a century of disenfranchisement without the ordinary forms of legal protection. In the Pueblo case, law was used for the first time to extend, if only by implication, the rights of Indians everywhere. Collier emerged from the land confrontation as the strong man in the field of Indian affairs. He spent the remainder of the 1920s needling both Congress and the administration for better conditions for Indians. Having become entranced by the Navajo and Pueblo lifestyle and religions, Couier devoted his energies to rebuilding the Indian cultural base and extending the land base on which the people conducted those ceremonies and lived the life that Collier loved and admired. With the election of Franklin Roosevelt and the entrance of the New Deal ideologies into American life, Collier became the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. A report done half a decade earlier, by Lewis Merriam, on the administration of Indian affairs, provided Collier with sufficient documentation and ammunition to drive through the Congress a completely new idea of Indian relationships with the federal government. In 1934 Congress passed the Indian Reorganization Act, IPJV, which provided for formally organized and recognized governments for the reservations. Although the final version of the act was not what Collier had conceived, it was a giant step forward in the development of the Indian communities. Collier accepted what he could get and began to build on it. 59. The past generation has been dominated in one way or another by the work of John Couyer. During the 1950s the tribes and Congress fought a bitter battle over the POHCY of terminating the tribes from federal supervision, services, and responsibilities. The first move by Congress was an effort to repeal the provisions of the IRA in order to cripple the ability of the tribes to fight back. Fortunately, the tribal governments had developed sufficient knowledge about the workings of the federal government to turn back the congressional challenge quickly. Collier's hunch about the continuing struggle between the tribes and the United States paid great dividends when put to test in the 1950s. When the War on Poverty was declared, the Indian communities were in an ideal position to exploit the provisions of the legislation. Tribal governments were eligible for grants on the same basis as cities and counties, and nearly every tribe had an extensive program developed within a year of the passage of the legislation. Many even admitted non-Indians to their programs in those areas where conservatives dominated local white governments and refused to apply for funds for the poverty war. On the whole, it was the ready-made status of tribal governments that enabled Indians to gain many advantages denied to other minor ITY groups during the expansion of social programs in the 1960s. The mere expansion of programs and opportunities created problems that even John Collier had been unable to foresee. The tribal governments set up under the Indian Reorganization Act were designed for depression conditions. In those days tribal income was exceedingly small, federal programs, even with the expansive nature of the New Deal, were minuscule, and none provided for direct funding of administrative costs to the tribes themselves. Thus the governments of the reservations resembled student governments in the large colleges rather than municipal governments with the ability to expand and contract according to the conditions that existed. By the late 1960s the problem with the tribal governments was becoming apparent. Times and peoples had changed, but the tribal governments were burdened with an extensive and cumbersome process of amending their constitutions, consequently, few had done so. The intangible results of the poverty programs were often to raise the question of Indian identity to a crisis situation. People were being hired partly on the basis of their tribal membership and partly on the basis of their education and professional skills. The two factors seemed to work toward a common middle ground in which the problem of what it meant to be an Indian was the central question. With the rise of Indian activism in a number of forms, this central question, avoided by both Indians and whites since the days of Carl Schurz, dominated the emotional consciousness of Indians without finding an intellectual context in which it could relate to the modern world. People knew that they were Indians and tried to develop pride in the fact of their existence, but the pride too often expressed itself in anti-white sentiments, not in a reflection of the basic Indian values that had enabled the tribes to exist during a century of oppression. In the operations of the poverty programs there was a great deal of wasteful expenditure of monies. Rather than call the culprit to account to the Indian community for his misdeeds, Indians too often regarded the maladministration of programs as another attack against whites. They refused to call the Indian administrator to account because he would be punished by white-dominated courts and administrative proceedings. The result for the Indian communities was that, instead of regaining the integrity that had been their chief characteristic in former years, the whole system of belief and faith in tribal institutions was so undermined that people began to call for the abolition of tribal governments. The final act of this tragic drama was, of course, the confrontation at Wounded Knee. People of equally sincere beliefs saw the Wounded Knee incident as the beginning of a new era of Indian involvement and the end of an era of inept radicalism during which Indian activists draped themselves in black clothing in order to make a name for themselves. One would have to conclude that the process of assimilation has created a partial creature that in many ways can never again be made into a whole being. The integrity of law was never very strong when applied to Indians and, with the leasing amendment to the General Allotment Act, Congress virtually abdicated its responsibility for Indians and 61. Allowed the anonymous and inept bureaucrats to take final control over them. The struggles of the succeeding years, while spectacular in some respects and disastrous in others, have been simply the events that could have been expected when central issues were avoided or approached obliquely. The central issue has been that of culture and civilization. How does one determine the relative value, worth, and reality of culture? What factors are considered in weighing the values by which men have? Does an expanding technology give to one group of people a divine right to force on another group of people behavior patterns, values, laws, and concepts that are foreign to them? What factors finally determine how we understand civilization as it appears among people? Jefferson Davis remarked, "Surely the equitable or humane conclusion would be that it were better the white man, with his larger means and higher intelligence, should have been assigned to the region where artificial appliances were necessary to secure the irrigation which would render the land productive, and science would be available to combat the ravages of destructive insects." The question, then, of mortality, civilization, and culture has been raised previously without creating any great impact. William Justin Harshen noted that law has always availed to set and civilize society. One can trace throughout the past 2 centuries the absence of any integrity of the law when applied to Indians. It has been, rather, if one reflects on the events that have been reviewed, a curious mixture of sociological theories masquerading as legal concepts that has dominated Indian affairs. The recent disturbances in Indian country have shown simply one thing: Indians are presently repeating the mistakes of the white man by attempting to force law to perform precisely those acrobatics that the whites of the 1880s and 1890s asked it to do. In reflecting, therefore, on the foibles and follies of the past in the field of Indian affairs and the learned expressions by policy makers of both red and white heritage, the most profound lesson we can manage is that history teaches nothing and men learn little from generation to generation. If within one generation a few people come to know themselves 62. Or to understand the nature of man's experience, it may be a major achievement. But the mixture of thought and emotion that has passed for Indian affairs has done little for either red men or white men. While white men now own the continent, they are miserable victims of pathological fears that they will lose their ill-gained wealth and in the process of destroying the world. Indians have learned little except that they do not understand what has happened to them and have lost their ability to articulate what that means. Whether such conflict, when it has occurred in other nations in other ages, can be satisfactorily resolved seems to depend in large measure on an innate sense of proportion, a historical tradition that we have conveniently labeled our sense of justice. It is the tragedy of our present situation that we cannot FMD even this sense of propriety, and we are unique among people of all ages in this inability to perceive values by which we can live. It would seem that Indians and whites were somehow destined to be each other's victims in unique and profound ways. Perhaps that is what we ultimately must live with. 2. Sacred Rights Suppression and Subsistence. Christian Civilization OHESA, Charles Alexander Eastman. In time we came to recognize that the drunkards and licentious among white men, with whom we too frequently came in contact, were condemned by the white man's religion as well, and must not be held to discredit it. But it was not so easy to overlook or to excuse national bad faith. When distinguished emissaries from the Father at Washington, some of them ministers of the gospel and even bishops, came to the Indian nations, and pledged to us in solemn treaty the national honor, with prayer and mention of their God, and when such treaties, so made, were promptly and shamelessly broken, is it strange that the action should arouse not only anger, but contempt? The historians of the white race admit that the Indian was never the first to repudiate his oath. I confess I have wondered much that Christianity is not practiced by the very people who vouch for that wonderful conception of exemplary living. It appears that they are anxious to pass on their religion on to all other races, but keep very little of it for themselves. I have not yet seen the meek inherit the earth, or the peacemakers receive high honor. It is my personal belief, after 35 years' experience of it, that 66. There is no such thing as Christian civilization. I believe that Christianity and modern civilization are opposed and irreconcilable, and that the spirit of Christianity and of our ancient religion is essentially the same. Lament for a lost vision. Long before I ever heard of Christ or saw a white man, I had learned the essence of morality. With the help of dear nature herself, my grandmother taught me things simple but of mighty import. I knew God. I perceived what goodness is. I saw and loved what is really beautiful. Civilization has not taught me anything better. As a child, I understood how to give. I have forgotten that grace since I became civilized. I lived the natural life, whereas I now live the artificial. Any pretty pebble was valuable to me then, every growing tree an object of reverence. Now I worship with the white man before a painted landscape whose value is estimated in dollars. In this manner is the Indian rebuilt, as the natural rocks are ground to powder and made into artificial blocks, which may be built into the walls of modern society. Fly gift of IVE people. I am an Indian, and while I have learned much from civilization, I have never lost my Indian sense of right and justice. When I reduce civilization to its most basic terms, it becomes a system of life based on trade. Each man stakes his powers, the product of his labor, his social, political, and religious standing against his neighbor's. To gain what? To gain control over his fellow workers, and the results of their labor. Is there not something worthy of perpetuation in our Indian spirit? 67. Of democracy, where earth, our mother, was free to all, and no one sought to impoverish or enslave his neighbor. Where the good things of earth were not ours to hold against our brothers and sisters, but were ours to use and enjoy together with them, and with whom it was our privilege to share. Indeed, our contribution to our nation and the world is not to be measured in the material realm. Our greatest contribution has been spiritual and philosophical. Silently, by example only, in wordless patience, we have held stoutly to our native vision of personal faithfulness to DUT and devotion to a trust. We have neither advertised our faithfulness nor made capital of our honor. But again and again we have proved our worth as citizens of this country by our constancy in the face of hardship and death. Prejudice and racial injustice have been no excuse for our breaking our word. This simplicity and fairness has cost us dear. It has cost us our land and our freedom, had even led to the extinction of our race as a separate and unique people. But as an ideal we live, and will live, not only in the splendor of our past, the poetry of our legends and art, not only in the interfusion of our blood with yours and in our faithful adherence to the ideals of American citizenship, but also in the living heart of the nation. Colonial fascinations. God save the say. Can you Canada? James Aaron Hiatas Stevens. In 1779 the town destroyer, aka First President George Washington, decided enough of the Haudenosaunee. The 6 tribes were troublesome and only the Oneida and the Tuscaroras were siding with American colonists. In the early summer Washington devised a plan to be carried out by New Hampshire's John Sullivan and Enoch Poor, New Jersey's General William Maxwell, Pennsylvania's Edward Hand, and New York's James C. Hampton, and their approximately 4,500 men. Sullivan was to begin moving from Easton, Pennsylvania, up the Susquehanna River Valley, while Clinton's men would march westward from the Mohawk River Valley, then down the upper Susquehanna River, meeting Sullivan's troops in Tioga. The militia was ordered to burn every village and destroy every field along the way, allowing for no peace treaties till the total ruin of their settlements was effected. Washington outlined the goals for this march as total destruction and devastation. He vowed, "Our future SECU righty will rest on the terror inflicted on them, a precursor to the, we'll smoke them out of their caves, to get them running so we can get them mentality that we are so familiar with under the current presidency." Loyalty to the British Tories, due to promises of equal post-war. 69. National status for the Iroquois, as well as Chief Joseph Brant S. Thayendanegea, loyalties to his friend and brother-in-law, Sir William Johnson, enraged the colonists. Bloody raids led by the Tory raiders and natives, HK the infamous Bat at Wyoming, Pennsylvania, on July 3, 1778, precipitated President Washington's plan for Iroquois decimation. Hunger had been an ever-present threat to the Iroquois due to long harsh winters and short growing seasons, and Washington believed that chopping down our orchards, torching great fields of ripe corn and vegetables, and burning all buildings along the routes were sure to destroy us. Sullivan and Seaton experienced many setbacks in June of 1779 due to lack of supplies, lack of support, and unfulfilled promises from Pennsylvania to send volunteer militia. By July a new factor was added to the plan. Colonel Daniel Brodhead would lead troops and pro-American natives up the Allegheny River from Fort Pitt with the goal of joining up with Seaton and Sullivan. August found Clinton and his men camped at the south end of Lake Otsego, where they had dammed the lake. They would later break this dam, riding 220 flatboats on the resulting crest to join Sullivan at Tioga on August 19. The resulting flood destroyed Indian cornfields, and Seaton's troops burned 3 Tuscarora villages, among others, below the important Indian trade town of Oquaga. Accounts say that the natives viewed this unnatural flood as a predestined apocalyptic sign, though this may be white conjecture similar to the return of Quetzalcoatl. The rejoining of Clinton's and Sullivan's troops would culminate in the Battle of Newtown on August 29 against a combined force of Brant's Indians and Tory Rangers. The battle was over shortly, as an Indian scout for Sullivan spotted the Loyalists lying in ambush on a ridge. Sullivan sprayed his enemies with shrapnel and the Loyalists broke formation rather quickly, surrendering the battlefield to the American troops, who outnumbered them 3-1. It took the celebrating Americans a full day to destroy 150 acres of the Iroquois' most excellent corn and the village of Newtown. Brant, Butler, and Johnson regrouped on the other side of the Genesee River, but a second bat never took place. The original delay in this genocidal campaign allowed the colonial 70 troops an added benefit. By mid-August the cornfields and vegetable gardens were at their most productive, and the blow to the food supply would be devastating, leading not only to starvation but also to a strain on the supplies of the British at Fort Niagara, who would now be forced to feed the survivors that straggled into camp for the winter. This campaign of nearly 4,500 American men had destroyed or razed 28 of the approximately 30 Iroquois villages between Ohio, Lake Erie, and the Mohawk River. 2 villages remained untouched. As a final thrust at the Iroquois, Sullivan ordered the Mohawks' lower caste burned and its people taken prisoner. They had been farming peacefully among white families, but now their farms and lands were to be confiscated and turned over to settlers. In spite of this, Washington planned genocide, skirmishes, and raids were fought across Iroquois by the surviving and reviving Haudenosaunee for 4 more years. In 1784, with the Indian Loyalists still willing to fight, the Treaty of Fort Stanwix was signed between the United States and Great Britain, and the Six Nations Reserve in Canada was granted by the Crown to the survivors of Brant's Loyalist Iroquois. The original Haldimand grant promised a stretch of land 6 miles wide on either side, from the source of the Grand River in Ontario to the mouth of the river on Lake Erie, but by 1793 British Governor John Simcoe was forcing cession of much of the land. Chief Brant also sold a great deal more of the land between 1798 and 1834 in order to provide for his people. By 1847 the Six Nations Reserve had taken its present dimension of 20,000 hectares, centered around the small village of Oswegan. This is the history of the people of my grandfather. Earl Burnham. My Toda's grandmother's relations would have been relatively safe in the Adirondacks and north, as the terrain prohibited Sullivan and Chn Tunfiram their burning and pillaging. Besides, the Jesuits had been successful in Christianizing Mohawks along the St. Lawrence. These early Catholic Mohawks were called Tarbells, and my Toda's great-grandmother, born in 1835, was enrolled as Louise Orrin Hyokin Curly Head Tarbell, attesting to her conversion. 71. My grandfather's people, however, would be removed to Canada, where the strong hand of the British Crown would continue to reshape their way of life. In 1785 an Anglican church was built called Her Majesty's Chapel of the Mohawks. The first chapel built to honor Queen Anne had been built in 1712 at Fort Hunter, New York, after a group of Mohawks had been to England to pledge their loyalty and to request that a chapel be built back home. The Queen gave a Bible, a set of communion silver, and prayer books. During the American Revolution the silver service was buried, and when recovered it was divided between the Mohawks of the Six Nations and Tyendinaga reserves. This communion service was still in use when I visited as a child. The chapel is the final resting place of Chief Joseph Brant and his son. In 1831 the New England Company, a Britain-based Protestant mission, built the Mohawk Institute in Brantford, Ontario, once Brant's Ford, till the removal of his people to a place farther south on the Grand River. This school, known popularly as the Mush Hole, was responsible for much of the loss of Iroquois culture. My great-grandfather, James Burnham, was sent to this school with his brother Philip, never to know his own language, or even to be certain of his family name. This school was the demise of many young people, both physically and culturally. Currently the Woodland Cultural Center, it is a museum and resource center and, ironically, it helps to teach the Iroquois culture it once sought to destroy. I went there with my grandfather on a trip back to the bush, to buy some cornbread before my schooling took me out west. We toured the grounds and he told me horror stories of beatings and escapes and other things not to forget. We also went to the chapel and to see family graves. We drove to the Longhouse, to Mohawk poet E. Pauline Johnson's home at Chiefswood, to Smith's Pottery, and to Aunt Mary Montour's old farmhouse. Now, as my grandfather has just passed, not yet 3 weeks ago, I reflect on that trip fondly. He had even let me drive the Bonneville. After having spent years in New Mexico and Kansas, there is a great pride for me in returning to Iroquois. Reminders of the strength and, to borrow Ojibwe scholar Gerald Vizinor's term, survivance of my 72 people, constantly surround me. When I drive up north to Niagara County to visit my mother or grandparents, I am following the Ongiera Trail along the Niagara River, past the portage. Not 1 mile from where I grew up is the castle and grounds at Fort Niagara, where my cousins and I would climb over the stone wall, bypass the South Redoubt, sneak along the walls past the trading post and the hotshot furnace, and successfully slip into the cast. We would joke that this is how our ancestors had done it. Once inside, we'd choose a bedroom for ourselves and pretend that we lived in the castle. Occasionally we'd scare ourselves into hearing the headless ghost of the well, who, of course, had lost his head to another soldier in an argument over a beautiful Indian princess. At the time, I didn't know my history as well. I didn't know of President Washington's scorched earth campaign to erase my people from the face of the earth. I didn't know yet to listen in that castle for the murmur of Chief Joseph Brant's negotiations with the British to provide for his people. I hadn't yet imagined the miles of burned cornfields and trampled gourds, the flooding of the upper Susquehanna, and the bloodied prisoners. I hadn't pictured the survivors making their way through sub-zero snowstorms to Niagara's far western post in search of food. Above the entrance to the castle is a blue crest that reads Port des Cinq Nations. On the daily tours it is explained that this is the gate where the 5 original Iroquois tribes could enter for friendly trade. It is not explained that through this gate the multitudes of starving Mohawks, Senecas, Cayugas, and Onondagas passed, to remind Colonel Guy Johnson of his promises for their well-being. Recently I drove out to Hartwick College in Oneonta, New York, to do a poetry reading. I drove through German Flats and Painted Post, where an old post marked in red the number of people queued in a Seneca bat, past the Newtown Bat Field, and up the Susquehanna to the site of Oquaga, now a campsite. When I arrived at my reading, I opened with 3 poems in Mohawk, letting the language fill the room and pour from the windows and doors, feeling a great sense of pride knowing that these Kaninkaka words belonged there. After the reading, a Cherokee/Huron friend and fellow poet led me to the library to look. 73. At the land purchase agreement that John Hartwick made with the Mohawks, an agreement never to be fulfilled. We joked that our historically unconventional alliance of 2 a Mohawk and a Huron, should reclaim this college. On the way back I passed Tioga and drove along the Chemung River. At Newtown I stopped to read a historical plaque where I saw Sihudon and Sullivan's names. At the other end of Route 17, closer to my home, I crossed the Allegheny River, now dammed by Kinzua Dam, with the Corn Planter Reservation and Quaker School beneath the murky waters of the lake as well as beneath the murky waters of his Tory. I imagined breaking the dam and riding the crest down the Allegheny to flood out Colonel Broadhead and his troops. Sad, that these men's names remain, passing for the history of New York State, while our own names were so often lost or had English ones tacked on. My grandfather's mother, Ida Anderson, carried the family name of her grandfather, who when orphaned moved in with his sister and adopted her husband's name. My grandfather's father, James Burnham, when orphaned with his siblings, Phiuip, Margaret, and Melmda, was adopted by a Burnham family, sometimes recorded as Burnham, while records show the children's original name as Burnme. Whatever the names were, they were not our names. Our names are known by the land around us, by our mothers and grandmothers, to call us when they need us. Oran Hyokon, Tekania Terquen, Konarathakwas, Katsitsawaksarata Hiotas. And we are here. We still answer. This essay is dedicated to the memory of my grandfather, Earl Timothy Burnham, 1914 to 2005, speaking out. Religious rights and imprisoned American Indian women. Laura E. Donaldson. In 2004 a Muskogee Creek friend of mine visited the Central Oklahoma Correctional Facility for Women, a for-profit prison built by the Corrections Corporation of America, CCA, and managed by Dominion Correctional Services, DCS. The purpose of this visit was not only to gather information that she could use to contest the building of similar prisons in Oklahoma but also to visit a group of native Hawaiians who had recently been transferred to the Central Oklahoma facility. 2 persons accompanied my friend, who is an ordained minister, on this visit, a staff member from the United Church of Christ's Council on Racial and Ethnic Minorities, and a native Hawaiian leader starting a restorative justice program on his ancestral islands. When the visitors called out to the imprisoned Hawaiian women in their indigenous language, many of them burst into tears. They described how agonizing it was that the prison staff addressed them only in English. For these women, both chanting and hearing their native Hawaiian tongue constituted an indispensable element of aloha, a spiritual principle similar to the biblical concept of shalom. As Haunani K. Trask has noted, aloha is often translated simply as love, but it is a love inflected by a profoundly Hawaiian sense that is, again. 75. Familial and genealogical. The significance and meaning of aloha underscores the centrality of the Hawaiian language, or olelo, to the culture. The prison's failure to meet this need consequently denied these prisoners religious rights. The Hawaiian women's access to their spiritual traditions are further complicated by several factors. First, prison substance abuse programs require participants to be segregated from the general population. When the group's primary chanter entered Central Oklahoma's substance abuse program, all the Hawaiian women suffered spiritual deprivation. Second, chaplains and especially the predominantly conservative Christians staffing for-profit prisons are unable, and often unwilling, to provide culturally appropriate programming for American Indian or Alaskan/Hawaiian Native women incarcerated far from home. Even when near to home, prisons often refuse to hire Indian spiritual leaders to perform ceremonies for their female inmates. In Montana, for example, former Governor Stan Stevens dismissed a plan to hire Native Regius leaders and counselors by stating that he would only implement it if tribes in the state assisted in the financing. Salish scholar Luana Ross notes the neo-colonial racism in this perspective, since the governor did not approach white communities and ask them to finance white counselors for the white prisoners in the Montana SYSTEM, p. 140. The Supreme Court has ruled in Cruz v. Bateau, 405 U.S. 319, 1972, that the Texas prison system could not deny a male Buddhist inmate a reasonable opportunity of pursuing his faith comparable to the opportunity afforded fellow prisoners who adhere to conventional religious precepts. The gains from crews remain divided along gender honeys, however, although Native men have had some success in forcing prisons to build sweat lodges and hire Native counselors, the spiritual needs of Native women have remained unnoticed and unheard. For them, the Supreme Court's 1972 ruling and the American Indian Regius Freedom Act of 1978 have had very little impact. In the few instances where female Native prisoners have won concessions from prison administrations, they are hampered by hostile and stereotypical understandings. 76. Of their spiritual traditions. For example, Catherine, Cedar Woman, an inmate at the Montana State Prison for Women, recounts that both the institution's nurse and a guard tried to convince her to have an unnecessary hysterectomy and let go of her Native beliefs. "To hell with your traditions and be hags," the nurse screamed. This is a medical issue. Such distorted perspectives also extend to the use of sweetgrass and sage for smudging, which is a crucial religious practice that uses the smoke from these materials for purification and prayer. Some non-native staff and inmates mistakenly consider sage and sweetgrass to be drugs. Others classify Native spiritual traditions as recreation undeserving of the consideration accorded to conventional religious beliefs. Nor are prisons alone in this regard. Boston University threatened to evict a Native student from his dorm room because he burned sage and sweetgrass while he prayed. They claimed that his smudging violated the school's ban on candles and incense in the dormitories, and an administrator subsequently told him that the chapel was the most obvious location for prayer and worship. This failure to understand the nature of Native spirituality, whether it occurs in prisons or universities, has not only resulted in the unconstitutional denial of religious rights to American Indians but also caused irreparable harm to some of society's most vulnerable members. Without access to their traditions, many Native women become even more susceptible to the endemic violence and bitterness of the prison environment. They themselves assert that spirituality, and not tranquilizers or Euro-American counseling, is the answer both to surviving prisonization and to achieving well-being. All we who are scholars and activists concerned with human rights must raise our voices in support of religious rights for incarcerated Native women. Through our teaching, research, and cultural work we must protest the non-compliance of most state and federal prison systems with judicial and legislative mandates affirming the right of prisoners to practice diverse spiritual traditions. We must also protest the role of for-profit prisons in which prisoners become commodities that are shipped to facilities thousands of miles away from their families, communities, and religious resources. These women have desperately fought for survivance. 77. In a cell some have described as a coffin, in a prison they call a gravestone, and amongst themselves as the walking dead. 7 Let us support their struggle by demanding that the sounds of aloha resound throughout the halls of the Central Oklahoma Correctional Facility for Women and, indeed, throughout the entirety of the U.S. justice system. I learned to preach pretty well, and to cuss, too. Hopi acceptance and rejection of Christianity at Sherman Institute, 1906–1928. Matthew T. Sakistawa Gilbert. In the early 20th century, the United States government sought to destroy Native cultures by forcing Indian people across North America to attend on and off reservation boarding schools. Government officials, along with public opinion of the day, viewed Indians as uneducated savages who desperately needed to be saved from their uncivilized and devil-like ways. In order to civilize the Indians, the government constructed boarding schools and demanded that Indian pupils attend whether they wanted to or not. Often, in spite of parent and student disapproval, government officials forced Indian pupils to leave their families and homes for schools such as Carhsle Indian School, Phoenix Indian School, and Sherman Institute, an off-reservation boarding school in Riverside, California. In November 1906, shortly after an internal Hopi division known as the Orabi Spht, government officials forced my great-grandfather, Victor Sakistawa, and several other Hopis to leave their homes in northeastern Arizona to attend Sherman Institute. Born and raised in the village of Orabi, the oldest inhabited village in North America, Victor came to Sherman with heightened knowledge of life in California. Unfamiliar with his new surroundings, he embarked on an adventure. 79. That took him well beyond the mesas of the Hopi Reservation. At Sherman, school officials mistructed him in arithmetic and language. He learned to play musical instruments such as the clarinet and gained valuable skills as a plumber, a trade he used later on in Hefei. Victor also participated in Christian activities yet, at the same time, his Hopi culture remained intact. This is the story of Hopi students such as my great-grandfather, who accepted, rejected, and adapted Christianity at Sherman Institute and, in doing so, preserved Hopi culture for generations of Hopi pupils to come. Non-native historians writing on this subject might be tempted to portray the Hopi pupils as victims. Hopis, however, like many other Indian people, demonstrated resilience, agency, and determination to overcome the opposition they experienced at off-reservation boarding schools. These are just a few of the reasons Hopi culture remains so alive and vibrant today. Government policy. In the early 20th century, government officials routinely exposed American Indian pupils to Christian teachings and values at numerous off-reservation Indian boarding schools scattered throughout the United States. Christian instruction served as an evangelistic tool for Protestant and Catholic clergy located at the schools, and it also played a significant role in the government's overall assimilation of Indian people to become good American citizens. Although off-reservation Indian boarding schools largely existed to train Indian students in industrial trades, school officials forced Indian pupils to attend Christian gatherings, pray Christian prayers, and adopt, at least for a time, a cultural worldview based on Christianity. At Sherman Institute, school officials incorporated the Christian faith in the school's curriculum, music instruction, and various activities held on and off the school campus. Among those in attendance at Sherman, the Hopi pupils accounted for a significant number of Indian students who experienced firsthand the government's attempt to assimilate Indians through Christianity. While some Hopi students accepted the religious lessons and principles taught at the school, others rejected Christianity and refused to abandon or adapt their traditional Hopi beliefs for the white man's religion. In essence, Christianity at Sherman served a twofold purpose for the Hopi students. School officials used Christianity to assimilate Hopi pupils into white society, and the government also wanted Hopis to take Christianity home with them in order to convert their families who remained on the reservation. A Christian foundation. Hopi knowledge of Christianity did not begin at Sherman Institute. Like many other Indian students who attended off-reservation boarding schools in the early 20th century, Christianity for them had already been established in Indian communities across North America. For more than 100 years, Protestant, Mormon, and Catholic missionaries attempted to convert Hopis to their respective religions. When Catholic missionaries first brought Christianity to the Hopi people in the 16th century, some welcomed them, while others despised the priests, and in 1680 forced the Catholic Church off Hopi land. In Pages from Hopi History, 1974, historian Harry C. James correctly observed that here developed such a distrust and hatred of everything Spanish that it permeated Hopi thinking down through the centuries. Unlike the Catholics, whose cruel treatment of the Hopi resulted in few converts, the Mormons had a more effective approach with the Hopi people. In Me and Mine, 1969, Louise Udall recounted Helen Sikakuptwa's opinion of the Mormons as different and separate from other whites. According to Sikakuptwa, the Mormons were friendly and did not look down at the Indians. They were industrious and would share their food with Hopis. Sikakuptwa also noted that when the Hopi were invited into their homes, they were welcomed and the Mormons ate with them. They do not give the Hopi food on a plate to eat outside like dogs. 81. Prior to their attendance at Sherman Institute, no early 20th century Christian directly influenced the Hopis more than Reverend Heinrich R. Voth. Born in Russia in 1855, Voth, a Christian Mennonite, ministered to the Hopi from 1893 to 1902. Shortly before he arrived, Peter Stauffer, a fellow Mennonite and government mechanic, informed Voth that the Hopis needed more than the white man's clothing, houses, and education. They needed the gospel of Jesus Christ. Voth realized that, for Christian purposes, providing the Hopis with food, clothing, and education only met the obvious needs of the Hopi people. However, regardless of Voth's fluency in the Hopi language and understanding of Hopi culture, his evangelistic efforts did not produce any immediate Hopi conversions. In Rethinking Hopi Ethnography, 1998, Peter Whiteley noted that in his 7 years as a missionary to the Hopi, Voth did not secure one Hopi convert. The absence of Hopi conversions should not be perceived as a complete Mennonite failure. The Mennonites required all converts to make a public profession of faith of baptism by immersion. Unless a missionary baptized an individual, he or she would not be considered a genuine convert. In the early 20th century, some Hopis believed in the Christian God, but did not make a public confession of faith before their families or village leaders. In spite of the Mennonites' understanding of genuine converts, a small handful of Hopis participated in Christian services and actively attended church. Many of those who attended Voth's church were Hopi children who eventually enrolled as students at Sherman Institute. Palangesi Koyawema, a Hopi pupil from Orabi who came to Sherman in 1906, knew Voth personally and took part in his ministry at Orabi before she went to school in Riverside. In her autobiography, No Turning Back, 1964, Palangesi recalled that as a young girl she enjoyed attending religious services led by Voth and the Mennonites, for she loved to sing. Happy Face. The Mennonites taught Palangesi and the other Hopi children many religious songs. More important from the missionaries' perspective, the Mennonites used the songs and stories to introduce the Hopi to the Bible and the Christian faith. The Religaius. 82. Foundation Voth and the Mennonites laid, particularly with the Orabi children, carried on with the Hopi pupils to Sherman Institute. Voth's ministry with the Hopi people did not exist without its share of Hopi critics. In his autobiography, Sun Chief, 1942, Don C. Talaisva, a Hopi pupil from Orabi who came to Sherman Institute in 1906, recalled that when Voth and the Christians came to Orabi and preached Jesus in the plaza where the Katcins danced, the old People paid no attention, but the children were told to accept any gifts and clothing. Don recalled that Voth never preached Christ to him alone, but always talked about Christ to the Hopis in a group. Voth told Don and the other Hopi children that Jesus Christ was their Savior who suffered for their sins. To demonstrate the power of the Christian God, Voth told the Hopis to ask Jesus for whatever they wanted and that he would give it to them. For Don, oranges and candy looked pretty good to him, so he prayed for these just as Voth had instructed him to do. But when Don finished praying and looked up into the sky, Jesus did not throw anything down to him. Don's reluctance and distrust in the Christian faith existed long before he arrived at Sherman. When he prayed for oranges and candy and did not receive any, Voth told Don that the Hopi gods he believed in were no good. But instead of listening to Voth, Don sought the counsel of the old people, who pointed out that when the Katcins danced in the plaza it often rained. Happy Face. Even as a child, the old ones taught Don that the missionaries had no business condemning their gods, for doing so might cause droughts and famine. Don's opinion of Christianity transferred with him to Sherman Institute, where other missionaries tried to convince him to abandon Hopi beliefs for the white man's religion. Government Christian Agenda. The government created off-reservation Indian boarding schools in order to destroy Indian cultures and further the ideals and values of 83. White Protestant America. Christianity was only one of many tools the government used to accomplish these goals. In this regard, off-reservation Indian boarding schools did not operate solely as secular institutions, nor did they function entirely as religious ones. Unlike Catholic Indian boarding schools, such as St. Boniface in Banning, California, government schools merged Christianity with Indian education in order to create Indian citizens. According to the government and the popular thought of the day, the hoped-for Indian citizen would no longer think, talk, or behave like an Indian. The government realized that Indian people would not permanently change unless the government, through the institution of Indian boarding schools, stripped the Indians of their native religion and replaced it with the Christian faith. For Protestant and Catholic missionaries, the primary objective in sharing the Christian gospel with the Hopi centered on an internal spiritual transformation of the soul. In addition to this transformation, missionaries throughout Hopi history used Christianity to destroy Hopi culture, which fell more in line with the government's use of Christianity with the Hopi and other Indian people. The necessity to include Christian ity in the overall objective for Indian education largely stemmed from the government's desire to create Indian students who would reflect a Protestant America. In the early 20th century, philanthropists who financially supported American Indian education gained much of their moral energy from religious reformers who wanted America to consist primarily of Christian citizens. In Education for Extinction, David Wallace Adams keenly observed that philanthropists did not simply want to snatch the Indian soul from a hellish fate, they adamantly believed that Indian citizenship would not exist apart from Christian conversion. At Sherman Institute, the religious and educational policies primarily came from Commissioner of Indian Affairs Francis E. Loop. In a 9-page letter to B.B. Custer, superintendent of the Indian School in Albuquerque, New Mexico, Loop outlined his policy regarding the use of Christianity in federal Indian boarding schools. Happy face, Loop told Custer that he had grown up in the old-fashioned notion that the American government stood for all religious faiths and that the separation 84 of church and state was the chief tenet in the United States Patriotic Creed. Loop further argued that any school system conducted at the public expense ought either to eliminate all religions or adopt one which will be as nearly universal as it can possibly be made. Loop admitted to Custer that had he established the first Indian school system he would have cut it wholly free, as far as the government's share in the training of the children was concerned, from any and all ecclesiastical connections. Happy face, while this may have been Loop's personal conviction, he made it clear to Custer that he did not intend to abolish religion from the schools, but merely confine the school's own teaching, as far as its spiritual phases were concerned, to good morals. Happy face, consequently, Indian boarding schools throughout the United States, including Sherman Institute, adapted Commissioner Loop's policy in their use of Christianity. Although Sherman Institute did not provide students with specific courses on religious subjects, such as theology taught at Catholic Indian boarding schools, school officials required Indian pupils to participate in Christian activities held on and off the school campus. The government intended for students to learn about Jesus Christ, Christian doctrine, and the Bible. Christian activities at Sherman included weekly Bible studies for both boys and girls and weekly chapel services located in the school's auditorium. In accordance with the government's Indian education Christian policy, Loop advocated that all dogmatic religion be left to missionary bodies that would have the freest access to Indian pupils. Ibid. Loop insisted that officials at the school incorporate Christian principles in daily academic instruction. However, in areas such as evangelistic preaching and in-depth Bible study, he allowed Protestant and Catholic clergy to have full reign. At the insistence of Loop, school officials at Sherman united Christianity in the classroom to universal moral values, which included virtues of kindness, self-control of passions, charitableness of judgment and gentleness of speech and action. Loop further encouraged school officials to enforce the Christian principles of cleanliness of body and mind, honesty and unselfishness in all elements of human 85 conduct which made for better relations between fellow men. Although not exclusively Protestant ideals, the virtues taught at the school generally reflected the teachings of all major Christian denominational faiths in the United States at the time. At no point in the early 20th century did the federal government allow non-Christian religious groups Jews, Muslims, Buddhist, and Native American Church to work among students at Indian boarding schools. Religious principles and values expressed and encouraged at Sherman Institute mirrored those of the Christian faith. Few, if any, pupils at Sherman would have chosen the Jewish or Muslim faith as their primary religion. In each of the Hopi school applications from 1902 to 1928, every Hopi student checked Protestant as their preferred religious persuasion. The Hopi's only other option would have been to check Catholic, as school officials did not theoretically allow native religion at the school. Christianity at Sherman. In May 1909 the Sherman Bulletin, a student-written school newspaper, included a short article that reflected the overall Christian tenor of the school. The article noted that if the world is ever to be conquered for Christ, it will be by everyone doing his own work, filling his own sphere, holding his own part, and saying to Jesus, "Jesus, what wilt thou have me to do?" Happy face. At Sherman Institute, Christianity had a greater, world objective. According to school and religious leaders, the world primarily meant other Indian people living on the reservation. In this regard, Sherman Institute trained Indian pupils in Christianity to conquer their fellow Indians for Christ. Consequently, for Hopi pupils, school officials wanted them to return to the reservation as mechanics, plumbers, housewives, and Protestant missionaries. In any case, regardless of their occupations on the reservation, school officials wanted Hopis and other students to spread Christ and teach the Gospels. The government's Christian world objective was clearly evident in 86. A sermon given by Don Talaisva at a YMCA meeting at the school. When Don and two other Hopi pupils, Adolph Hoy and Harry McLean, attended the gathering, the association leaders expected them to stand on their feet and testify for Jesus Christ. At some point during his 3 years at Sherman Institute, Don prepared a lit sermon that he willingly recited if called upon to give a testimony. The sermon he wrote and memorized is a telling commentary on how officials used Christianity at the school. "Well, my partners," the sermon went, "I am asked to speak a few words for Jesus. I am glad that I came to Sherman and learned to read and cipher. Now I discover that Jesus was a good writer. So I am thankful that Uncle Sam taught me to read in order that I may understand the scriptures and take my steps along God's road. When I get a clear understanding of the gospel, I shall return home and preach it to my people in darkness. I will teach them all about Jesus Christ, the Heavenly Father, and the Holy Ghost." Happy face. In the second half of Don's sermon, he beseeched his friends to pray to God for understanding. Don told his audience that when God provided understanding, they will be ready for Jesus to come and be taken up to heaven. Don told a group of YMCA boys, "I don't want any of my friends to be thrown into the lake of hellfire, where there is suffering and sorrow forever. Amen." Happy face. Don's sermon was exactly what school officials and religious leaders wanted to hear from a Hopi pupil. Don's appreciation for the education he received at Sherman and the connection he saw between learning to read and understanding scripture surely won him favor in the eyes of YMCA leaders and Sherman's administration. And his words played well with the general pub. What is perhaps most significant in Don's sermon, however, is his apparent eagerness to return home and preach the gospel to the Hopi people. A few years before, while living on the reservation, Don had serious doubts about the Christian faith. In HGHT of Don's sermon, one may be tempted to conclude that Don had experienced Christian conversion. But Don's profession of faith did not make him a genuine convert. In fact, when he returned home, he became a Sun chief and actively participated in Hopi ceremonies. 87. 2 Christian organizations. The Young Men's Christian Association, YMCA, and the Young Women's Christian Association, YWCA, held important roles at Sherman Institute and other off-reservation Indian boarding schools. At Sherman, the 2 Christian organizations held weekly Bible studies and met regularly on campus for Christian fellowship. Pastors from local churches or important men from the greater Riverside area often gave inspirational talks to the boys in the YMCA. In March 1907, the Honorable C.E. Rumsey, one of Southern California's prominent and busy men, led the YMCA Bible study. Some of the students at the school noted that Rumsey wields a strong influence for good, and Sherman appreciates his efforts. Happy face. At times the YMCA called on medical professionals, such as Dr. William W. Robley, to speak on both medical and religious issues. In May 1907, Robley spoke to a group of 46 Indian students, some of them Hopi, on health issues that specifically related to boys under 14. Happy face. Although the exact subject matter of the meeting is uncertain, the YMCA had previously published short pamphlets on masturbation and distributed them to the Indian boys at the school. Since Dr. Robley worked in the medical profession and served in a leadership role in the YMCA, he may have, at some point, spoken to the boys about this particular subject. Don Teleasvar recalled in his autobiography that the YMCA pamphlet told the pupils that masturbation ruined a boy's health and caused him to go insane. Happy face, fear tactics, such as the ones used in the masturbation pamphlet, were all too common with the YMCA. The girls in the YWCA also had a growing Bible study on campus. At the same time Dr. Robley spoke to the boys on practical health issues. Alice Marmon and Mrs. Hall, wife of Superintendent Harwood Hall, facilitated a talk on covetousness or petty jealousy to the YWCA girls. Those in attendance noted that the meeting was very helpful and commented on how Mrs. Hall never failed to enthuse and help the girls. In April 1907 several YWCA girls, along with their leader, Sadie Esquaby, spoke on Our School Work and Our Religion, or Weekday. 88. Practice of Sunday Preaching. **** How religion practically affected the Indian pupils' school life became a common theme for Christian messages at Sherman Institute. In Our School Work and Our Religion, the message emphasized that a girl's religion, if genuine, will show in her daily deportment as well as in her industrial and class work. In 1914 Francis E. Loop observed that the YMCA and YWCA had become an important feature of missionary work among the pupils in the various government schools and among the returned students on the Indian reservations. Loop further commented that students who returned from schools such as Carhsle and Hampton to the comparative isolation and limitations of tribal life, were not only subject to temptations incident to both heredity and environment, but to great differences in the changes and modes of life. In Loop's opinion, the YMCA and YWCA had become a godsend to Indian students in need of friendly sympathy upon returning to the reservation. Hopi involvement and rejection at off-reservation Indian boarding schools. Indian students participated in Christian activities for various reasons. Although school officials at Sherman encouraged students to join Christian organizations, the amount of student involvement varied by each pupil. Some of the students found the social environment appealing, while others attended the meetings because their friends attended. Both the YMCA and YWCA meetings often included food and musical entertainment, which likely encouraged Indian pupil attendance. In addition to the social and material reasons for the Hopi attendance at the meetings, some Hopi pupils, like Palangasi Koyawema, had a genuine interest in the Christian faith and eagerly participated in various Christian organizations at the school. School officials at Sherman did not force the Hopi, or any other Indian pupil, to become born-again Christians. Simply attending Christian services did not automatically mean that an Indian pupil 89 became a committed follower of the Christian faith. Some Hopi pupils attended Christian services because school officials forced them to do so. Others attended meetings such as the YMCA out of mere curiosity. Meetings also provided students with an opportunity to socialize with other pupils, which broke up the regular routine of the school week. Don Teleasvar recounts in his autobiography that, in order for him to join the YMCA, religious leaders required him to sign his name on a dotted line, which demonstrated his allegiance to the Christian faith. Like many other Indian pupils, Don did not understand the implications of signing his name. However, shortly thereafter he attended Bible study every Thursday night and received prizes for learning the names of each book in the Bible. Don even memorized passages of scripture, which helped him to win a Bible of his own. Although Don attended Christian gatherings at the school, his loyalty to Jesus Christ and the Christian faith lacked serious commitment. In several occasions throughout his autobiography, Don revealed that he had sex with numerous girls at the school, which included a Navajo pupil named Desba from Crystal, New Mexico. In addition to premarital sex, Don clearly demonstrated inconsistent behavior with Christianity in his language. In Sun Chief, Don commented that he learned to preach and cuss pretty well. Since the Hopi language had no cuss words in it, the new vocabulary Don learned at school allowed Don to express himself as he had never done before. Don further noted that even the YMCA and the Catholic boys cussed like hell. While at first the constant cussing made him tired, once he got into the habit he became used to it. From then on, whenever he wanted anything, he would say, "Give me that goddamn thing." Happy face. When Don returned to Arabia in 1909, he eagerly returned to the Hopi way and committed himself once again to Hopi religion. Unlike Polengase Koyawema, Don despised Christianity and wanted nothing to do with the white man's morals, culture, and values. In spite of his 3-year attendance at Sherman Institute, Don remained, in many ways, untouched by white society. 90 Eating fire, tasting blood. Taking Christianity home. School officials never intended Christianity to remain at the school when the Indian pupil returned to the reservation. In addition to their new industrial skills and familiarity with English grammar, officials expected Indian pupils to take the Christian gospel home with them in order to witness to those who remained in spiritual darkness. Returning home and sharing the gospel with others therefore became a gauge by which genuine Hopi conversion could be determined. While some Hopi pupils, such as Don Teleasva, participated in Christian organization at Sherman, it became clear that once they returned to the reservation, they renounced the Christian faith altogether. Other Hopis returned home with a greater appreciation of the white man's world and a genuine love for Jesus Christ. Effie Sachowangsi, a Hopi pupil from Arabia who attended Sherman from 1906 to 1909, represents one of several students who took Christianity back to the reservation. Known at the school for her ability to bake, Effie noted on a 1911 record of graduates and returned students form that the interest of her life was Jesus Christ. So happy in him, Effie told Superintendent Conser and other school officials that she had been involved in the Lord's work every day since she left Sherman Institute. In a letter to an unknown individual, Effie wrote that she was still laboring for the Lord. She commented that the harvest is plentiful, but the workers are few, and concluded her correspondence by asking for prayer for more workers. Shortly after Effie returned home from Sherman in 1909, she found work as a cook at the mission to the Navajo and other Indian tribes station in Tolchico, Arizona. In May 1911, Effie received a letter from Conser, in which Conser invited her to attend the school's annual commencement ceremony. When Effie responded to Conser's letter, she informed the superintendent that she would not be able to attend the commencement since the Lord's work was in great need of her at Tolchico, although likely disappointed that Effie could not participate. 91. In the commencement, Conser surely understood and valued the Christian work of Effie. Louise Talas, a Hopi pupil from the village of Moenkopi, Arizona, also participated in various Christian activities at Sherman. Baptized into the Presbyterian Christian Union in 1918, Louise engaged in religious leadership roles while a student at the school. In November 1920, Louise led a YWCA Bible study and delivered a message titled "How I Should Treat the Bible." Those who attended the meeting comment that Louise's subject matter was very interesting. When Louise returned to the reservation in 1924, she eventually found work in Los Angeles as a nurse in a Methodist hospital in 1929, and eventually found employment as a nurse at Sherman Institute in 1931. When some of the Hopi pupils returned home with Christianity, their new faith and appreciation of the white man's ways unsurprisingly created serious tensions with their families. The most well-known example of this is found in Polengase Koyawema's turning back. Poengase's stay at Sherman Institute had a profound impact on her as a Hopi woman. When she returned to Arabia in 1910, she struggled to live in the world of her Hopi parents. For the young woman, the Hopi way lost its appeal as she experienced the white man's world in a way that would have been impossible had she remained on the reservation. Although Poengase loved her family, she did not relish the idea of going home to stay. At Sherman, Polengase had made many new friends and learned the white man's way of living and liked it. Even though Poengase changed while a student at Sherman Institute, her parents did not. Poengase, like other Hopi pupils, experienced a different life away from home. Whether the Hopi pupils had a positive or negative experience at school, their time at Sherman undoubtedly changed their opinion of life on the reservation. Within minutes after Polengase arrived at her home in Arabia, she scolded her parents for not having the commodities she learned to appreciate at school. "Why haven't you bought the white man's beds to sleep on? And a table? You should not be eating on the floor as the old ones did." Pollingacy. 92. Reminded her parents that as a little girl, she did not mind sleeping on the floor and eating from a single bowl in which everyone dipped. But she was used to another way of living now, and did not intend to live as she once had. Happy face. Pollingacy's words grieved her parents and, not long after her arrival home, she rejected all Hopi superstitions entirely and publicly professed Christianity before the Orabi people. Having been exposed to Christianity at the school, Christian missionaries at Orabi encouraged Pollingacy to rid herself of Hopi religion and convinced her that taking part in the traditional Kachina dances was devil worship. Conclusion. Hopi Christian involvement at Sherman Institute existed in several forms and had various layers of meaning. Just as at other Indian boarding schools at the time, some Hopi pupils came to Sherman as genuine and committed Christians. Others had some familiarity of the Christian faith as a result of the work by Protestant missionaries or day school teachers prior to their attendance at the school. When the Hopi pupils arrived at Sherman, school officials automatically expected or assumed that the new group of students wanted a Christian education. But whether they desired an education based on Christian principles or not, the government still forced it upon them. It is uncertain how much the Hopi students, or their parents, fully realized the government's agenda in using Christianity as a tool to destroy their culture. It would be difficult for the Hopis to fathom that a faith based on love would ever view their culture as evil, wicked, or of the devil. While some of the Hopis returned home and witnessed to their pagan families, others demonstrated an even greater distrust of the white man, which only strengthened their commitment to the Hopi way. Still other Hopis, such as my great-grandfather Victor, accepted and adapted Christianity to fit with faith on the Hopi reservation, rather than growing bitter toward the government for its past. 93. Wrongs against the Hopi people. He used the education he received at Sherman to better serve his family and Hopi community. Later on in Hawaii he made certain that his children attended school, not to encourage or endorse the destructive influences of the government but as a way to preserve their culture. Remembering. Atop Polaka on First Mesa. MariJo more. Some things are hidden in the immensity of the Arizona desert. Others are forever reappearing. As I walk across the burning sands, I feel traces of lightning that wove itself into this mesa hundreds of celebrations ago. Traces that scratch open my vision in preparation for a remarkable mystery. The hot wind sprays dust in my face, spits into my heart prayers floating in the ether for eons, and I intuitively know I will never be the same. Today, spirits will materialize in answer to ritualistic prayers. Spirits will sing, drum, and dance. The cats in 'em are coming. It is summer solstice, and I am a visitor on First Mesa on the Hopi Reservation in Arizona, invited by the Cinca family to observe an age-old ceremony closed to non-Indians. Consisting of approximately 4,000 square miles of arid plateaus and desert, Hopi land encompasses various dwellings, which clung to the rocky CHFFS of First, Second, and Third Mesas. First Mesa, barren of trees, juts out over the village of Polaka. The sky is close, turquoise, and beautiful. The mesa is colored only by sand, there is not one blade of green grass. Even the houses are sand-colored. 97. Sometimes, you focus on the black highway just to ease your eyes, Dale Cinca tells me as we drive up the winding mountain road. The parched earth of the desert floor is cracked open in places, showing even more dryness beneath. Yet looking down from the 600-foot-high mesa, I see tiny brown patches that are fields of blue corn. To my eyes, used to acres of lush green cornfields growing in a rainy southeastern climate, seeing corn grow in this parched desert is truly a miracle. The industrious and spiritual Hopi have managed to survive in the dry, barren desert for thousands of years. Although modern conveniences have made their way into the villages, Hopi traditions have survived. The Hopi language is still spoken fluently, baskets are still woven from yucca plants, and celebratory traditions still have precedence. Katsinam spirit beings who represent all aspects of universal Hafei and live on the snow-capped San Francisco mountains in the Kachina forest still come in colorful ceremony to pray for rain and abundance as they sing, not just for the survival of the Hopi but also for the entire world. Traces of lightning in the sand, burning feet, scratching eyes, wind spraying dust, spitting awareness prayers bringing in respected spirits, young men on Fiat rooftops, standing women with colorful shawls, sitting children, dark and beautiful, watching rose embroidered on loincloth of dancing Katsinam clouds, a lizard, the sun Katsinam dancing Katsinam embodying the world, the entire lost, lonely world somewhere, far away from this plaza. Children are crying, women are hurting, men are dying. All will eventually feel the prayers of dancing Katsinam dancing 98 eating fire, tasting blood, their guttural singing tearing at my throat, pihting open my soul, taking me to a place so deep inside the sky I may never go there again, mesmerized by movements, dreamed awake by colors, full deeper and deeper inside myself than I have ever dared visit before. Young men, serious and observant, line the flat tops of the ancient stone houses. Women, reverent in their colorful shawls, sit in rows of chairs on the plaza. Children with dark, beautiful faces wait with ancestral anticipation for the sine qua non. A slow, steady drumbeat begins to reverberate inside my heart as the plaza becomes filled with drumming, movement, and color. The Katsinam are here, singing and dancing. This dance, like all American Indian dances, is not a form of mindless amusement but a form of praise, a way to experience interconnectedness through motion. The art of dancing was part of life for American Indians before the conception of art ever existed. American Indian dances are beautiful metaphors for celebrating Hafei to the fullest. Music and dance are representatives of the Fuyu range of life for us American Indians. They are integral fuels that have always fed the fires of honor and traditions. Dance is a necessary spiritual action requiring dedication and a devout sense of reverence. To dance is to pray is to heal is to give is to live is to dance. Katsinam dancing Katsinam are lined inside of me, celebrating not explaining, celebrating the mysteries of all interconnectedness, knowing not hoping, knowing all the people need their prayers, small chosen rocks rattling inside gourds bringing visions of cool life-giving rains, my skin erupting, letting go cold chills quickly vanishing in the hot, dry desert. 99. Am I seeing what I am seeing? Dancing Katsinam dancing circle never closing, eagle feathers dripping from turquoise mouths, lush green juniper surrounding singing throats, movements. Gourd rattles raise upward meeting lowered faces, heads turning left, house and arrows lowered heads following, two right steps in one place, now one left, now turn and repeat, singing always singing. Symbolism is more than just imagined reality to American Indians. Symbols represent spiritual reality where thought and feeling, storyteller and story, spirit and creation, are considered the same. One need only watch a true artisan at work carving a ceremonial pipe from stone to see how ancestral spirits are present during creation. And there is no doubt evoked ancestral spirits are here within this plaza today, manifested in these otherworldly colorful beings. Watching the Katsinam dance, my senses heighten as cultural chants mix with swishing rain sounds falling from gourd rattles and fill the air. Haunting, mystical sounds transport my spirit to the place inside myself where deep wounds lie hidden, and I ache for a simpler existence. The drum, its round form representing the shape of the sacred universe, emits a strong, steady heartbeat that entrances my mind, and I become one with all. Agile and full of purpose, the sacred, fruitful dance chills my soul. I am alive. I sit in awe of this celebratory vision, and poetry births itself inside my spirit. Poetry has been the medium of mystics, prophets, and healers for thousands of years. For me, poetry is proof of the mystery living inside me, it is a reality scratching at the surface of my soul, it is my true connection to the whole. Poetry is ceremony woven from the voices of the old ones, intuition, dreams, and visions. The poems that find me are gifts from spirit through me to others. In the belief system of American Indians, this quintessential spirit is 100. Known by many names and has many voices. These voices often penetrate our spoiled, scarred psyches and force thoughts to materialize, expressing themselves in creative forms: song, dance, music, art, and literature. These creations provide us a sense of interconnection, a sense of being. They give us proof of what we all seem to crave the most: love and hope. Why love and hope? Is love respect, or is it the other side of indifference? Is it something that can be captured, bottled, sold to the highest bidder? Has love, like the words sacred, holy, and respect, become meaningless from overuse? And what about the word hope? What is hope? Why do we need hope? What have we forgotten? What have we lost touch with? I firmly believe most people have lost touch with the land, thus they have lost touch with themselves. To American Indians, ceremony is a necessary act to obtain or regain balance with the earth. It is the highest form of giving back to the earth so that she can replenish her supply for humankind. The purpose of ceremony is to integrate, to unite one with all of humankind and creation, as well as the realm of the ancestors. Consciousness is raised and the idea of individuality shed. Ceremony brings into balance all there is. Though each ceremony has its own special purpose, which varies from nation to nation, all ceremony provides deep illumination and the realization there is no separation from anything or anyone. Poetry, song, art, music, and dance can help us understand this relationship, and often provide spiritual hinges. Only in isolation can spiritual sicknesses exist, therefore, to heal, one must recognize a oneness with the universe. The Cherokee story How the Plants Gave Us Medicine tells of a time when humans lived peacefully with the animals, were in total communication with them, and always asked the permission of the animal for its life before taking it. But when the people began to lose respect for the animals and began hunting for sport, they needlessly killed animals and destroyed the balance of the forests. Because the people forgot the importance of ceremony, the animals began to inflict diseases and 101 infirmities upon them. The plant world, in sympathy for the people, gave their medicines as cures for the diseases. Now this plant world is being destroyed. Since the beginning of the 19th century, medical science has turned its back on nature. The aspect of spirit participating in one's healing is quickly pushed aside in favor of synthetic drugs and quick-fix therapies. The Hopi call this koyani skatsi, life out of balance, crazy life, youth disintegrating, a state of youth that calls for another way of youthing. Is youth out of balance? How else can one explain the continuing destruction of the world's original forests? And the poisoning of waters, the widening hole in the ozone, the thousands of dollars spent on the excavating of bones to be examined, while the problems of modern-day people continue to be ignored. What about individual lives? Are they out of balance? What about the continuing racist hate crimes, the bitter stings of discrimination and stereotyping? The rising number of suicides every year, especially among youth, the ever-present damage caused by alcoholism and drug abuse, children being born addicted and with fetal alcohol syndrome, and on and on? How have we lost this important contact with our inner selves? How have we lost our connecting responsibility to each other and to the land? What have we put in the place of ceremony? Ceremony is often shunned in favor of organized society and religion, in favor of shortcuts to spirituality, in favor of ignoring one's inner call by listening to the outer calls demanding more and more material gain. Ceremony is passed over in favor of defining instead of celebrating one's existence. In other words, we are cut off from our inner selves, from the place where we can experience spiritual connection with all that exists. Shunning ceremony can cause all of fate to become out of balance. But today, atop Polaka on First Mesa, white clouds are beginning to loom in the turquoise sky, adding their celestial contribution to the celebration of the great mystery. And the cats in 'em, poetry in motion surrounded by an aura of ceremonial certainty, dance on, singing and praying. Praying for balance to be restored to all. 102. reminding the arid earth roots of ancestral corn are resting in its ancient belly, cornmeal yellowed on chests, cornmeal leaving women's hands, landing on the sacredness, the blessed ageless ceremonial sacredness of dancing cats inum dancing turtle shells, speaking jingling bells, answering fox tails, swinging head cats inum, directing white-haired priest circling all the people silent. I believe my heart explodes, I believe my spirit takes flight, I believe my mind is touched as never before and maybe as never again. Mudhead cots in a drumming, stopping, changing positions, drumming, dancing, turning, singing, praying, moaning, ho te cats inum dancing, dancing cats inum dancing for all the people, dancing for all the world, stopping, leaving a changed silence, returning to the dark kiva to pray and prepare to dance again. The Hopi, like all American Indians, are not without factional problems. As their ancestors in the emergence stories, modern-day Hopi are still in disagreement concerning maintaining traditional beliefs or embracing progressiveness, which includes acceptance of non-Hopi ways. But today, ancestral spirits are here, dancing, singing, and praying. There is the collective acceptance of tradition. 103. I, like all the observers, am silent. Pausing in the space between knowledge and understanding. The space between wounding and healing. The space between hope and acceptance. I hear the haunting, guttural prayer song and the accompanying sound of the slow mesmerizing drum beat. The cats inum dance TWO, right steps in one place, one left, turn, and then repeat. These synchronized movements remind me that all is really one. That we are really a part of the all. This is truly a ceremonial celebration, truly a prayer in motion. The human element is almost totally disregarded as the entire physical universe is recognized, revered, and celebrated. There is no attempt at explaining the universe, only at celebrating its existence. There is no cathedral, church, or temple isolating the Creator, only natural surroundings. There is no collection plate, the people give their respect and full attention. There is no preacher ranting and raving about heaven or hell, no laying on of hands, no manipulation by guilt, no Sunday best clothing. No tarot card readings, no channeling of the Archangel Michael. No one seeking an Indian name, performing a vision quest, or ingesting peyote. There is no competitive dancing, no war whoops, no clapping. Only a changed silence as the cats inum finish their dance and head back to the darkness of the kiva, to pray and prepare to dance again. Rainer Maria Rilke wrote, teaching means, to ask of each person what he feels closest to in silence. As a writer, I am a teacher. And as a teacher, I am continually learning. Witnessing the metaphorical beauty of the cats inum returning to the source of creation has deepened my silence. As I drive across the changing desert to Phoenix to catch a flight back to North Corona, I ask myself what I feel closest to in silence. And I hear a voice, a silvery voice wrapped in secrets of red and purple, telling me to go deep, deep inside myself. Deep to the deepest part where the he's in the center of the darkness, that it will be here I will find the celebration of who I am, why I exist, where I come from, and where I am going. And in this celebration I will find the explanation that requires no explaining, the knowledge that requires no knowing, the answer that requires no questioning. Then I would understand, and then I would not understand, and then it would not matter. 104. What so many of us long to know and often guess about the universe and its mystical workings, the traditional Hopi know and respect. The most important realization is to celebrate and acknowledge the great mystery, not try and explain. What I have experienced is pure faith. A faith that obviously exists because, after all, the Hopi still have rain and their corn still grows in the arid desert. C#. 3. Exposure and Surveillance. Indian Nations and the American Holocausts. Carter Revered W. What seems to matter most is the Great Silence, the denial of any Holocaust. The United States, like every other nation I know of, is a nation built on genocide, an empire whose Capitol building foundations rest on the skeletons of American Indians, like the Romans' Capitol building said to be set on the skeleton of Remus, the murdered brother of Romulus, who founded Rome. We are a culture whose schools only gingerly touch and mostly ignore the actual history of the nation, the empire, the culture, so far as those might include detailed reference to the Indian nations deliberately destroyed and still undiscovered, even though every year a new set of missionaries is sent to the reservations to report on the people there. Historians are only beginning to include accounts of the Indian nations who lived on this continent as taking part in the shaping of the European colonies and the colossal new Ameropean empire that grew out of those. It seems that any empire must construct a legendary history of itself in which the other nations that were killed and feasted upon were somehow participants, not mere victims of rape but happy members of its harems, not extinguished cultures but mistaken resistors of higher. 108. Civilization. The Aeneid is one model for such a legendary history, but every U.S. history book presents us with comparable uses of legend and suppression and slanting. Long before the Romans became the dominant Indo-European tribal confederacy, however, the various other invading Indo-European nations, most of whom the Romans subjugated and usually wiped out, Gauls, for instance, had themselves already extinguished many nations and cultures. The Basques are perhaps the only remnant of those cultures who still have a language left among them. The Etruscans, for instance, do not, and the Basques are still kept from resurgent nationhood by the remaining imperial guards of Spain. I think that the Indians of our surviving nations, like Jews, should never forget, but it seems harder to persuade citizens of the United States to remember or acknowledge the American Holocausts of which our nations are survivors, because to remember them is to confront skeletons in the American Empire's own closet. It is one thing to believe Hitler and Stalin were monsters. It is quite another to view the American presidents, from Washington onward, as following agendas that provided models not only for the British Empire, in South Africa, explicitly evoked, in India and elsewhere, less directly, but also for the Third Reich. Hitler cited South Africa and the US examples as models, and for Stalin's Soviet Empire, the evil empire, as Reagan famously called it. No nation wants to see itself as having a criminal past, as Germans realized very sharply after World War II. Every nation has its true stories of heroism, of virtue, of a great and brave people achieving its free and full nationhood. No nation wants to admit the dark side of its ascent to power and wealth. It may be that a better procedure for Indian peoples, better than achieving only a museum of the American Holocausts, would be to try and insist that the majority culture should be shown and asked to admit the positive achievements of American Indian nations, as well as to confront the negatives presented in standard accounts. By analogy, it might be that along with a Holocaust museum for Jews in Washington, D.C., there should be a celebratory museum in which the courage, brilliance, decency, and incredible achievements of Jewish people in the 109. History of these United States would be displayed, achievements that show this tiny minority to have been perhaps the greatest overall contributors to what is good in our national history and the culture. There has been, in the past half-century or so, a really useful and reasonably successful effort to show that black is beautiful, to bring out the contributions of blacks to American history and culture. Similarly, for American Indians it is good to have some record in the National Museum of the American Indian of our positive achievements, yet there should also be a full record of the dark side, which Americans are still denying or belittling. In other words, facts of the American Holocaust. I saw a review article on the National Museum of the American Indian not long ago, in 2004, one think, in the New York Times by a writer who, it seemed to me, sniffed at those who try, in the NMAI, to show some of the achievements of American Indians. The reviewer actually seemed to take offense at efforts by Indians to show the positives. I was and am still incensed by his sneering and by all such patronizing snobs. They are harmful, and they also show more of their own ignorance of American history, and Indian nations within that history, than they realize. Reading his comments on the NMAI was like reading a sneering opera review by someone who shows himself both tone-deaf and musically illiterate. Yet when that same reviewer, not so long afterward, went over to London and reviewed a performance there of Schiller's play, Don Carlos, he showed intelligence, perceptiveness, literary and theatrical knowledge, and sense. Seeing this, I found it all the more exasperating that he had carped at the NMAI's record of achievements by American Indians. As it happens, I am writing these words in London, where lately I saw a splendid production of another play by Schiller, Mary Stuart, and the theatre critics are rejoicing that it is finally possible to bring back the achievements of a great German playwright whose work, because of the infamy of the Third Reich, has been presented in England since 1945. One have also just gone to reasonably good performances of Shakespeare's Henry IV, both Part 1 and Part 2, whose brilliance 110 and continual relevance to political events from 1595 to 2005 and beyond are almost unbelievable. We can recognize that relevance immediately, when we hear the opening lines of Part 1 spoken by Henry IV, who has attained the throne by what he will later admit to his son were indirect and crooked ways. In this first speech Henry tells his courtiers that he hopes to end the civil war and insurgencies at home by leading an army to Jerusalem so that all the English factions can fight a common foe, the Muslims, in Palestine, to chase these pagans in those holy fields, as he puts it. Later, in Henry IV, Part 2, as Henry lies dying, he will advise his son, Prince Hal, to do likewise start a foreign war in order to divert English rebels and consolidate his royal control of the nation. I hope viewers will reflect, as they see these literary achievements of an English playwright, on the startling relevance of this play to the American election of 2000, by which George W. Bush assumed the presidency through indirect and crooked ways, and on the crusade upon which the American people have since been led in the name of national unity. By the same token, I would love to have, in a museum of the American Holocausts, a section devoted to some of the great recorded ceremonies of American Indian peoples, with attention to the continuing relevance of those ceremonies. For instance, I would like to see the long, elaborate, and very beautiful Pawnee ceremony of the Hako presented in the museum, so that for visitors this peacemaking, brother-making ceremony, this singing the calumet, could once more be made visible, so Americans could see that before the Europeans arrived Indian nations were not merely wild groups of warring savages, but had good ways of bringing together different factions, tribes, and nations in peace and brotherhood. I would also like to see an exhibit devoted to the Osage naming ceremony, which was recorded and preserved in 2 different versions, one each from 2 different clans, by Francis La Flesche in the early 1900s, and in this presentation I would especially want the visitors to notice a brief passage in which La Flesche asked which of the 2 versions was correct, in a section where they differed. 111. Somewhat. It is the answer given by an Osage elder to La Flesche's question that I would want visitors to hear. They are both right. I would want that to be heard, because I think it is no less relevant than the plays of Shakespeare or Schiller to the widespread wars and sectarian murders and tortures still going on in the 21st century, as well as to those reported in the Old Testament books of Judges, Samuel, and Kings, to those narrated in the New Testament, and to those described by the historian Josephus. When we look back on the several thousand years of sectarian slaughter, the torments of the Inquisition, the Reformation, and Counter-Reformation, the dreadful history of the 30 Years' War, it requires a Jonathan Swift to summarize European history in these matters. Surely it would not have been a bad thing if the Osage elder's words had been the guiding ones for European priests and statesmen. I would like for some of the achievements of such elders to be made visible in any museum of the Holocausts, never to be forgotten so long as there are humans to remember them. Choctaw Legacy. How to Lose Your Country. Twice in 14 treaties. Don L. Birchfield N. IOT. Long after the end of the American Revolution, on January 3, 1786, the infant United States consisting of 13 loosely confederated states located entirely east of the Appalachian Mountains, largely on the Atlantic seaboard itself but loudly claiming sovereignty over Indian land all the way to the Mississippi River, formally made the acquaintance of the far-distant Choctaw Nation, in treaty with the Choctaw, 1786. The Choctaw Nation, located deep in the interior of the continent in the lower Mississippi River Valley, was a great distance from even the nearest American frontier settlement and was in no sense under any kind of American control. But it was part of American ambitions under the doctrine of discovery. In 1786 the Choctaw people, much like the 3 million Americans, were loosely organized as a confederation. That Choctaw Confederation of 3 distinctly different divisions: Oklahoma Filet-Along people, Oklahoma Tanap people of the opposite side, and Oklahoma Hanley-Sixtones people, consisted of about 15,000 to 20,000 Choctaws, living in more than 100 largely autonomous towns. The great majority of those towns were situated along the upper watersheds of the streams in 113. Present-day east-central Mississippi. The isolation of those towns in those upper watersheds was apparently a survival strategy to escape the contagions of European disease that had spread along the river-bottom trading paths in the region. Choctaws, premier agriculturalists, were descended from people who had been cultivating corn for about 3,000 years. Their immediate ancestors, highly complex, large populations of river-bottom, agricultural, Temple Mountain civilizations, had been devastated by those European diseases during what ethnologists call the black hole of Indian history, those unrecorded, chaotic, and deadly decades following the abrupt onset of the Holocaust, with the arrival of the lethal Spanish expedition of Hernando de Soto in the region in the late 1530s and the train of European pestilence left in its wake, which may have killed as much as 90% of the pre-Holocaust Indian population. 18th century Choctaws were a nation of survivors. They were highly skilled farmers who supplemented their diet by hunting an abundance of deer and other game in their river bottoms and by harvesting their extensive forest resources, which they carefully managed by the controlled burning of underbrush. By 1786 the Choctaws had survived the ambitions of both the French and the British. But the Spanish were still a dangerous presence in the southeast, and there was no guarantee that the French or the British would not return. The Americans represented an opportunity for the Choctaws to enter into an alliance with a new people, a people who were loudly proclaiming how different they were from the European colonial powers. In 1786, for the first Choctaw Treaty with that new American nation, negotiated at Hopewell in South Carolina, the Choctaws granted the United States an exclusive right to regulate Choctaw trade, Article 8, in exchange for a commitment of protection by the United States, Article 2. The Choctaws agreed to admit American traders into the Choctaw Nation, Article 9, and to allow them 3 tracts of land, 6 square miles each, to build trading posts, Article 3. If any citizen of the United States attempted to settle on Choctaw land, that person 114. Would forfeit the protection of the United States, and the Indians may punish him or not as they please, Article 4. The boundary of the Choctaw Nation was reaffirmed, as it had been established ere her by the Choctaws and the British, Article 3, in that treaty, the Choctaws made a good bargain for themselves, an arrangement that is known in international law as a protectorate. The sincerity of the American treaty commissioners was encouraging, and virtually all of the terms of the treaty had been freely offered by the Americans as expressions of the will of Congress to have relations with Indian nations. Grounded in mutual respect and fairness, under the direction of the U.S. national government, it was a good start, one that held a lot of promise for the future. But the southern states, in the years after 1786, would refuse to abide by the Hopewell treaties. The United States negotiated that winter with the Choctaws, Cherokees, and Chickasaws, nearly identical treaties, and would sabotage the attempt of the U.S. government to honor its commitments under those treaties. The southern states would also refuse to abide by the U.S. Constitution, which would shortly be written and ratified, and which would make the regulation of commerce with Indian nations the exclusive province of the U.S. national government, Article 2, Section 8. The southern states would also refuse to abide by decisions of the U.S. Supreme Court regarding Indians, with the devastating impact upon the Supreme Court that continues to this day. The U.S. federal government would not be willing to go to war with those southern states over any of those issues, as it would in the 1860s over the issue of slavery. Instead, with the election of Andrew Jackson to the presidency in 1828, the U.S. government would conspire with state governments to suppress the rule of law on the North American continent. The Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Cherokee nations would have to await the day, which is still at some indefinite point in the future, when the treaties their nations negotiated with the United States at Hopewell will be honored by the American people. How much longer they might have to wait is an open question. But they are ancient peoples. 115. And the Holocaust is a comparatively contemporary event, only 5 centuries old and far from having run its course, with many centuries remaining before the drama is likely to have played itself out. For the short run of history, however, for the brief period of the next 2 centuries after 1786, matters turned decidedly grim for the Choctaws. 15 years after that first Choctaw Treaty at Hopewell, in the SEC on Choctaw Treaty with the Choctaw, 1801, the United States sought and received permission from the Choctaws to build a wagon road through the Choctaw country. On that wagon road Americans poured into the region in such great numbers that on January 10, 1817, the United States Congress admitted Mississippi to the United States as the 20th state. 30 years after granting the right-of-way for that wagon road, in the aftermath of the 9th Choctaw Treaty with the Choctaw, 1830, the Choctaws found themselves on that road, being herded toward a new homeland hundreds of miles away west of the Mississippi River, having been dispossessed by the American people of all that they had ever owned east of that river. Choctaws became the first Indian nation forced to travel the infamous Trail of Tears under the provisions of the Indian Removal Act of 1830. That genocidal event, conducted by the United States in 2 brutal winter migrations in 1831–32 and 1832–33 and a final autumn removal in 1833, killed 2,500 Choctaws, approximately 1 out of every 7 of their population. The conditions were appalling. At times, torrential winter rains forced some of them to wade through waist-deep water. At other times, barefoot Choctaws were forced to huddle around open fires in freezing temperatures with nothing but a blanket for protection from snowfall as deep as 5 inches. Others encountered devastating cholera epidemics. Weakened and exhausted, ill-provisioned and easy victims to disease, they continued to die in great numbers after their arrival in the West. There are 6 things regarding the callousness and duplicity of that event that are particularly noteworthy and that might be sobering for contemporary Americans to contemplate. 116. 1. The removal of the Choctaws was an act of betrayal by the American people of its own loyal military ally. It was Choctaws, under the vigorous leadership of Pushmataha, who dashed Tecumseh's dreams of bringing the southern Indian nations into Tecumseh's Pan-Indian Emissary Alliance in the War of 1812, the last war on the North American continent in which Indian military power still mattered. During the War of 1812, Pushmataha was commissioned a brigadier general in the United States Army, as he led between 600 and 800 Choctaw troops in support of the U.S. Army in Alabama against Tecumseh's Red Stick faction of the Creeks at the Battle of Horseshoe Bend and the Battle of Etowah, and against the British in the Pensacola Campaign in Florida and at the Battle of New Orleans in Louisiana. Happy face. When the war was over, the profoundly grateful Mississippi Territorial Legislature awarded Pushmataha an annuity of $50 a year for 5 years and presented him with a 50-Dwyer rifle gun. Happy face. Upon the death of Pushmataha in 1824 in Washington, D.C., Senator John Randolph of Virginia eulogized his life on the floor of the United States Congress on behalf of a sincerely grateful American people. Pushmataha was accorded the rare honor of burial in the Congressional Cemetery, with General Andrew Jackson himself leading his impressive military funeral procession. The procession stretched for a mile through the streets of the nation's capital, a capital, one might recall, that had been burned to the ground by the British in the War of 1812, as the infant American Republic had barely escaped having its life snuffed out in that war, a war in which Pushmataha and the Choctaws had played such a prominent role. At the time of his death, Pushmataha was arguably the Indian most beloved by the American people in all of American history up to that time. Today, Pushmataha is virtually unheard of and the Choctaws are virtually unknown in American popular culture, undoubtedly because for their loyalty to the United States, for their sacrifice of having shed their Choctaw blood on the battlefields on behalf of the United States. 117. The Choctaws were rewarded with the horrors of the Trail of Tears. American historians haven't quite figured out how to put the right kind of spin on that. 2. The United States required the Choctaws to pay the entire expense of their removal. Choctaws were forced to finance their removal by allowing the United States to sell all of their remaining Choctaw land in Mississippi, 10,423,130 acres, to whites. By the terms of Article 18 of the Removal Treaty, the United States received $8,095,614.89 for the sale of the Choctaw land in Mississippi and spent $5,097,367.50 on the removal of the Choctaws, leaving a balance due to the Choctaws of almost $3 million. But the United States refused to pay even that money to the Choctaws. Choctaws were forced to hire a long succession of LAVV-7 ERS who attempted to collect the money from the U.S. government. It took decades, requiring further treaty negotiations. In 1855, in the 13th Choctaw Treaty, Articles 11 and 12 of Treaty with the Choctaw, 1855, arbitration by the U.S. Senate in 1859, congressional legislation in 1881 referring the matter to the Court of Claims, and, finally, a U.S. Supreme Court decision in 1886. In 1888, the United States finally paid the nearly $3 million to the Choctaws. Sort of. By then the monumental expenses the Choctaws had incurred in trying to collect the money, including the decades of attorneys' fees, consumed almost a U of it. 3. Despite the fact that it was the Choctaws who were being forced to pay for their own removal, the United States decided that the ill-provisioned conditions of near starvation and lethal exposure to bitter cold of the first winter migrations had been too expensive. The United States fired the independent contractors who had conducted the removals during the first winter and whose incompetence, internal feuding, and chaotic lack of coordination between the removal parties had directly contributed to the appalling number of deaths. The U.S. Army was placed in charge in order to save money. And save money the Army did. It decided to save the expense of hauling the 118 Choctaws in wagons. The remaining thousands of Choctaws would walk the entire distance, in violation of Article 16 of the Removal Treaty, in wagons. The U.S. agreed to move the Indians to their new homes, happy face, with the U.S. Army in charge. The human misery and loss of Hefei exceeded even that of the first winter removals. 4. By the explicit terms of Article 14 of the Removal Treaty, Choctaws not desiring to remove to the west had the option of registeering with the U.S. agent, becoming citizens of the United States, and being granted title to their farms in Mississippi, including one full section of land, 640 acres, for each head of a family, plus 320 acres of adjoining land for each unmarried child over 10 years of age and 160 acres for each child under 10, with the guarantee that persons who claim under this article shall not lose the privilege of a Choctaw citizen. Thousands of Choctaws attempted to exercise that option. The American agent in charge of that registration, William Ward, with the support of his U.S. government superiors, simply refused to honor that provision of the treaty, allowing only a token number of Choctaws to register. To their SHPCK and disbehag, thousands of Choctaws who had not planned to remove and who had consented to the removal treaty only because it offered them that option, were suddenly forced to remove. 5. Choctaws received no land whatsoever in the West for surrendering their remaining 10,423,130 acres in Mississippi. Choctaws already owned the land in the West that they were removed to. They had purchased it from the United States a decade earlier in the 7th Treaty, Treaty with the Choctaw, 1820, as modified by the 8th Treaty, Treaty with the Choctaw, 1825. Happy face. To acquire that land in the West in 1820, the Choctaws had exchanged approximately 5 million acres of their Mississippi land, which was subsequently divided into 9 Mississippi counties. 6. Choctaws tried their best to learn from their early exposure to what would turn out to be the salient features of the American national character. When forced by the United States to enter into the removal treaty in 1830, the primary leverage the United States used was its 119 claim that it was helpless to keep the state of Mississippi from extending its laws over the Choctaws, which the state of Mississippi had claimed to have done in January 1830. The claim was knowingly facetious, yet that calculated deception on the part of the presidential administration of Andrew Jackson is embodied in the Choctaw Removal Treaty. The preamble of Treaty with the Choctaw, 1830, states: whereas the General Assembly of the State of Mississippi has extended the laws of said state to persons and property within the chartered limits of the same, and the President of the United States has said that he cannot protect the Choctaw people fix, the operation of these laws, now therefore that the Choctaws may have under their own laws in peace with the United States and the State of Mississippi, they have determined to sell their land east of the Mississippi and have accordingly agreed to the following articles of treaty. 2 years after the Choctaw Removal Treaty, a U.S. Supreme Court decision in 1832, Worcester v. Georgia would confirm that state laws could not be extended to Indian nations when the state of Georgia and Andrew Jackson's U.S. government would try to use that same deception to remove the Cherokees. But the Worcester decision would break the back of the Supreme Court. The decision would have stopped the removal of the Cherokees. But President Andrew Jackson and the state of Georgia simply refused to abide by the rule of law. They ignored the Supreme Court, which found itself helpless to enforce its decision. The Supreme Court would never again attempt to intervene in the illegal taking of Indian land. The court would choose to try to preserve its own survival as an institution, rather than attempt to uphold the rule of law, fatally cripple the Supreme Court forever. The only thing the Choctaws secured for themselves in the 1830 Removal Treaty, other than a few token annuities for the support of schools and other governmental functions, was a guarantee from the 120 American people that the extension of state laws over the Choctaws would never happen again. They secured that guarantee at the cost of 10 million acres of some of the richest agricultural land in the world, at the cost of suffering the brutality of their removal, which devastated virtually every family in the nation with the death of loved ones, and at the cost of bitter disillusionment at being betrayed by their meudary ally and protector. That guarantee is embodied in Article 4 of Treaty with the Choctaw, 1830. It consists of 83 words in plain English, plain enough that any American school child could comprehend it, if it were allowed to be taught in the American schools, plain enough that all the other nations of the world can comprehend it. The government and people of the United States are hereby obliged to secure to the said Choctaw Nation of red people the jurisdiction and government of all the persons and property that may be within their limits west, so that no territory or state shall ever have a right to pass laws for the government of the Choctaw Nation of red people and their descendants, and that no part of the land granted them shall ever be embraced in any territory or state. Happy face, those 83 words are not taught by the illegal state of Oklahoma in its school system. Oklahoma history is depicted as a celebration of a wonderful frontier spirit, while conveniently leaving out details such as Article 4 of Treaty with the Choctaw, 1830. That wonderful frontier spirit came railroading into the Choctaw Nation in the West by the terms of the 14th and final Choctaw Treaty, Treaty with the Choctaw and Chickasaw, 1866, in which the Choctaws were forced by the United States to allow the construction of railroads through their nation, much like the access afforded by the wagon road in 1801 in Mississippi. Whites poured into the Choctaw country in the West on those railroads in such great numbers that before the end of the 19th century those illegal intruders, 121, outnumbered Choctaws in their own country, where they began clamoring for American statehood and clamoring for the extinction of the Choctaw Nation. Happy face, Article 7 of Treaty with the Choctaw and Chickasaw, 1855 states that, all persons, with their property, who are not by birth, adoption, or otherwise citizens or members of either the Choctaw or Chickasaw tribe, and all persons, not being citizens or members of either tribe, found within their limits, shall be considered intruders, and be removed from, and kept out of the same, by the United States agent, assisted if necessary by the meetery. In 1907 those intruders got their wish, when the illegal state of Oklahoma was created by the United States Congress, in violation of Article 4 of Treaty with the Choctaw, 1830, when the Congress caved into the pressure from its constituents, betraying the Choctaw people for the second time. Choctaws, and all other members of the so-called five civilized tribes, Cherokees, Creeks, Seminoles, Chickasaws, and Choctaws, in Indian Territory, now approximately the eastern half of the illegal state of Oklahoma, were forced to accept the individual allotment of farms and were declared to be Oklahoma citizens. The tribal estate, ownership of land in common, was thus broken up and the Indian nations were declared to be dissolved. The justices of the Supreme Court of the United States turned tail and ran, mindful of what had happened to the Supreme Court the last time it tried to intervene in the illegal taking of Indian land, in 1832 in Worcester v. Georgia. They ran so far and so fast they abdicated any further meaningful role in the United States government when the court declared, in 1903 in Lone Wolf v. Hitchcock, that the U.S. Congress has plenary, full, power over Indians, that the Congress can unilaterally abrogate any clause of any Indian treaty whenever it chooses to do so, and that the lower courts cannot intervene, basing all of that upon the pretext that Indian affairs were a political matter. That voluntary vassalage of the Supreme Court to the U.S. Congress has left the Supreme Court ruling on nothing regarding Indians except for interpreting legislation passed by the Supreme Court's masters in the 122 U.S. Congress, and for matters regarding Indian treaties that the Congress has not yet voided, creating an illusion that the court still has some meaningful role in the government. In reality, in 1903 the Supreme Court removed the judicial branch from the checks and balances of the U.S. governmental system, which reconstituted that system as one that now consists of only legislative and executive branches, both popularly elected. On the issues of Indian land and Indian sovereignty, the American experiment of trying to create a republic based on democratic principles failed, confirming the worst fears of native peoples that the American Revolution succeeded in doing nothing more than turning loose a renegade nation on the face of the earth, one with no respect for the rule of law. The people of the illegal state of Oklahoma wasted high time ille-gally separating the Indians of the former Indian Territory from their allotments. Much of that was accomplished by court fraud in one of the largest and most pervasive criminal conspiracies in the history of the United States, one that involved the commission of felonies by many people throughout the Oklahoma legal establishment, including lawyers, judges, and some of the most prominent politicians of the time. The catalyst for the most feverish court fraud was the discovery of rich oil fields underlying many of those Indian allotments. Happy face, the scale of the court fraud was so monumental that the lightly populated Federal District Court for the Eastern District of Oklahoma was the second busiest federal district court in the United States, second only to the District of Manhattan in New York City. Happy face. Throughout most of the 20th century the United States attempted to maintain the legal fiction that the Choctaw Nation no longer existed. In the mid-1970s the United States Congress, red-faced with embarrassment at how the violent confrontations with the American Indian movement had brought international media attention to the desperate poverty of Indians throughout the continent, finally allowed the Choctaws to adopt a new constitution and form a government again for the first time in 7 decades. In 1975, in explaining to the world why it was passing the Indian 123 Self-Determination and Educational Assistance Act, Public Law 93-638, the U.S. Congress declared that the Congress finds 2. The Indian people will never surrender their desire to control their relationships both among themselves and with non-Indian governments, organizations, and persons. In the 30 years since then, the Choctaw Nation has rapidly expanded its operations, assuming responsibility for many programs from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, including administration of the Indian Hospital at Taina. It has created revenue-generating tribal enterprises, including casino gaming, for which it has had to fight the illegal state of Oklahoma every step of the way, in attempting to address the appalling poverty that has afflicted the landless nation ever since that once prosperous civilization of farmers was descended upon by that wonderful frontier spirit. By August 2005, the membership of the Choctaw Nation stood at 171,389, making it one of the largest Indian nations on the North American continent. But the illegal state of Oklahoma still claims the Choctaws' land and still claims a right to meddle in the affairs of the Choctaw people in the tradition of the antebellum Southern states, creating an uneasy coexistence between two quasi-sovereigns, the Choctaw Nation and the illegal state of Oklahoma, as Oklahomans struggle to comprehend the long-range implications of having failed to extinguish the Indian nations. Choctaws and other Indian nations are a long way from reasserting sovereignty over their land and dismantling the illegal state of Oklahoma. But Choctaws are also a long way from being the dying and disappearing people the Americans portrayed them to be little more than a century ago. In the long run, a renegade American nation might finally see the benefits for everyone if everyone lives under the rule of law, and the Choctaw Nation might achieve the protectorate relationship that was established by treaty with the Choctaw, 1786, and again by treaty with the Choctaw, 1830, and live in friendship with its American neighbors, secure in its own land, under its own laws. That's what the 124 American people committed themselves to twice, and it would be one of the biggest steps they might take toward restoring their credibility with the other nations of the world. The Cherokee Nation. A colonial morality play in 3 acts. Steve Russell. A woman is walking, stumbling in a line of other people. It is cold. The path she walks is icy mud and there is snow drifted around the tree trunks. There is no sound, even though there are lots of people, and when she looks down at her feet wrapped in rags, the mud looks like a pudding beginning to set. There should be a crunching sound. The woman falls and she thinks a snowdrift beside the path looks like a soft downy pillow. She is sleepy. There is no sensation of cold. She closes her eyes. She wakes with a sharp pain in her side. A man is standing over her, a soldier. He has poked her in the side with the barrel of a rifle. He shouts something and menaces her with the rifle, but there is still no sound. She climbs laboriously to her knees and then to her feet and stumbles back into the honey. Sometimes I watch this scene from above, sometimes from up or down the trail. Sometimes I am the woman and sometimes the soldier. The other people are many but faceless. When I am the soldier, I feel no hatred. I move with a dispassionate efficiency, but with no more fiend than my grandmother had toward the chicken when she wrung its neck for Sunday dinner. 129. It was many years later and after many visions of this scene that I learned how my family got to Indian Territory, now called Oklahoma. They could have been old settlers, who moved to Arkansas to escape colonial expansion, clashed with the Osage, and wound up in Oklahoma. They could have been survivors of Dewey U.S. Band, massacred in Texas and chased north. They could have been members of the Treaty Party, who made the trek early and as volunteers to escape the justice of the blood law. No, my great-great-great-grandmother walked what the perpetrators have come to call the Trail of Tears, a loose translation from the Cherokee. It was even after learning that, and after getting a law degree, that I learned how the Trail of Tears came in defiance of a United States Supreme Court ruling that the removal of the Cherokee people to Indian Territory was without legal authority. John Marshall has made his decision. President Andrew Jackson is rumored to have said of the Chief Justice, "Now let him enforce it." So it was that a people who were wealthier and better educated than their white neighbors were rounded up at gunpoint and force-marched through a winter for which they had not been allowed to prepare. So it was that the wife of Chief John Ross died in Arkansas after, the story goes, giving up her blanket to another. So it was that a third, or was it only a fourth, of our nation perished and that I was born in Oklahoma. If I am HNKED with that history as certainly as I am linked to the United States, what does it matter to how I walk in the world? The late historian John Hyam defined ethnicity as a sense of community based on shared historical memories. That's ours. I cannot remember when I learned of the Trail of Tears. Oklahoma Public Schools mentioned it in, if memory serves, the 8th grade, but I feel that I have always known about it. The Trail of Tears was a factual backdrop of being Cherokee, like the story of Quaidie Ross giving up her blanket. We, the tribal descendants scattered in Indian Territory, now Oklahoma, learn that the Trail of Tears is part of our identity, but it is best to keep quiet about it. Is it in return for this favor that Oklahoma calls itself Indian America? 130. Indian America. Oklahoma of Rogers and Hammerstein and green growing lilacs hard by red dirt roads and paintless outhouses, Oklahoma of Will Rogers the paint clan Cherokee with the friendly grin and wit like a straight edge razor, Oklahoma of the deep fork bottom and papper shell pecans, whiskered catfish, 3.2 beer and holy rollers, Oklahoma of Friday night football, rodeo cowboys and niggertown Saturday night, Oklahoma of bootlegger pints and small town vandals, Indian art, Indian clothing, Indian food, Indians in Indian America where an Indian can be anything except alive. Take out a map of Oklahoma and look at the place names. It's a lesson in the difficulty of expressing native languages in English and, if you track down the names, in the history of the peoples removed to Indian Territory when it was the continent's largest reservation. If you don't run down the history, then Pushmataha is a county, Tenkiller is a lake, and Tahlequah is a city. Of course, even the places where lots of few bloods. 131. Live to this day don't necessarily have Indian names. There's nothing recognizably Cherokee about J and Vian and Kenvkud. Well, there is if you have nearby, but being Indian in Oklahoma, as in most of the United States, is a constant tension between caricature and invisibility. How to succeed as an Indian poet. Don't say hunger. Write of the plump red strawberries groomed by Cherokees in the Cookson Hills, rather than rodents fried in lard, garnished with herbs from the bar ditch, government commodities on the side. Don't say homeless. Write of the red wildflowers and stark beauty of the Black Hills in South Dakota rather than the gutted mobile homes and appliance cartons on the Pine Ridge Reservation. Don't say disease. Tell us of the red sand slipping through the hand of a Navajo medicine man rather than reminding us that hantavirus is spread by rats. Don't say genocide. Tell us of Red Cloud and Rolling Fly Under, Crazy Horse, and Tecumseh. Safe dead Indians Pontiac as a hood ornament rather than reminding us of a Cheyenne child at Sand Creek. 132. Exploding like an overripe watermelon, red within and red without, from the business end of a .50 caliber sharps. Do tell, do right. O wise and noble red man! Native American shaman, share your hard-won wisdom but not too much of it. Cherokee history might logically be divided into three periods of great prosperity, each interrupted by the European colonists. The first period was before Europeans discovered us. It is part of the burden of being Cherokee to say that we hunted and gathered, but we were not hunter-gatherers. We lived in wooden houses, not teepees, and our government was more a confederation of towns than a nation. We had agricultural surplus, which meant that we could support thinkers and artists. Cherokee was spoken everywhere from what is now West Virginia down to northern Florida and over to Kentucky and Alabama. Notice I said that Cherokee was spoken, not that everyone in those territories was Cherokee. We were a prosperous people and trading was common. The beginning of the end of that first period of prosperity was 1539, when Hernando de Soto began his entrada. De Soto was not the first Spaniard to spread European diseases and values in the southeast, but he was the first one to touch Cherokees with death in hindsight, an omen. In time, the gold seekers gave way to traders, and our ancestors learned they were not as prosperous as they had thought. They needed European trade goods. Metal tools and cloth and guns. In the trading centers near the coast, Cherokees were early on decimated by smallpox, but adapted to the trade culture to the extent that we actually managed to hunt the white-tailed deer nearly to extinction. This is absurd both because the white-tailed deer is an adaptable and prolific breeder and 133. Because our traditions told that we could not kill a deer without asking the deer's pardon. Our traditions quickly took a back seat to our wants, which were easier to identify then than they are today. What Indians want, what do you want? The question comes with and without goodwill, but it comes. Acknowledgement of our history here. Says my Indian sister Ruth Soucy. Denazification. Says the faux Indian Ward Churchill. These things and more, and they will cost you dear. More than giving the country back, much, much more. I think of the German civilians forced to file through the death camps at the point of American guns, how the civilians tried to turn away but our GIs grimly insisted and the German townspeople stood there and cried, more naked than the stacks of naked Jewish corpses, stripped of deniability. Once you stand there naked, stripped of innocence. 134. Bereft of Indian depredations. Without casinos or tax exemptions or smoke shops, without myth or trivia, when you stand there naked as my hunger, when you know the price of taking a deer without the deer's permission, then we can talk. When deerskins didn't buy the things we had been taught to want, we ceded land. And ceded land. And ceded land. In 1785, in 1791, in 1798, in 1804, in 1805, in 1806, in 1816, in 1817, in 1819, we ceded land. Let us not discuss fraud or the broken promises that kept bringing us back to the table where our interests would be carved to fit imperial ambitions. Let's follow the fortunes of my ancestors. Some Cherokees had accepted western lands in return for land ces scions in 1817. From early in the 19th century, Cherokees moved west in groups of varying size seeking that which would never be found in North America, a space beyond colonial expansion. The Cherokees who stayed formed a constitutional government in 1827. Missionaries had infested the nation for some time, with mixed results. They brought patriarchy to a society where women had been equal to men in council. But they also brought education and, with Sequoia's invention of the Cherokee syllabary, the Cherokees achieved virtually complete literacy. The missionaries brought printing presses, and the Cherokee nation had not only a higher literacy rate but also more books and newspapers than the white people of Georgia, who coveted still more land cessions. Intermarriage with white people was widespread and, at first, not a social problem. Cherokees had no concept of race and the child of a 135. Cherokee woman was always a Cherokee, with the clan identity inherited from the mother. Fathers in Cherokee society could be white men without disruption because most of the socialization and discussion of children was the duty of the eldest male sibhng of the mother or other clan representative. Most early intermarriage was white men and Cherokee women, since the colonists had come for the most part without women. Later there would be folks like my Cherokee father, who married a white woman and produced me. We would be, in tradition, clanless and therefore without legal standing as Cherokees. The tribal council recognized us as Cherokee citizens in 1825. Blood quantum. Mari for love, squaw man. Mari for love, clanless mother. But have a care, Tsalagi, for the thin red line, thinning to grey. The Kitu was want a fourth. The eastern band, like the Marrow Bank, wants a 16th. So have a care, Tsalagi, for the thin red line, thinning to grey. There is strength in numbers but also grey gone oblivion. Landless, clanless, without medicine or meaning, tourist teepees and model names on trucks, here we remember proud people who married for love. 136. As our land disappeared into white hands and our clan customs became diluted, we still prospered in the economic sense. We even adopted the white custom of chattel slavery, an ironic turn for a people the British had at first tried to enslave. To stop the bleeding of our land base, we passed the blood law. It became a capital crime for a Cherokee to sign a document purporting to cede any more Cherokee lands. In 1835, in spite of the Cherokee blood law, the bogus Treaty of New Echota ceded all Cherokee land east of the Mississippi in return for a reservation in Indian Territory. On September 28, 1836, Chief John Ross wrote to Congress, "We are overwhelmed. Our hearts are sickened, our utterance is paralyzed, when we reflect on the condition in which we are placed, by the audacious practices of unprincipled men. The instrument in question is not the act of our nation, we are not parties to its covenants, it has not received the sanction of our people. The makers of it sustain no office nor appointment in our nation." Ross's spirited defense of Cherokee rights in Washington came within one vote of preventing ratification of the Treaty of New Echota, but ratified it was. From behind this legal fig leaf, President Andrew Jackson dispatched soldiers to remove the Cherokees, beginning the central horror of our tribal identity and the end of our second period of prosperity. The land in Indian Territory, of course, did not turn out to be completely worthless. The year they drilled for oil. 10 months before the lease was up, they brought in the drilling rig. The driller's shack took the beanfield. Joe tried to put in some lettuce around the edges, but those big tires don't know lettuce from Bermuda. 137. There was not enough Bermuda left to graze the cow, so Joe's kids learned to get milk in bottles. The hole killed one of the roots on Joe's pear tree. It didn't die, but there were no pears that year. The noise from the rig disturbed the chickens and they quit laying. One morning we found the beehive empty, and we all helped put up the honey in jars, not knowing when there would be more. The pond down below the well got salty and all of Joe's catfish died, and we were afraid to eat the fish, but Joe said we could use them to fertilize the corn. The corn came that year in small ears with tiny hard kernels that did not gush juice across the table when bitten. Only the melons seemed to ignore the drilling, but when the fruit came it tasted salty, like chemicals. The blackberry bushes along the fence line were coated with dirt, and the berries had to be washed with care, but we got a few pies. 138. The man from the oil company came to see Joe in the last month of the lease and said the rig would have to leave soon. Joe, a 6-foot Muskogee who called himself Red Stick Creek, started to cry. Not understanding, the oil man offered to stay and bring in the well if Joe would extend the lease on terms a bit more favorable to the company. He said the core samples looked very promising. Joe declined. I heard the oil man tell another as they walked away that Joe had missed a chance better than nothing. These Indians, he said, just do not understand how to use land. Next year, the pear crop was small, but it came early. The Cherokee Nation rebuilt in Indian Territory. Some Cherokees in North Carolina hid out from the soldiers, disappeared into the mountains. They would become what is today the Eastern Band of Cherokees, and their history is as marked by the removal as is that of other Cherokees. Hiding out for years in the wilderness is, in its way, just as significant as a forced march at gunpoint. Before the Eastern Band was able to come out of hiding, the Cherokee government had built the first school for women west of the Mississippi. More schools followed, and the printing presses hummed once again. Cherokee farmers broke the soil, craftsmen flourished. Hard work prevailed once again, and the prospect of mineral wealth on tribal lands promised a bright future. For a third time, the Cherokee Nation prospered. 2 more intrusions of colonial politics destroyed that prosperity. First, the Civil War and the slavery question ripped apart the nation. 139. Cherokees fought on both sides, and had we been white people that might have meant an enhanced political position no matter which side won. Since we were Indians, that meant we would be punished no matter which side won. This economic catastrophe is something we might have surmounted but for the crowning blow, allotment. Early colonial literature describing the Cherokees pointed out 2 of our customs that were particularly unsavory from the European point of view: women's social equity and common land holding. A Cherokee woman could hold political office, and a Cherokee farmer could fence whatever part of the commons he was able to keep in crops. In Oklahoma, women's equality was long gone. Cherokee women had not signed treaties with the colonists, and as the clans lost power, patriarchy came to people who had been matrilineal and matrilocal. However, the tribe still held land subject to its own rules for usufruct. Henry Dawes set out to change all that and, not so incidentally, open up surplus land for white settlement. Surplus was whatever was left after each Cherokee man, woman, and child got approximately 160 acres to be held, or not, as it turned out, individually. After litigation failed to stop allotment, there was widespread civil disobedience in Indian Territory. U.S. Marshals had to be called in to accomplish allotment over the resistance organized by the Cherokee Redbird Smith and the Muskogee Chitto-Harjo. Chitto-Harjo. Crazy Snake said, "Don't sign." Indians signed. Crazy Snake said, "Hold the white man to his word." Asterisk. Indians took what they could get. Crazy Snake refused his allotment. They put him in a cage. Asterisk he told me that as long as the sun shone and the sky is up yonder this agreement will be kept. He said as long as the sun rises it shall last, as long as the waters run it shall last, as long as grass grows it shall last. That is what he said, and we believed it. 140. Indian justice under white rule required only a whip and jay post and a gallows, whipping and death, pain, and the end off pain. A couple of cells to sober up drunks but no living in a cage. They put Crazy Snake in a cage. Almost everybody signed, and the Muskogee reservation disappeared. Leaving historians to examine the transaction and ask, who was crazy? Who was a snake? On the Dawes rolls, the HST of Cherokees who received allotments, I can see my grandfather, my great-grandfather, and numerous collateral Errol relatives. Most of them got plots near Bartsville, Oklahoma, the city that Phillips Petroleum owned and operated. Of course, by the time the oil was produced my family, like most Cherokees, had been snookered out of their allotments. My father's part in the oil boom was as a roughneck, and his family had followed the jobs across the border from the Cherokee Nation to Bristow, which was in the Creek Nation. And Indian nations were untaught history to white Oklahomans. What I learned and didn't learn. At the Bristow, Oklahoma Historical Society Museum. Peanuts grow without dirty hands. Oil wells drill themselves. Oklahoma was empty land, settled by people in neckties who were served by invisible cooks and waitresses. 141. Slavery and Jim Crow left no mark in the red dirt of Oklahoma. The Historical Society removed the colored restrooms and water fountain to be certain of that. Oklahoma was a land without Negroes, Indians, roughnecks, drunks, whores. A land where crops and goods appeared and swell people traded among themselves between church services on Sunday and Wednesday and football games on Friday. It was such a perfect place, no wonder I had to leave. When Gene Autry worked at the Frisco Depot. The Frisco Depot had 4 restrooms and 2 water fountains when Gene Autry worked at the Frisco Depot. Henry Dawes had so recently stolen the Muskogee Nation that the owners still smoldered and sought out the bootleggers when Gene Autry worked at the Frisco Depot. Halliburton was north of town. Bristow was peanut farms and oil wells. 142. Gene Autry went to Hollywood. Halliburton to Iraq. The peanuts moved to Georgia. Not likely to come back. Money changers tell the Temple's story of Gene Autry at the Frisco Depot. Negroes who knew their place, an oil patch without roughnecks, peanuts grown without hands in the red dirt, steak houses where dishes washed themselves, white hankers and bosses in ties and suits with golden watch FOBS smugly tread on Muskogee bones. The current Cherokee chief, Chad Smith, declares that the lesson of our history is that Cherokees survive, adapt, prosper, and excel. He is right about our history, but it's fair to wonder how many times a PEOPLE can have prosperity snatched away. Those of us who manage to achieve a college education are fascinated by the histories of other Indian nations and how they so often revolve around some central horror like the Trail of Tears. We come to wonder who we are. We were supposed to die out, plainly, but we did not. And we sometimes compare our stories to those of Europeans, modern stories that give us neologisms hke ethnic cleansing and genocide. 143. Bosque Redondo. Homage to Yevgeny Yevtushenko. Over Bosque Redondo there is a new memorial. Stones from Dinta on the rolling Fiat near the Brackish River. Today I'm as ancient in years as the Dine people. It seems to me at this moment. /M Dine. Instead of the trail where we cried, the long walk. Instead of TSA La GI. Dine. Oh, how you taught us our assigned station. You taught us well. Even today, the ladies with parasols point with scorn at drunken Indians outside Gallup bars, point as they daintily avoid the New Mexico sun and search between the bars for old pawn treasures, point as another skin, pawn money drunk up, is chucked into the street. Point at the present without seeing the past, recent past. Red niggers. The only good Indians I ever saw were dead. Don't play with the Indians, dear oh, my American people. I know the melting pot is your guiding metaphor, but those with unclean hands stained with the blood of people who will not melt besmirch your own clean name. The Indian fighters and their great battles, their Washitas. 144. And Sand Creeks, reputations written with the blood of women and children and old men, the missionaries who broke our connections and took our souls in exchange for names in Spanish and English, the Indian agents who stole us blind in both the buying and the selling, the politicians who say we're extinguished, distant history and garbled fiction, squanto and tonto. The goodness of my native land I know. But an Indian child, frail as a twig in April, trembles before your schools. I want just that we should see each other as we are. Here we were forbidden the sacred journey to the four corners of Dinta. How can I show you the rocky spire where Spider-Woman gave the gift of weaving to the Dine? If I cannot, how will you know a Navajo rug? Over Bosque Redondo only rustling wild grasses move. The trees watch sternly like judges arrayed. Here silence itself cries aloud / remove my hat and feel I am gradually going grey. This is no place to take a child to play until she is ready to hear the story spoken by this land. When is that, I wonder? And I myself am like an endless soundless cry, over these thousands of buried ones. Each one of these murdered elders am I. 145. I am each of their murdered sons and daughters. Nothing within me will ever forget this, that nothing outside me dares to remember. Let the drums thunder their might when will be buried for eternity the earth's last racist white. Native blood my veins runs through, but Scottish blood and Irish too, as proof that love crosses between us. Let the hatred that birthed this place of fear and the starving Dine clan sink into this sterile soil. Let the tourists who come upon this ground that grew nothing but pain mourn the lives represented by these stones from Dinta and come away free, resolved to answer those who question pedigree. I am a true American. Weeds from the underworld. The conquest of Tsanakamoko and Monaskane. J. Hansford C. Vest. In 1608, as the English began probing Tsanakamoko Powhatan, Virginia while seeking an empire, they arrived with a self-assured arrogance in conquest of an ancient world. It was a world of complex civilizations rich in attention to the moral mandates of kinship and reciprocity with the spirits or nature persons that empower terrestrial reality. Contending that they were a chosen people, the invaders came with an abstract spiritual agenda, self-entithing them to a hyper-real claim to lands held by no Christian prince. Encountering the Mamanatoic, or Great King, Powhatan, personally known as Wahunsnikaha, they offered to ally themselves in trade and against his native enemies, the Monacans of the interior. Despite these foreign overtures, the paramount chief appears to have smelled a rat, and he bluntly revved, "Many do inform me your coming hither is not for trade but to invade my people and possess my country." These Tasses, or foreigners, nonetheless attempted to persuade him that they came in peace, but upon seeing their armaments the Mamanatoic offered that they should leave their weapons in their barge, saying, "We being all friends and forever Powhatans." As an uneasy peace began to break, Powhatan informed the faithless. 147. Invaders, having seen the death of all my people thrice, I know the difference of peace and war better than any in my country. Ere her, he had heard from the Nansemen that these Tasses intended to destroy my country. In an ere-her encounter while probing the interior along the Rappahannock River, this view of conquest was aptly ascertained in the words of a captive Manahawk man, Amoroluk, of the Monacan Confederacy, who informed the Ahens that he had heard that they came from under the world to take their world from them. In this manner, the natives of Tsanakamoko and Monaskane were met by the Tasses, or English invaders. Thus began the ensuing conquest and genocidal holocaust that accompanied the English in conquering the Virginia Indians. In the land now referenced as Virginia there were two great native confederacies drawn along linguistic affiliations. Inhabiting the tidewater region that begins along the fall line where the rivers break out onto the coastal plain, there was the Algonquian Powhatan Confederacy that included 33 nations. Notwithstanding this great nation, there were amid these people an independent Algonquian people, the Chickahominies. Known as the densely populated land or our place, Tsanakamoko was exclusively an Algonquian province. Adjacent to it in the west there he the Piedmont-Ruang Hills, mountain uplands, and Valav provinces extending into present-day West Virginia. Called Moniscane, these lands were home to the Monacan Confederacy and its three great alliances. These included the Manahokes in the north to the Potomac River, the Nahasans in the south extending into Carolina, and the Monacans in the center reaching into West Virginia. Collectively, these were the Earth people who inhabited Moniscane. While there was also an Iroquoian presence along the border fringes of contemporary Virginia, with the Meherrin and Nottoway in the east and the Cherokee in the southwest, I have chosen to omit these natives from the scope of this essay. At the outset of the English arrival, the Monacans and the Powhatans were traditional enemies. However, with the duplicity and aggressive character of the Tassantasses, a peace was secured between these native 148 nations by 1612, or within 4 years of the colonial invasion. In the scope and character of European conquest and colonialism, the effect upon the native nations in Virginia was much the same in wasting and destroying the indigenous peoples. Before exploring these impacts and their history, however, there is need to give definition to the native Holocaust experience. During the past 2 years, while writing a paper addressing the conquest of the Americas as an allegory depicted in the film The Mission, I encountered some resistance from one of the anonymous referees of my essay. This scholarly critic seemed to dismiss the notion of a systematic conquest of the Americas, passing it off as an inadvertent disease-based disaster. He or she wrote, "Genocide is a term that was introduced to describe the systematic attempt on the part of Nazi Germany to exterminate all the Jewish people. Subsequently, the term has been extended to refer to the conscious attempt to kill the entire population of any ethnic group. It is true that large numbers of natives died in the process of contact, many of them due to disease and many more due to conditions of slavery as well as warfare. But, it is not clear to me that death by disease, which accounts for the largest number bears of deaths, is evidence of a widely accepted strategy to wipe out the native populations of the Americas, obviously with scholar friends like this one, associated with one of our leading native-centered academic publications and pedagogy, and doubtlessly employed at an American institution of higher learning. It is unlikely that we surviving natives need enemies. Indeed, we have plenty of friends to assure us into perpetuity with their goodwill in order to appreciate the systematic nature of the conquest and subsequent Holocaust. However, it is worthwhile to review and consider the initial European observations. Following landfall in the Americas and his initial notices of the natives, Columbus wrote, "They should be good and intelligent servants, for I see that they say very quickly everything." 149. That is said to them, and I believe that they would become Christians very easily, for it seemed to me that they had no religion. Columbus' remarks manifest a conclusion that has dominated Western intellectual attitudes and governmental actions toward native peoples throughout world history. Historian Frederick Turner has characterized the Columbian impact on Native America as the Western spirit against the wilderness. The coming of European civilization to the wildernesses of the world is a spiritual story. To me it is the story of a civilization that had substituted history for myth as a way of understanding life. It was precisely this substitution that enabled Europeans to explore the most remote places of the globe, to colonize them, and to impose their values on the native populations. Initiating the conquest, the Spanish were brutal in their application of colonial and papal decrees upon the aboriginals. It was the Spaniards, according to Louis Hanca, who first raised the necessity to work out Christian laws to govern their relations with the Indians they encountered. Speculation concerning the origin of American Indians and questions as to whether they were men or savage beasts plagued Spanish and European authorities as they initiated the conquest. The invasion of the Americas was foreshadowed by the accumulated events and experiences that grew out of Christian expansion in Europe. Fueling a savagism dogma, notions of the wild man abounded in the literal and non-contextual reading of European and Middle Eastern mythologies. As a result, Spanish captains pursued the conquest while fully expecting to encounter monsters and mythical beings such as giants, pygmies, dragons, griffins, white-haired boys, bearded ladies, human beings adorned with tails, headless creatures with eyes in their stomachs or breasts, and other fabulous folk characters. These were the savage or monstrous races of men that filled the pages of the bestiaries and captured the popular imagination during the Middle Ages. Although the papal donation of 1493 had declared Indians to be men, Pope Alexander VI, with the advice of the Archbishop of Seville, decreed that the Indians should serve the Spaniards and that this vassalage was in accordance with law, human and divine. Armed with their folk 150 bestiaries and fertile imaginations, the Spaniards felt justified in the conquest, and this policy was later rationalized in the Great Debate at Valladolid, 1550–1551, when Aristotle's theory of natural slavery was offered to American Indians. Aristotle had held that some men born of inferior race were natural slaves and that they constituted a condition of animate possession when held by a superior race. It was this authority that gave the Spaniards rights of natural lordship and permanent superiority over the American aboriginals. Preceding the Great Debate, 1550–1551, in November 1505, King Ferdinand asserted the state's sovereignty over the Americas when referencing the 1493 papal donation and declaring himself to be the perpetual administrator by apostolic authority. To this effort on June 6, 151, Ferdinand charged Diego Columbus that the Indians be baptized and instructed in our holy Catholic faith, for this is the principal foundation upon which we have based our conquest of these regions. The papal bulls of Alexander VI and Julius II, moreover, conferred special authority upon the Spanish crown, granting greater power for the direct administration of church affairs in the Americas. Hanke observed that the acceptance by the crown of the obligation to provide for the Christianization of the Indian led to a theory of empire and colonial puissance in which ecclesiastics, who had always been imparted in royal councils, became trusted advisers to the crown and to the Council of the Indies, the principal administrative body for ruling America. 27. Despite treaties, laws, rules, and requirements designed by the state's ecclesiastical advisers, the conquest in its wanton brutality and waste challenged the moral authority of Christendom. As a result, there emerged a struggle for moral justice that championed Christian precepts in the relations between peoples. Hanke comments, this attempt became basically a spirited defense of the rights of the Indians, which rested on two of the most fundamental assumptions a Christian can make, namely, that all men are equal before God, and that a Christian has a responsibility for the welfare of his brothers no matter how alien or lowly they may be. 1. The exploitation and depletion of native populations following. 151. Columbus's penetration of the Americas is, nevertheless, vividly depicted in Bartolomé de las Casas Apologetica Historia. On the island of Espila, modern Haiti and the Dominican Republic, alone, Las Casas estimates that between 1494 and 1508 nearly 8 million souls perished in war, sent to Castile as slaves, or consumed in the mines and at other labor. In summation, historian Kirkpatrick Sale noted that Spanish surveys of Espila taken in 1508, 1510–1514, and 1518 all show the same rough picture, of a population then under 100,000 and declining precipitously. The most detailed census, the Repartimento of 1514, listed just under 22,000 adults that after official revision was expanded to 27,800. Noting a reduction rate at 99%, Sale emphatically states the facts of this genocide, from 8 million to 28,000 in just over 20 years. Astonished at this death and destruction of the aboriginals, Las Casas soberly remarked, who of those born in future centuries will believe this? I myself who am writing this and saw it and know most about it can hardly believe that such was possible. In fact, by 1542 Las Casas, who was there at the time, reported that only 200 Tainos remained on Espila, and these were probably the last natives surviving anywhere in the islands. Happy face, projected across the Americas in incidents one after another, this wanton destruction of human life, the conquest, as we know it constitutes the greatest episode of genocide in world history. Among the natives of Tsanakamoko and Monoskane, the Holocaust took three forms. These included first, colonization with disease, war and massacre; second, the advent of internecine tribal warfare encouraged by European displacement and trade policies; and third, institutional racism in apartheid segregation and sterilization. In the explication of these matters, there is ample evidence of Powhatan and Monacan Holocaust history that remains in place and effective in the contemporary policies of the United States. Recalling Powhatan's remark that he had thrice seen the death of his people and that the TAS Santos's arrival was intended to destroy his country, we may begin our explication of native Holocaust history in Tsanakamoko and Monoskane. In popular accounts of the conquest of Tsanakamoko, it is commonly believed that in 1607 two vastly alien and unknown cultures were 152 encountering each other for the first time. In fact, the NHSH declared the land virgin, as in Virginia. Such historically naive accounts have generated much fiction, and they give no hint of the manifold evidence of an aggressive European invasion and colonization prior to 1607. Evidence, nevertheless, bears out P.O.V. Hayden's remark concerning three or so prior encounters with the deadly Tsantasa assault. The earliest foreign intruder with Tsanakamoko was apparently Giovanni da Verrazzano, who in 1524 sailed past the Virginia Capes into Chesapeake Bay. While there is no record of contact with the real people, Powhatans, it is known that in her encounters in the south Verrazzano did engage natives in personal contact. A 1546 storm subsequently forced an English ship into a very good bay in the land of La Florida in 37°, in the account of a cabin boy that was given to the Spanish in 1559 while anchored in the bay. Over 30 canoes, in each of which were 15 to 20 persons, came alongside the ship seeking trade. Given that the 37th parallel runs through the entrance of Chesapeake Bay, this encounter may have been among the first within Tsanakamoko. At any rate, these initial encounters both present possibilities of introducing the first viral disease pathogens within the Powhatan community. Initial encounters between the virus-free native communities and the virus-infected Europeans have historically led to significant pathological outbreaks that are known to severely reduce an indigenous population. In fact, anthropologists have estimated that the effects of E-netil viral outbreaks among virgin native communities result in a survival rate of 1 member in 12. It is, therefore, probable that the densely populated land Tsanakamoko was significantly depleted when the English arrived in 1607, and that their observations of a Powhatan confederacy of less than 5,000 inhabitants is a woefully inadequate estimate of the pre-contact population. Occurring between 1559 and 1560, there is the first documented encounter between Europeans and the Powhatan nation. In this case, a Powhatan Indian, while visiting south in the Carolina Sound region, was picked up and taken to the Spanish West Indies. Called Paquinquinio, his Spanish captors baptized him with the name of his sponsor, Don Luis. 153. De Velasco's speculation regarding the identity of Paquinquinio has suggested that he was the father of Wahunsnakaha Powhatan, or perhaps the same person as O Peshancana. Educated among the Dominicans in Mexico, Don Luis was sent in 1566 with 2 friars and 30 soldiers to locate a mission among his people. When he failed to FMD the Virginia Capes, he returned to Cuba and was later sent out with 8 Jesuits in 1570 to found the mission. On September 10, 1570, they landed at College Creek, 5 miles east of Jamestown Island. Crossing the peninsula, they reached the York River at either Kings or Queens Creek and there settled in among the Paspahugs, or perhaps the Chickahominys, with their mission. Don Luis subsequently left the priests, returning to his native people, but when the missionaries' supplies ran out they sought him out in early February 1571. Loyal to his people, however, Paquinquinio chose to emanate the Jesuits. Later, a Spanish relief ship arrived and the captain became suspicious when he could not find the priests. However, one young novice, Alonso de Lara, did survive. Following his return to the Spanish, Pacanquineo feared reprisal. In August 1572 it arrived under the command of the governor of Cuba. The punitive expedition took many natives captive while attacking the Chickahominies. Beginning in 1584, the ill-fated ventures at Roanoke sponsored by Sir Walter Raleigh were subsequently located on the fringe of Tsnacomico. Bound in hostility, these colonies failed while leaving several members to their fate. In the scope of these activities, the Spanish sailed again into Chesapeake Bay in 1588 as far north as the Potomac River, where they seized an Indian youth and carried him away. Taken to Santo Domingo, he converted to Christianity and died shortly thereafter from smallpox when the third or, later, lost colony arrived again at Roanoke and failed. The refugees were in 1587 taken northward, perhaps among the Chesapeakes, who were later thought to have been conquered by the Powhatans before 1607. In each of these encounters, the natives of Tsnacomico were again exposed to deadly viral pathogens, which may have again reduced their numbers, such as Powhatan described. As a result, the 1607 Jamestown expedition entered. 154. At Tsnacomico greatly impacted and reduced by Spanish and English incursions. A standing holocaust brought on by disease and punitive campaigns was historically well-founded when Powhatan informed John Smith of the threefold death of his people. As the English invaders arrived at Jamestown in 1607, the Powhatans were experiencing a severe drought, thereby reducing their agricultural production. The English, however, were not well provisioned, and Captain John Smith, with his companions, was very aggressive, demanding corn at gunpoint from the Powhatans. It is, perhaps, from this perspective that it became common in the pictographic language of the real People to represent the English as a swan belching fire. Herein the white-skin English evidence a simile of association in using their fire-belching weapons with the appearance of an aggressive swan. During the ensuing years from 1607 to 1622 there was a war of attrition as the NHSH continued to rob the Powhatans of their corn and expanded their squatting on native lands. The real people were incrementally pushed off their better agricultural land as the English claimed it for their tobacco plantations. As this invasion persisted and intensified, the real people had no choice but to strike back in the Great Assault of 1622, so Opechancana organized a systematic attack on Good Friday, March 22, seeking to extinguish the invaders and drive them from Tsnacomico. Betrayed in the assault by sympathetic tribespeople, a small number of the Tas-an-Tas SAS survived. These were soon reinforced with arrivals from England, and the native uprising was used as a propaganda ploy to justify a systematic war of annihilation upon the Powhatans. In the reprisals, entire tribes were wiped out, with the survivors of one, at least, being sent to the West Indies as slaves. Afterward the real people were forced into increasingly smaller enclaves and made aliens within their own lands. When in 1644 an aged Opechancana renewed another great assault, the real People were so decimated that they were confined to small reservations, which could neither sustain their traditional way of life nor secure their future as a people in their own homeland. Meanwhile, in Moniscane during the early 17th century, the Monacan people were under fire from an aggressive and expanding 155. Iroquois Confederacy. Mooney informs us that until 1670 these Monacan tribes had been disturbed by whites, although they were given to much shifting about due to the wars waged against them by the Iroquois. Happy Face. Initial contacts with colonial explorers and the Monacans, including the Nahai-Sans, Yesang or Tutelo, Saponi, and Akanichi, began in the 1670s with the German physician-explorer, John Lederer, as well as the trade-oriented Bats and Phalum expedition. It was apparent, however, that independent Indian traders had already made commercial and social inroads among the Central Virginia tribes. In fact, the rebel Nathaniel Bacon fell upon the Akanichi and nearly wiped them out, despite their standing as tributary Indians protected by treaty. By the time of Bacon's rebellion in 1676, the Monacan tribes had begun to ally themselves together in close association near their Occaneechi confederates on a series of islands in the present Roanoke River near contemporary Clarksville, Virginia. Prompted to this defensive strategy by their implacable enemies from the north, the Iroquois, the Monacans were forced to seek security in treaty alliance with the Virginia colony. By 1685 Iroquois raids directed at the Tutelos in Virginia triggered the colonial governor of Virginia, Lord Howard of Effingham, to treat with the Haudenosaunee at Albany. The Iroquois had been harassing the Tutelos, who were under the supervision and protection of Virginia, with the intent of driving them into the Covenant chain as direct tributaries of the Five Nations rather than through the intermediation of Virginia. Lord Howard's treaty concluded with a pledge from the Iroquois to stay behind the mountains and beyond the Virginia settlements. However, the Haudenosaunee demanded that the Virginians send one of their allied tribes to become an Iroquois tributary. While Lord Howard assumed he had secured the League's agreement to halt their wars upon the Virginia tribal tributaries, including the Tutelos, it was by no means settled and the Iroquois continued to raid the Tutelos. The Monacan, nevertheless, received their share of massacres from the English. Initially, as Captain Newport captured Amaraloluk, the NHSH promised an alliance with the Powhatans to make war on the 156 Monacans. The extent of this early assault is not known, but later, following a treaty with the Powhatans in 1646, it included the Monacans. There is evidence that the Monacans of Mohemco suffered a cruel reprisal from local landowners near the Falls of the James. In this regard, Francis Louis Michel records, "About 30 years ago they still dwelt there. But when they inflicted some injury upon the Christians, Colonel Bourne, who is still alive and who was then living on the frontier, namely at Fallon's Grig Falling Creek, as soon as he heard of this ravage, mounted at once his company, he was then captain, and attacked the Indians boldly, who had promised obedience but had not kept it. He soon overcame them after some resistance and put all of them to the sword, without sparing anyone. He also destroyed their settlement and whatever they owned. For this service the then King of England granted him the whole district between his land and this place, which extends 25 miles in length and 18 miles in width. Those Indians who were not at home or escaped, still camped during the summer not far from their former home. In all likelihood, the Monacans did not bring about the attack upon the Falling Creek colonials. However, the Iroquois were known to commit depredations upon the Monacan and frontier communities during this period. In fact, sure enough, King of the Monacans was a signatory of the 1677 Treaty of the Middle Plantation, thereby indicating that the tribe was a tributary under the protection of the colony. This account of the massacre of the Monacan tribe, however, may explain why no Monacans were mentioned in the Fort Christiana Treaty negotiations or other subsequent documents. It may also suggest that the Monacan proper survived in association with the Huguenots, but isolated from the Saponi at Fort Christiana. Although Michel made no effort to record a census of the Monacans during his stay among the Huguenots, it was reported about 25 years earlier that the 157 Monacan proper could muster 30 bowmen. With a ratio of 3 family members per bowman, this suggests that there were about 120 Monacans in the early 1670s. In accordance with the frontier policy of Virginia Governor Alexander Spotswood, the Monacan tribes agreed in 1714 by treaty to occupy and possess the Fort Christiana Reservation near present-day Lawrenceville, Virginia. A mutual protection compact, the 1714 treaty provided for a reservation of 6 miles square, a palisade fort with cannons and a group of armed rangers for defense, and a school for Indian children, as a governing factor commanding the post and administrating Indian affairs under the authority of the Virginia Indian Company. Continuing their depredations against the Monacans, the Iroquois in 1777 launched an attack upon a visiting delegation of Catawba leaders who were camped outside the fort as invited guests of the Virginia government. While Iroquois raiding parties continued to boldly march home through the colonial settlements of Virginia in 1719, Spotswood began negotiation with the governors of Pennsylvania and New York seeking a means to secure peace with the Haudenosaunee. As his concerns increased, Spotswood communicated his fears regarding these northern Indians to the Virginia Executive Council, declaring that the Iroquois were threatening to come in greater numbers to fall upon the English of the colony and so cut off and destroy the Saponi Indians. Governor Spotswood accordingly petitioned the New York government and the Haudenosaunee for a conference designed to secure a lasting peace. In September 1722, during the treaty conference at Albany, the Iroquois revealed their bitter hatred towards the Monacan tribes. "Though there is among you," they referred to the Virginians, "a nation, the Todd-Iracons, against whom we have had so inveterate an enmity that we thought it could only be extinguished by their total extirpation, yet, since you desire it, we are willing to receive them into this peace, and to forget all the past." Happy face. Even afterwards, in 1729, when renewing the Covenant of 1685 with Virginia and Maryland, the Iroquois deputies presented a wampum belt to Governor Spotswood in token of their 158 friendship, and blandly requested permission to exterminate the Totoro Tutelo. Happy face. Indeed, Mooney concluded, the great overmastering fact in the history of the Siouan tribes of the East is that of their destruction by the Iroquois. Although several tribal segments or bands, including members of the Tutelo, Saponi, and Occaneechi, joined the Iroquois in the Haudenosaunee Confederation, Aboriginal Monacans nonetheless appear to have returned from Fort Christiana to the central Blue Ridge region of Rockbridge and Amherst counties circa 1740. A connection to the Fort Christiana Saponi Reservation is clearly evident in this Orange County history of the last Saponi Indians and those 1740s-era Indians of Rockbridge and Amherst counties, as well as today's Monacan Indian Nation in the interval of Monacan absence, hov ever, colonial opportunists, as well as the Cherokee and Shawnee nations, began entering Monaskane, claiming it for themselves. The Shawnee, in particular, began to raid the NHSH frontier settlements during the French and Indian War. By this time, the surviving Monacans amid the central Blue Ridge were all but forgotten. Their history and identity as the Earth people was maliciously obscured by the institutional racism and apartheid segregation enforced in Virginia. Writing in 1785, Thomas Jefferson commented, "An inhuman practice once prevailed in this country of making slaves of the Indians." In a manuscript note, Jefferson, furthermore, declared, "This practice commenced with the Spaniards with the first discovery of America." Happy face. Although Jefferson took no further notice of this institutional slavery as applied to American Indians, there is a way precedent history that included his beloved state of Virginia. While Jefferson's observations may have been a matter of selective perception characteristic of his times, the failure of subsequent writers to give consideration to this history is less forgivable. As oppressed minorities, particularly African Americans, began to struggle for their civil rights and overthrow apartheid segregation in the South, little thought was given to the historical survivance of American Indians in 159. The region. After all, in the minds of most Americans, those southern Indians had been removed to the west and those remaining were at best triracial isolates and not real Indians. Reflecting, however, Jefferson's observation of more than a century before, ethno-historian Irving Hollowell wrote in 1963, "In the colonial period of our history some Indians shared the status of slaves with Negroes." European enslavement of American Indians began with Christopher Columbus, who in 1494 sent more than 500 Indians to Spain and the slave market after enslaving the natives of Hispaniola for exploitation in Spanish gold mines. Great mortality was experienced among captives, leading slavers to raid the Bahamas and Florida in the early 1500s. American Indians, accordingly, were consigned to slavery in the West Indies concurrently with the first African slaves who were introduced there between 1501 and 1503. During the 1520s, Lucas Vasquez de Ayllon took over 150 Eastern Siouan Indians as slaves from the Cape Fear River area. There are several accounts of Indian enslavement in Virginia. For instance, as the Old Dominion began asserting its colonial institutions in the early 1600s, the practice of educating Indian children at the Col leg of William and Mary became a ruse for officials to sell the children as slaves. Happy face. Following the 1644 Powhatan Uprising and the Treaty of October 1646, Indian prisoners were kept by the English and made into servants. Despite an act of 1660 in Virginia that Indians were not to be sold as slaves, it later became legal during Bacon's rebellion to enslave tributary Indians who had committed acts such as fighting, or who were deemed hostile by the English. In fact, following a May 1676 attack upon the Occoneechee, the Virginia General Assembly passed laws declaring all Indians who deserted their towns or harbored hostile Indians to be enemies, and any Indians captured in war were to be slaves. By 1682 the Assembly declared all servants who were not Christians at time of purchase, as well as all Indians sold by neighboring Indians or any other people, to be slaves. The proprietors of colonial South Carolina identified Indian enslavement in that colony writing, Mr. Maurice Matthews and Mr. 160. James Moore have most contemptuously disobeyed our order about sending away Indians and have contrived most unjust wars sick upon the Indians in order to the getting of slaves and were contriving new wars for that purpose. Matthews and Moore were associates within a group of powerful Carolina planters known as the Goose Creek Men, who were notorious for their incitement of tribal allies to war upon neighboring natives whom they captured and sold as slaves. The South Carolina colonist Dr. Henry Woodward reports in 1674 to Lord Shaftesbury trade was opened from St. Giles Plantation for deer skins, furs and young Indian slaves. Happy face. Emphasis is given to Woodward's account in the following year, 1675, when a Chisca, Yuchi, woman, escaped from slavery in Carolina to the Spanish Appalachia in Florida while the Carolinians engaged in limited Indian wars prior to 1680. There were a series of clashes, which developed the notorious traffic in Indian slaves, in which South Carolina achieved a bad eminence among the English colonies. Happy face. In 1680 the colonial proprietors charged that the powerful Charlestown slave dealers made the West-Indian War for the purposes of selling Indian slaves in the West Indies. Following this precedent, the Carolinians regularly encouraged and conducted Indian slave raids against tribes, as diverse and far away as the Winyaws from the North Carolina border, Appomattox from Virginia, Cherokee from the mountains, and Chatat from the Gulf of Mexico. Happy face. Expanding this commerce in Indian slaves, the Carolinians encouraged intertribal warfare, which was extraordinarily wasteful in its effects, and led to rapid penetration of the interior. Happy face. Noting the 1690–1700 war with the Choctaw, Vernon Crane writes that the ultimate aim of the English was to exhaust them by wars in order to seize their lands and send them all slaves into distant countries. Happy face. Indian slavery was also practiced for the Carolina domestic economy. In a 1704 raid upon the Appalachians, Moore boasted of returning with 4,000 captive Indian women and children slaves for the colony. Crane further notes that traffic in Indian slaves spread to other colonies in the West Indies. While many southern Indian slaves were shipped off to New England and the West Indies, southern plantations 161 remained rich with enslaved natives. Crane notes, for example, in 1708, when the total population of South Carolina was 9,580, including 2,900 Negroes, there were 1,400 Indian slaves held in the province. Although not peculiar to South Carolina, Indian slavery reached greater proportions there than in any other English colony. Following the Tuscarora War in 1711, at least 75 of these North Carolina and Virginia Iroquoian peoples were brought to South Carolina as slaves. Available records reveal that a minimum of 5,500 Indians were enslaved in the Carolinas. Although Indian groups survived in the South, those who remained as slaves, however, melted into the black population. Charles Royce, furthermore, notes systematic slave hunts had nearly exterminated the aboriginal occupants of the Carolinas. Before anybody had thought them sufficient importance to ask who they were, how they lived, or what were their beliefs and opinions. While many Carolina Siouans were sold onto plantations within their original homelands, others were sold as captives into West India bondage. Actually, as early as 1638 the Massachusetts English had deported many of the conquered Pequots to the Bermudas as slaves. Transportation of Indian slaves to the West Indies included captured Cusco Indians during the War of 1671–1674. In fact, 600 householders on Jamaica reported holding 51 Indian slaves between the years 1670 and 1700. Governor Cabrera of St. Augustine expressed his grief over Indian enslavement and the slave trade with Barbados. Decreed by the Barbados Governing Council, it was announced in 1636 that Negroes and Indians that come here to be sold, should serve for life. Not to be outdone, the Virginia English decreed that all Nance Atticos aged 12 years and older were to be sold in servitude in the West Indies, and as a result an entire Powhatan tribal group was eliminated from Virginia and enslaved in Antigua. Another factor contributing to the disassociation of American Indian identity in the South was the racial integrity codes that were legally binding in the region. Governor William Gooch promised the better government of Negroes, mulattoes, and Indians, with the 1724 Virginia law that deprived men in those categories of their political franchise. As early 162 as 1705 the Virginia Assembly decreed, "The child of an Indian and the child, grandchild, or great-grandchild of a Negro shall be deemed, accounted, held and taken to be a mulatto." The legislative intention was clearly to include Indians among the colony's colored population, thereby creating a biracial white and colored society. Politically exclusive of Native Americans, Southern colonies began legislating Indians into oblivion. In 1712 South Carolina followed Virginia with apartheid legislation, which North Carolina also affirmed in 1712 and 17417. A century later the Virginia General Assembly passed a law in 1823 stating, "Be it enacted and declared, and it is hereby enacted and declared, that the child of an Indian and the child, or great-grandchild of a Negro shall be deemed, accounted, held, and taken to be a mulatto." Happy face. In this pre-Civil War period, anyone declared black or mulatto was subject to severe civil deprivation, including enslavement. Later, with the Virginia Racial Integrity Law of 1924, the state continued to acknowledge only two races, white and black. This law reads in part, "It shall be unlawful for any white person in this state to marry save a white person, or a person with no other admixture of blood than white or American Indian." For the purpose of this act, the term white person shall apply only to the person who has no trace whatsoever of any blood other than Caucasian, but persons who have 1/16 or less of the blood of an American Indian. Happy face, the product of Drive W. A. Flecker, Registrar of the State Bureau of Vital Statistics. This statute outlawed Indians in Virginia. Flecker had decided that no Native Americans remained in Virginia, and he determined to legislate those claiming to be Indians out of existence. Flecker systematically altered Indian birth, death, and marriage certificates to read "Col Ord" or Negro. Thus, at this time no one could claim a Native American racial heritage, and if they attempted to do so they were labeled mulatto or black by the state. 163. Addressing the apartheid history of Virginia and the South is never an easy matter. On the one hand, one seeks to identify the racist indicators, such as the term mulatto, as a means of affirming native ancestry. While on the other hand, one must be sensitive to the SHGHT of African Americans. As Helen Rountree explains, natives were forced into the colored status, thereby making them a third race in a biracial state. Happy face, Rountree, moreover, writes, "People of dark complexion claimed that their suspicious ancestor had been an Indian, sufficiently far back, and they were then classed as whites." Flecker and his associates were outraged at this. It did not seem to occur to them that the menial jobs and second-rate schools and hospitals set aside for colored people were enough to make anybody pass for white who could, as chief of the state's Vital Statistics Bureau. Flecker was methodical when classifying Indians. He drew, furthermore, upon the 1823 racial code classifications to discredit Indian descendants under the authors of the 1924 Racial Integrity Act that he pushed through the Virginia legislature. As Roundtree explains, if the Indians category was a way station to whiteness, it had to be eliminated, or at least discredited. This meant proving that all people in Virginia who claimed to be Indian were actually of African ancestry and therefore colored. Asterisk. During this apartheid segregation era, no one could claim a Native American tribal/racial/ethnic heritage under the color of Virginia law lest they be disenfranchised of their constitutional liberties and civil rights. These racial integrity laws remained in force until 1969, when they were repealed by the Virginia General Assembly as a result of the Supreme Court ruling in Luetig v. Virginia common throughout the South for over 3 centuries. These laws made it possible to disassociate tribal and native identity from those surviving Native Americans in the region based upon erroneous biracial apartheid proscriptions. In conclusion, the Powhatan and Monacan natives of Tsanakamoko and Monaskane have suffered the weeds of the underworld in a 164. Holocaust of invasion, disease, war, and apartheid segregation. Through the systematic erasure of identity, these natives continue to suffer the indignities of a government that refuses to recognize and acknowledge their lawful standing and treaty rights as sovereign nations. Collectively in scope and application throughout the Americas, the conquest has no match within world history. Washita, a slaughter. Not a battle. A Cheyenne survivor's perspective. Translated, edited, and annotated by Eugene Blackbear, S.R. and Kimberly Rapallo Yefter. The massacre at Sand Creek on November 29, mm 1864, public dismay at the brutality Chivington and his men displayed toward the Cheyenne led to the formation of a peace commission. This, in turn led to the Medicine Lodge Creek Treaty of 1867, under which the Cheyenne and other Southern Plains tribes were assigned reservations in Indian Territory. They were promised homes, agricultural supplies, farmland, and annual payments of blankets, food, and clothing. Some young men, unable to accept these terms as fair considering the circumstances, continued to raid in Kansas. General Philip H. Sheridan planned a winter campaign in retaliation, in which he promised to cripple the Indians at their weakest time, when their horses were thin and weak, when they themselves were merely trying to survive the months of bitter cold on the plains. Black Kettle, who had already been attacked at Sand Creek under both a U.S. and a white flag, tried to appeal to General William Hazen at Fort Cobb for peace, tried to seek protection for his people inside the fort. However, Custer was the only one with authority to grant that, and he was away. Though his wife and others tried to get Black Kettle to relocate their camp nearer to larger encampments of Cheyennes and other tribes. Black Kettle simply did not believe that Sheridan would order an attack without counseling for peace. After the attack on Washita, Custer smoked a pipe with 171 Cheyenne chiefs, promising never to attack Cheyenne women and children again, knowing that his own life would hang if he broke this solemn oath. 6 years later, when Custer attacked Cheyennes and Sioux at the Battle of the Little Bighorn, it was a direct result of his broken promise that he was killed with 800 soldiers based at Fort Supply. Custer attacked Black Kettle's encampment at dawn, having set up outside the small camp of Phi-1 lodges just after midnight on November 27. Custer claimed there were 100 Cheyennes killed. Cheyenne accounts differ on this number. Army records show that only 21 soldiers died, most from Major Joel Elliott's detachment, which encountered Cheyenne warriors coming to the aid of Black Kettle. Custer had over 800 Cheyenne horses killed following the massacre of the people. As well, 50 Cheyennes, mostly women and children, were taken captive. The translation that follows is an excerpt from a book-length work we have in progress regarding Cheyenne stories and ways. In this translation, Andrew Bird Chief, son of the Bird Chief in this story, first spends some time telling the requirements for a Cheyenne chieftainship. Craig Ivomack, in Red on Red, suggests that part of the problem with the way the oral traditions of various tribes have been recorded is that they have been taken out of context and depoliticized. 57-59. In an attempt to record a more traditional context for this story, we have preserved this chieftain section that precedes the story of the genocidal attack. Its very inclusion fights back against the long ongoing genocide of Cheyenne people, by encouraging the preservation of cultural values through the words of this elder, cultural values that Loretta Fowler in Tribal Sovereignty and the Historical Imagination, Cheyenne Arapaho Poetics shows are in danger of being lost today, 220-25. Moreover, we have utilized English that reflects the structure of the Cheyenne, maintaining the rhetorical devices as closely as possible, while adding in what is implied in Cheyenne when necessary for understanding by mainstream readers. We see this, too, as an act of sovereignty and resistance. Now, you young men, listen to what I have to say. I listened, when I was young. That is how I know what I have learned today. I am going to tell you. Listen to what I have to tell you. Now, you listen, I have become a chief. I stand to chiefs, how they become a chief, listen to how. 172. They become a chief, a Cheyenne chief, a real chiefs. I watched my father initiated into chieftainship, and this is what he was told. Now, he had become a chief, my father, bird chief, that's how he had become a Cheyenne warrior chief. He laid down his life for his people. And that's how we became chiefs under him, how we got our positions through him. Broken hand, that's how he became a chief, when he took up for the tas and sutai that crow old man one of my grandfathers, that's how he earned the right, to be chief. He was willing to lay down his life, him and Broken Hand. Now the selection of chiefs for chieftainship, now, you young men, listen. You look for a person that has common sense, good sense, when you look for a chief, that is thinking good and right, a well-respected man. Now that is the way you qualify for these chieftain positions. Now, you young men, you listen to these ways, these qualifications. Now that's the way the selections are made. Now my father, he done the same thing, and they were being driven by soldiers, they were running from soldiers, and this old man, he was young, he got off his horse, and he was going to stop and fight them guys so the rest of the people could get away. Now he told his people, I'm going to hold off these guys, you get away. I'm going to hold them off as long as I can. He told his people to run away. After he let them people escape, then he got on his horse, and he ran toward the enemy. And for a while he killed a lot of them people, the soldiers, and then he disappeared, he must have got killed. And that's how we were told about him, what he done, how he earned that right, to be a warrior chief. And that's where we earned that right to be a warrior chief, he earned it for us. And that is why I am telling you these things. You children, listen. Now listen, that's how men become chiefs. They are selected. You have to be very careful in this selection. You have to be very careful. You have to live up to these things. You have to have pity and love for your people. Now, you young men, young and old, listen. That's how we put these chiefs in these positions. They have to earn the right to become a Cheyenne chief. Now at this time, these chiefs today, they are overriding their chieftain position. They were supposed to be selected for 173. 10 years at a time. Each Cheyenne chief is supposed to select someone to take his place. If that kind of selection is not done, then the 4 main principal chiefs select the other 40 chiefs of the 44 now, that's how you earn these high positions, the warrior chiefs. When you earn these positions, it is good when you qualify for these positions. You earn these ways. Follow them in a good way. Don't be afraid to give away things, when you are selected and afraid. Things will always come back to you. The only thing that is hard to get again is life. That's the main thing in life, our lives. You always get things back again. Now, what I have just told you, there is going to be nobody else who will come around and tell you these THMGs. How to become a Cheyenne chief. Now that's all I am going to tell you for now. Now that is the way selections are made. There will be nobody else who will tell you that. So you remember what I have told you. These things are just a reminder. These chiefs, their job is to talk, to remind people anytime there is a gathering, to be good to one another, help each other, work together, show pity to each other. It is a chieftain's job to remind people of that. Now following these things, what I have told you, it is a chief's job to remind people to have a good way of life, and that is what I am telling you today. Now, no matter how young a chief might be, if he is talking, and he has a chieftain position, you have to respect him, you have to listen to what he is trying to tell you, to live in a good way, his people. Today, we are poor people. We are trying to follow these ways. And these young men today, they qualify for these positions, they are trying to take up these leadership positions. Be sure and always pity your poor people. I'm going to tell you, taking this pipe, this oath, is kind of hard. Taking an oath pipe is verb /strong. Now, what I am telling you, it is very hard, and I wish you young men would take it as advice, what I told you. Taking this pipe is a difficult thing, this pipe. Some of you might not live up to that. Now I am going to tell you the purpose of this pipe. Now, the highest one, I've done told you guys about it. My father, Bird Chief, how he got down off his horse and laid down his life. That is the highest one. Now when somebody takes that pipe, the oath, he is supposed to give his wife away. 174. Even if someone comes and asks for his wife. That is what is hard. Now I wish you would go around that, by not taking the pipe, so you won't have to give your wives up. You know, we love these women. It is hard, nowadays, to give up your wife. Now, don't take that pipe in that manner, and you can still become a chief and be a good chief, live up to it. Now, if you took an oath, and somebody came and asked for your wife, then you would try to think of a way out, and there would be no way out, and you would hurt yourself. That's what I am telling you this morning. My ancestors, my fathers, they have been chiefs since 1895. Then, when my father became a chief, I had some horses, 8 or 9 horses to give away. I'm telling you this morning, that's how you think about how to select a person, you think of them highly, that's how you select a chief, respectability. Right there, when somebody is selected, he will have giveaways, and he will give away, and then there are some, even if they don't have anything to give away, go ahead, it's all right. Sometimes it's HKE that, we're poor. Even if he doesn't have anything to give away, go ahead and make him a chief. Respect him HKE that anyway. Now, that's the way you follow that chieftainship. Try to follow it to the best of your ability. Now, that's why I am reminding you of these things. The old people, who used to say these things, are not around today. Look around, we've got a pitiful life. All of those old people are all gone. And you look around today, that's where we are, we're pitiful. Now, from this time on, you clans, chiefs, and all these other clans, pity one another, work together as a Cheyenne tribe. And this drinking, it makes you do bad things, it makes people crazy. They get into fights. They hurt each other, they kill each other, and that's where a murderer comes from, and that is how we have this chieftainship, our father earned it for us. Even though we never have done what he did, he still earned it for us. We became chiefs. Now that's the way men folks, not only Cheyenne chiefs, are supposed to do. We are supposed to take up for our kinfolks, our women, we are supposed to do that as men and as Cheyenne chiefs. That is how we are supposed to live as Cheyennes. Right now, talk good to one another, say good things, and 175. As I look around, there are some things that are not too good in Cheyenne ways. Right now, things are rough, hard times. Now, you young men, try to stand to what I am saying today, what I am telling you. Try to take care of these chieftain positions in a good way, live them, and carry them on in a good way, love one another. And as chiefs, love one another in a respectful way. You clans, all get along, love one another, respect one another. Don't be mad at each other. Do not be jealous of one another. Now, that's what I am telling now. My grandfather. Whirlwind coming, he got some money from the government for what they did to us Cheyennes when they attacked us unfairly at other times. Now this is about all I am going to say at this time. Take care of your chieftain positions. That's about all I am going to say this morning. Even if you don't get anything, go ahead and talk good, and make people respect one another and say nice things to people. That's about all 1 am going to say this morning. Now I am going to talk about Black Ketta at this time, this morning. Now, children, listen to me real good, listen to me closely. I am going to tell you the story of how Black Ketta was attacked and destroyed. The Sutai were destroyed at Washita. Now, early in the morning, I guess it was snowing. Now, this man they call Custer, long hair, he attacked them early in the morning. Black Ketta, they got pushed back. Now, Broken Hand was taking up for his people. The women and kids were trying to run. And these warriors, were starting to defend them when the attack began. Old Bhnd Bear Man and Broken Hand, they were protecting the women and the kids when these soldiers attacked, and another man, he ran off and left his family, and these guys came along and took up for that family as well. Right there, some of these people ran up toward the Arapaho camp, up the creek, and there were Kiowas camping down the creek the other way as well. These men, they took some women and children up the creek to that Arapaho camp for safety. There were no Arapahos in our camp. And these women and kids were crying, when they took them to safety. Then the men went back to fight the enemy and Broken Hand got killed. And Broken Hand, before he was killed, he shot a bunch of them soldiers and captured their 176 horses. Then he rode against the other soldiers, that's when he got killed. Now, that's the story of Black Ketta. My father, Bird Chief, he was there, too. Later that day, my father would be shot by Custer. Then another grandfather of mine, Crow Old Man, he done the same thing as Broken Hand. He killed a bunch of soldiers off their horses. After that, he captured their horses. Later that day, he rode in against the enemy and was killed. Now, after Crow Old Man began fighting, Arapaho warriors came from up the creek where they were camped, after the women and children had run there, and they were moving these soldiers back, running them away. My father gathered up the women and kids and told them, we ran the soldiers off. Come on. Come down this way where we other Cheyennes are camping down there. Them women were getting up, and some of their feet were really cold. They almost had frozen their feet off. Some of them also went to the Arapaho camp. The Arapahos gave them some food and some clothing. My father was standing there. Black Ketta went across with his 2 wives, and Custer shot Black Ketta. I saw it with my own eyes. Now I know the rest of this story, too, is true. It was told to me by people who were there. Now all you children, always remember these stories. The way it was told, that's the way I am telling it, that way, the truth. My grandfather, Crow Old Man and Bird Chief, my father, they ran off those soldiers. They would have been killed, wiped away, the Sutai, but these warriors came in and rescued them. Crow Old Man and Bird Chief. That's the story of Black Ketta. The survivors went to the Arapaho camp for help. And the Arapahos really treated them good. All them women and kids left and went to the other Cheyenne camp. The Arapahos gave them some clothing and some food. That's where the Sutai were demolished, at Black Ketta's camp. Most of them were killed. That's the story of how Bird Chief, my father, was killed in that battle. That is how the story was given to me. That is how Spotted Wolf also became a chief. I was named after my father, Bird Chief. That's where the Sutai were killed, most of them, that morning. Broken Hand was my grandfather. That's the way the story goes. The Sutai, none of them would run away from each other. 177. They were in a bunch, that's why they got killed. Now that's why they ruined themselves. They wanted some food, and that's how they got themselves killed. Then, that morning, Custer started chasm the survivors. Right there, they went to that camp. That's where we started getting that land. Right there, we were supposed to have gotten some claim money from Washita, payment from the government for what Custer did. Now we are having a hard time getting any claim. Now you young men, listen. Now, let it be clear, one way or the other, so we can get this claim settled, get the money right away. What I am telling you, my grandfather, Whirlwind Coming, wasn't a councilman or anything, but the government stood to him. He got what he wanted. My grandfather got what he wanted from them white men, a lot of money. He gave all that money away, he didn't use it right. We just spent it all. We were supposed to have got rich off of that money, but nobody did. Instead, we just lost it. And us Indians, we don't know how to use the money wisely. And the white man, he just knows how to handle the money. And even there, some of them, they spend their money foolishly, like we did. They drink it up and use it foolishly. Buy some houses, some homes. Now your folks have sold a lot of their lands and made you poor. Now you are always getting into arguments and misunderstandings over things. Right now, you guys need to pity one another. Help each other. That's all I wanted to tell you. That's what God, our Creator, told us. Love one another. Help each other. That's why I gave you Hefei. And that's why we're living today. Now try to follow this way of Hefei, all of you of all ages, young to old, all of you follow this good road of Hefei. Now that's why I am talking to you guys that way, that's why I told you Black Kettle's story. Now they died in a pitiful way, our people. There isn't a person having that was involved there, but we are still seeking just payment for what happened. All those who were killed, your grandparents, great-grandparents, whomever, now we, their descendants, are trying to fix up the papers to get a settlement. That's where we will get whatever amount we will get. That's how the government will comfort us for the loss of our loved ones, our homes, our teepees, all the things we had that were lost right there. 178. That's where we lost all these people. We cannot see them anymore. We cannot show them love. We cannot love them. From here on out, you guys love one another. Help each other. From here on out. Now that's why I am telling you this kind of talk, a good respectable chief's talk, that's what I am using now, trying to help our people. Now, I always think about all of you, all of my tribe, all ages, walks of life, everybody. I always pray for you, pray for all of you. Now I am getting old. I am not such a young person. Now, you men, you fellow chiefs, listen to me now. Love one another. Pity one another. Help one another. Love and respect one another. Don't follow this no good road of the white man. Follow this good road of life. Think good. Always think right, and be glad I am talking to you. I am just reminding you of these nice things. I am just telling you Black Ketta's story in a good way, so you will know. Now that's why I am telling you children. All I have left now is this talk. I am qualified, as a chief, to make this kind of talk. Now, that's where I am at now, at this age. I've come this far, and I pray for you guys, all of you, me, at this age. Now, I am at the old man stage. My fellow chiefs, listen to me. Love one another. Help each other. Don't be mad at each other. Follow this path that was given to us Cheyennes. Now, follow it in a good way. That's it. I am telling Black Ketta's story and my father's story in a good way, in the best way, that's it. Cheyenne tradition holds that Custer was taken captive by Cheyenne men at the Battle of the Lit Bighorn and handed over to Cheyenne women to be killed because of his broken promise, and because of Custer's and his soldiers' cruelty to women, which included even killing pregnant women and mutilating their genitals. The women first poked holes in his ears with awls so that in the afterlife he might be able to listen better than he did in youth. He is said to have begged for his life and cried like a woman. Then the women killed him with their knives and retaliated in kind by taking body parts for trophies in a scalp dance. This is why today in traditional Cheyenne dress women wear knives in leather sheaths attached to their belts and a string of silver conchos hanging down in front from their belts to represent Custer's saber. Some women were always with the men in battle. Cheyenne women warriors. Other tribes have this tradition as well. The women cooked and cared for the warriors but also stepped into battle if necessary, or if they felt 179. Compelled to do so to intervene for a male relative or to avenge him. It is possible that another tradition, that of the warrior societies, Bowstring, Kit Fox, Dog Soldier, Hoof Ratters, and Red Shield, adopt Mga sister which continues to this day for the Bowstring and Hoof Ratters grows out of the tradition of these women warriors. Society sisters are supposed to be reputable young women, virgins, when they are taken as sisters by these warrior societies and are supposed to conduct themselves in a good way, not drinking, taking drugs, or consorting around with men. If these young women misbehave, there are negative consequences in the form of bad luck for the men in the societies that adopted them. Perhaps this led to the traditions ending in some societies, to avoid bad luck and a height of cultural change. It is also possible that the tradition of the powwow princess grows out of these traditions, as those selected are supposed to conduct themselves in this good way for young women as well, in an orderly manner. Nicaragua. What's Ward Churchill got against you? David Seals B. Why 1984 I was a veteran of 13 years in the criminal underworld of revolutionists, not the least of which, of whom I have not spoken, was my own family on the Arizona and Quebec reservations, a reserve not often exhibited among natives who usually have aught else to claim or talk about, for our families and tribes are usually the primary trait or indicator of our nativeness, whether we're Irish or Imaran, and we feel more tied together by many of our interrelated bonds and bands. And are proud of it. I have neglected this cultural credential intentionally, and elusively, for safety reasons, because of the insidious dangers to any of our movements by the covert intelligence operatives who HKE to hurt the helpless ones. Cowards, they HKE nothing better than to put us in jail or murder us. The aim of all our efforts, simply stated, is the breakup of nations back into ethno-units of families and tribes as we were for many thousands of years, before these artificial superstates with imperial monotheisms destroyed the successful, natural balance of power. Indigenous ethno-groups, often tiny in numbers, threaten absurd giants HKE China and Russia and the USA even more than they threaten each other. One God ideas like Islam, Christianity, and Judaism are just as absurdly threatened. 183. By a small band of Kashmiri rebels, Uyghurs Xinjiang, or miserable Masurasadas in Nicaragua infinitely more than they threaten each other through thermonuclear war or global terrorism, and they know it, which is why they are always desperately trying to crush Chechens or Incans, Sendero Luminoso in Peru, or Aborigines. We are made of a more truthful, social spirit than they are, in our existence as Celts or Lebu Berbers or Cheyennes. It was with this sublime and beautiful plan we fought against the otherwise hopeless odds, and which was further proved by the massive COINTEL. COINTEL is shorthand for FBI counterintelligence programs to repress political dissent in the United States, efforts against us by the unreasonable, unspeakable police. Why did they bother if we were only a handful of ethnic separatists? Why should so many FBI people care if 2 of their own number were killed on June 26, 1975, at Pine Patch? The number was insignificant. America was in no danger of losing the war if it was defined in conventional terms. Why should Porfirio Diaz have cared about a few starving campesinos in his own 9/1? In 191 when he had all the money and guns in the world? Why should the mighty Soviet Union, with its thousands of atomic bombs, have worried about a few scruffy mujahideen, Pashtun tribesmen, in the mountains of Afghanistan in the 1980s? Yes, they wanted a geopolitical Al-Qaeda base closer to the oil fields of the Persian Gulf, but from the first, the quasi-divine Lenin was greatly, disproportionately, concerned about recalcitrant, petulant Cossacks and Kyrgyzs and Siberian Evenks. Why was Ayatollah Khomeini's Islamist revolution in Iran so important to President Reagan that he had to sell them some missiles, in his twisted Hollywood logic, to pay for the anti-communist Contras slaughtering a few lousy 30,000 Indios in Nicaragua? Why did the COINTEL snoops have to infiltrate our pathetic ethnocentric liberation movement when all we were trying to do, in their eyes, was redefine the national boundaries based on our silly-ass tribal quests for self-identity in grassroots alignments? George Orwell had even written a masterpiece of a book, 1984, in which he made perfect sense of the state's program and purported that Big Brother was a good guy who 184 didn't need to convince us of the error and futility of our petty, personal feelings. Dr. Zhivago was right to care about his love for his family and Russia herself in the embodiment of Lara the Goddess, based on Tolstoy's Natasha, but the police apparatchik secretly protected the authors in the guise of their sympathetic KGB half-brothers, so that Lenin's dictatorship was really serving the greater, common good against the old conservative, reactionary Tsar. Mother Russia was building dams and a proletarian infrastructure that Napoleon would have been proud of, that would transform the wilderness of the steppes into a viable industrial economy, and it would do it without the sociopathic crutch of religion. I always wondered how double agents could do it, a newspaper reporter commented while he was interviewing me in 2005 about the publicity around Ward Churchill that was finally starting to expose the poser, work against the ideas he was espousing, I mean. Good question. I don't know. Of course this was a mainstream journalist who'd never waded across the Rio Grande with us pathetic, anarchic wetbacks, so he was ignorant, uncomprehending, of the concept of Churchill as a cop. When I said, "I am sorry you don't believe me," he got defensive. I didn't say I don't believe you. He certainly knew there were covert agencies in his government, just as other competent journalists HKE Bob Woodward of the Washington Post knew there was a veil of the CIA behind which unscrupulous politicians routinely espoused ideas and policies they didn't care about or behave in. Charlie Brennan, of the Daily Rocky Mountain News in Denver, certainly understood the possible parameters of the story I was giving him when I compared it to Woodward's and Bernstein's Watergate expose, but he just couldn't cross that metaphor between belief and knowledge. He didn't have the handy-dandy facts his editors wanted to edit the story, because it was too grande for the nationalistic outrage they were feeling about Churchill's treasonous inflammatory statements, about cheering the 9/11's terrorist hijackers, or at least sneering at the hapless stockbrokers in the WTC leaping from the frying pan into the 185 fire of their own making. The reporter just wanted a convenient angle about how bad this guy Churchill was and how he wasn't really an Indian at all. This reporter couldn't go into the depths of Gorky and Solzhenitsyn's Gulag, not here, not now. All they cared about in Colorado was the Denver Broncos and the skiing depths at another kind of vale and the drainage in acre-feet of the Colorado River irrigating Phoenix and Los Angeles downstream in the mainstream. He couldn't see my family. "It feels like a swamp to me," he said in his friendly, business-like voice on the telephone. "That's just what it is," I replied in my height kitchen, sitting on the height stool my kids used to stand on to reach the Apple Jacks or pretzels in the cupboards above. "You mention Wounded Knee and Leonard Peltier, but those were at different times." 1973 and 75, yes. "And you were there?" "I'm still here." "Are you from Denver?" "No, I didn't move here until the mid-80s. He knew nothing about Indians or the West and wanted me to explain it all to him in a neat package as it related to his stories about Ward Churchill, who was the shibboleth of the hour in the mainstream's craw, in whom, Indian issues began to relate to them for the first time since they escaped the toxic clouds of New York and LA to go whitewater rafting on the Colorado and elk hunting in the San Giorgio de Cristos and golfing in Boulder and Aspen, because Churchill had dared to explain the 9/11's attacks on the anything but innocent play babies. My point about taking another leap forward in the cultural paradigm was way way too much for the reporter to handle, to leap from the establishment-erist outrage and hurt feelings that anyone wouldn't love their pain to denunciation, to angry criticism. To link their ideological pain to something self-inflicted by their own secret police suicide bombers was way beyond comprehension, about like the Trail of Tears as an episode of their history from which they have managed. 186. To survive as a nation than as a living pain that the Cherokees are still living. We've gone through some terrible times in our history, Federal Supreme Court Justice Stephen Breyer said on C-SPAN the other day, as if the Trail of Tears was his very own personal pain, but we've survived them as a nation. Comfortable, rich judges in Greek marble temples have a blind man's sense of the imbalance of the scales and about the same amount of impartiality. Their ignorance is no excuse for their indifference, and their indifference is no excuse for immorality. The news reporter sensed my ethical reticence about him, about my own friendly and business-like tone in our digital, wireless, and dial-tone-less world. Chronic remorse, Aldous Huxley wrote in Brave New World, as all the moralists are agreed, is a most undesirable sentiment. On no account brood over your wrongdoing. To Sermnerize Lurch, as we called the 6 feet 5 inch Churchill, I said, is a complex plot of 30 years of running into the guy, and him in turn backing up and running over us HKE Joe McCarthy going in reverse. You know what I mean. Reverse McCarthyism. Right-wingers posing as left-wingers, double agents in an Ian Fleming yarn, spies and traitors loyal to nothing. How can a fascist pose as a communist? I asked him. You've got to be kidding. Yeah, I guess you're right. I see the point. He answered. What was it Alexander Solzhenitsyn said? Today the thinking Russian can be free only in jail. Getting back to aim end. He wanted me to relate half a century of Hefei into an hour-long phone call for an article he never wrote, with no quotes or acknowledgements from me, that made me feel Yuka Russian Zek photocopying my poems in the underground Samis. In the full glare of American Zeks reversing the prisoner-guard relationship, that is, with all the printing presses and e-books in the world now, less of the truth is being digested because these self-righteous Zeks in their sports coats are pretending they aren't being controlled by advertisers spamming all over our faces. The proof is that Lurch is still getting away with it. He's getting rich on his tenured professorship. 187. $114,000 a year salary as chairman of the Ethnic Studies Department, and the notoriety of his badly written books, which are probably selling HKE hell, and he has many speaking engagements now on the free speech circuit at $5,000 a pop. My point to Cheria that I'm also a writer. Writers are black coasting imperviously unimpressed him, about like my rave review of Sweet Medicine in the Sunday New York Times book review section in 1992. Yawn, the media explained. To plunge underground, Solzhenitsyn refed to their yawn, to make it your concern not to win the world's recognition, heaven forbid, but on the contrary to shun it. This variant of the writer's lot is hardly our own, purely Russian, and Soviet. And then he won the Nobel Prize. Instant fame and fortune. So much for the honor of infamy. In the American Samis. Charhi, you get your binny every day and your paycheck every week. So how could you possibly understand self-rhetoric? Self-irony in Orwell and Huxley? Maybe. The point is, applying the subbed laws of censorship developed in the mutually assured construction of the Cold War. The benefits. The perks. Alexander Ivesuk was an anti-communist, so he was okay to the West, and I don't mean the cowboy and Indian West, just as Leo Tolstoy wasn't okay because he believed in freeing the serfs. In that he was a left-winger HKE Napoleon, who rampaged across Europe pissing off the conservatives because he freed the slaves and serfs and brought the Enlightenment of the French Revolution into the darkness of totalitarian England and Prussia. You know that Republicans see the human species cynically, the Democrats naively. Conservatives have a lock on God versus the godless liberals. A double agent is the ultimate cynic, the original man without a country because he has all the faith in the world. He has cowboy delusions of taking control of his life by raising a cat herd to go on a drive to Texas, while all the time blanking out the real region of the buffalo that were already there. 188. And could have fed everybody free forever self-sufficient, self-perpetuating food. A COINTEL operative doesn't give a thought to that because he is like John Wayne in Red River, shooting people dead and then reading the good book over their graves. The buffalo don't exist. They never existed. All that exists is his pain, his strength, his desire to do something powerful in his life. Power. All right. I don't want to get psychological, but you asked. So you think Churchill was an FBI agent? I know he was. He still is. There is no separation of Churchill and state. The human apes abid to he, and the inability to do anything about it sinks into the naivete of liberals who don't care if progressive speeches have substance behind them, or meat on the bones. Their naivete is therefore just as cynical as the Rwandan machete hackers hacking the world in the cyberspace of spoiled computer geeks who think they can FMD a story with data and who want to go to MIT. After they've matured past their youthful, irreverent, rebellious years of smoking marijuana and burning illegal CDs of Snoop Doggy Dogg and Tupac hip-hop hippies cutting their natty hair and getting a job. Reverse sex in designer Italian shoes. What are you saying? The hips and the hops never cared about God's plan, they were just hopping to the Barley and Bob Marley. The Nation of Islam may be social liberals and religious conservatives, but how can they rap the rap and still maintain the revolutionary hop, until it all results in the same methamphetamining the family to death? It's a leap in time, from Nicaragua to now. Not all that much, dude. A quarter century ain't much. I lost Charhi. I said postmodernist literature alone would lose him. I knew the moment I opened my mouth indiscreetly about Intel ad. Until then I was gonna get published. To back up to the hiatus, postmodernist jive Tom Wolfe and Norman Mailer instead of Thomas Wolfe and Ernest Hemingway. I had to leave the novel approach to 189. Non-fiction and stop lying under cover of my book covers and as an unassimilated chicken shit who needs cover like a COINTEL pig even in the best of times. In war, Stonewall's Brigade LYMG beamed the crest of the hilltop at Manassas, back in the trees, even at their most courageous when it comes to killing men, hunting Hunter Thompson and the glossy pages of Mick Jagger's and Bob Dylan's Rolling Stone with a magazine of metaphorical ammunition, quick clips of wit and words like ML. 6. Clips, Richard Pryor verbally on fire. No wonder I couldn't talk to Charhi in the DMZ, and he couldn't hear me. John Trudell could hear it back in the old days from his shadows in the basement where he lurked, like I still do, back at the Peltier house, in his strong Midwestern twang. The earth is a spirit and we are an extension of that spirit. We are spirit. We are power. The problem is Lurch wasn't there. He was never once anywhere in AIM, although I ran into him almost from the beginning but never in a good way, not once. John Trudell was there, and oh boy, was he, the native rapper as the antithesis of the policeman's thesis, and I heard nothing but negative reports of Lurch. John may have lurked in the dark but he didn't lurch toward a music career too much. I last saw him last year in the federal courthouse testifying under oath for the state against Arlo Looking Cloud in the Anna Mae Aquash murder case. Arlo said to me, swearing another kind of oath in jail, John looked like he was coming down from the morning's high. It was the effect of the monster spirit in the hills, the evil archipelago of advertisements on billboards popping up like spam right in the middle of an Omni article of faith, hope, and charity. The ditchweeds so many of the brothers were pushing up like daisies. Pushers trying to do pull UPS on the monkey bars, but they couldn't quite make it to that cosmic buzz Ray Charles needed with some sugar smack, Eric Clapton on lead syringe, and all the others in the other world musicians admired so much, lyrically, interactively fingering the frets on the Nintendo and PlayStation 2 controls of ninjas slamming millions of ores and Harry Potters passively. Our kids played together while we shepherded the remnants of the 190 flock that Lurch left bleeding in the pastures of plenty and that Charlie fertilized with more good chemical insecticides and water impurifiers impolitically infecting our boys and girls. We went to DC in the spring of '83 to lobby for Leonard Peltier, but all we got for it was an amicus curiae brief that was like our own local contra-Iran catch-22 about illiberal slogans redistributing the wealth among the Pax, conservationist slogans ignoring treaties non-proliferating West, as Occidentals called it accidental Orientals, but not quite east of Eden. Okay, we lobbied Congress, now what? Peter Matheson published a book and Nixon resigned and Reagan got shot and Tripoli was bombed.